Boss is gorgeous. There's really he has the boss in hand.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GF power.
Onto a Morgan. Is that enough? She does. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the whiz catch when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Bienvenue tout le monde, bonjour, hello everybody, and welcome to the Lille Regional Championships. My name is David Partington. I have the pleasure of being joined by Charlie Merriman, Luak Joscromi, and Marcus Statter. And the four of us are going to be giving you a thriller of a weekend here in Lille, France. But I've been personally tasked with convincing you of the fun, frivolities, and flexible working hours here at Team Rocket. Why not join up? We have those spinny mat things. They're pretty fun. How am I doing so far, boss?
Terrible. You think you're going to convince anyone like that? You should be telling them you got to use the best Pokemon, like Coughing and Rattata.
Okay, I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry. I'll try better. Sonia, do you want to join? Look at the uniform.
Potentially, I'm going to consult my good friend Gastrodon on that and take further advisement.
Okay, Marcus, what about you?
You know, I have my own little thing going on here. I don't know if Team Rocket is for me, but yeah, maybe you can hold on to that.
We could use your talents, kid.
Okay. We've got a Gengar. Okay, you seem like a strong trainer. Okay.
Is he
I love
actually a
this.
Gengar?
Of course.
You could recruit him as a Pokemon.
We'll talk about that later, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to challenge you with my Zubat, but first, let's talk about where we are in the season right now here, and all the opportunities everyone has at home to join me, us here at the VG scene here. Lou, take us through.
I mean, there's so many amazing events coming up on the European schedule, and we are only on event number 2 of the season so far. So many coming up. Obviously, we're still here in Lille. Then you've got Gdansk and Stuttgart and Birmingham, and the list just keeps going on. And they are punctuated by some incredible international championships along the way as well. Sao Paulo, LAIC just around the corner, and it all will accumulate at the pinnacle of Pokemon play at the World Championships in Anaheim this summer.
There's so much Pokemon action to be had there. And once again this season, clocks really do feature real hard here in the 2025 season, especially in Birmingham there, which I'm very much looking forward to myself. Marcus, any of those standout events for you?
Well, of course, our international championships, the ICs, LAIC, Sao Paulo, then London is a tournament. This year it's a little bit earlier, or this season it's a little bit earlier than in previous years, so looking forward to experiencing lovely London in February. And then, of course, yeah, just, again, so many tournaments, really looking forward to the season.
Excellent. And this season has a little bit of a difference as well in terms of the prize points that we can kind of get as well in this session too. So, Charlie, what's the differences here between this year and last year?
Yeah, it might shock you to learn I'm not, in fact, Giovanni. It is Charlie here, and plenty of championship points on the line. Look at that! 350 championship points if you win, 325 if you come second. As you mentioned, slightly different prizing versus last year, and slightly different ways that people will qualify. So the top 75 players in the NA EU regions as well will be qualifying for the World Championships. By the end of the season, it's no longer a championship point bar that you need to reach, with 20 in the OC region and in Latin America, 50.
That really is a lot of points right there, isn't it? As you can see, that's just 300 even if you get to that top 4 slot. So it really is going to push you right up there in terms of getting to that top 75 for the rest of the season there. But yeah, getting that win obviously gets you that world invite, which is very, very exciting. And we've already got a few people who've managed to get that far as well. So let's have a look at the prizes as well that we're actually going to be getting here, because it's not only championship points this time that you can get, it's also that good old cash that Golden Go would be very happy to see. Lou, take us through it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Rocket, you don't get given a plethora of Pokemon for winning the regional, but you do get to take home something very exciting.
I'll take the cash.
You'll take the cash for sure. You've got amazing prizes in Junior, Senior, and Master Division as well. And regardless of what game you're playing, everybody loves to get those booster packs to open. Maybe pull one of your favorite Pokemon, maybe a full art card. They are such beautiful designs, and it's always really fun doing some pack battles with your friends as well.
It absolutely is, isn't it? I just love opening that little pack and just seeing what exactly you can get, even though I'm not sure exactly what it can even do in the trading card game, because we're here all about the video game, but damn, that art looks really good a lot of the time. So, Marcus, have you got any kind of highlights from any of your like previous kind of prizes or any like your tournaments that you've kind of won yourself?
Ooh, I always love the medals or the trophies. So again, also for this season, of course, our trainers that finish in the top 4, they will be going home not only with the cash and the booster boxes, but also with a lovely little medal. And having a collection of those, or even just one, is just always something to remind you of this incredible feat doing well at one of these tournaments.
Exactly. Always good to have a, well, regional winner at least here on the cast. It's pretty good too. So yes, well, we're going to get really shortly into round 2 actually. Things are really hotting up here at Lille. So you can follow us along using that hashtag PlayPokemon on X and on YouTube, Facebook and on Instagram as well. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and who you're kind of excited to see, and whether you're up for joining Team Rocket. Please do let us know.
A very important task for you traders. Name this Persian. We need a name. Use the hashtag PlayPokemon. Name my Persian.
Exactly. So I can't think of anything that it's going to be called. I'm just the grunt here, but I'm sure that people at home can tell me a little bit more about that. So we're going to be getting straight into round 2 pretty much here. So we're going to blast off very shortly, and we'll see you very soon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Boss, I'm really sorry. I keep forgetting where the entrance to the Team Rocket hideout is.
I've told you millions of times, Grunt. Grunt, is that your name, Grunt?
Yeah, it's Grunt.
Grunt, yeah, I thought you were all called Grunt. Weird. Celadon City, game corner, behind the poster.
Right, okay, behind the poster.
Secret
got
lever.
it. Okay, all right.
Wait a second.
You ready?
Did you hear? Are we live? You didn't hear anything. There's no secret hideout. We're just your friendly neighborhood team.
Yeah.
Don't
Join
worry
us,
about that, Trey. Yeah, join us.
Please.
Name my Persian. Hashtag play Pokemon. Name the Persian.
And we're shortly getting into round 2 here at the Lille
Something came over.
Regional Champions.
I don't know what happened there.
Very strange.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, so Charlie, I am very excited, honestly, for this tournament here. Like, we've got so much hype from the Regulation Set H that we've kind of seen across the previous formats and the previous regionals that we've even had as well. So much creativity and so many like different people winning these tournaments as well.
Yeah, we certainly have. Every single winner so far has been a first-time winner. You could do a Nicolas Morales, turn up to your very first event and go all the way, win there. You could do a Davide Moralia, be, you know, really putting in the hours, going to multiple events over the years, and then come out finally with your win in Dortmund. And that's a similar story to Andrew Zheng last weekend in Louisville as well. So really, it is all changed this season. All bets are off. Who could be winning? It could be you. Probably not you because you're at home, not here playing, but it could be you at a future event.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is probably the winner here today, right now.
Probably.
That we've got going on. And wouldn't they be a great person to join Team Rocket? Anyway. So, like, to be honest, like, looking at all the Pokemon and everything that's won as well, the teams seem to be, like, really different too. But each time something wins, there's always something a little bit different there. Whether it's, like, Clefable suddenly winning it, or if it's Chaladon, or it's just a Golden Ghost setup team. Everything seems to, like, make sense why it's won. It's just a really good team that's gone into the meta as a whole, and it just seems to have kind of broken apart what the common stuff that we kind of generally expect is going to be here.
Yeah, I've got to call out on that front in Dortmund, Davide Moralia, and winning with that safety goggles Annihilate, which was so important into the Amoonguses that were running rampant around the field in Dortmund. And then, of course, last weekend, it was Andrew Zheng running the Garchomp on his team, for example, and that's a Pokemon that we've seen really rising up through the ranks as well.
Yeah, the Garchomp is absolutely everywhere, honestly. I think its speed here is probably one of the most key things about it as well. Outspeeding so much of the format, and what it doesn't outspeed, say like Sneasel and Dragapult, it can offer super effective damage into. So with the right sort of speed control, it can really deal with, honestly, like the entire team. You just simply like slap a Life Orb on it, deals so much damage. And what I personally would love to see is it compared with a bit of Tyranitar using the Sand Veil and stuff, but I don't think we've seen that quite yet.
Yeah, I know, exactly. We'd love to see more Tyranitar. Terra Flying, that's often, when we do see Tyranitar, that's often what is used there. With the Terra Blast as well. Flying hits so many Pokemon in the format for good damage. And tell you what else does, Ice. I think we're going to see a real rise of Ice this weekend. I'd love to see a few more Choice Specs, Alola Ninetales, for example. And that's something that was popularized initially by Paul Chewer and that group of people over in the NA region, because Ice is just so good offensively.
Yeah, it's a really good call, actually. Like, we've seen people, as you say, using that Ninetales Alolan form to really kind of deal with a lot of the format that makes it a little bit of a struggle for some of the other dragons that might be on the team. Paul Chewer's team, for instance, with that double Dragon, Dragonite, and Garchomp. Also having that Alolan Ninetales to really patch up all of those matchups. For instance, like an Archaladon that just wants to set up with all those stamina boosts is not going to want to take those specs boosted attacks from an Alolan Ninetales. And with its own sort of like bulk from the snow plus the ice type, it can take on those physical school hits a little bit more. Yep. You just got to watch out for that Flash Cannon that a lot of those Archaladons are running.
Oh yeah, the snow physical defense boost is so nice, but Flash Cannon very threatening. Now, it was of course the Louisville Regional Championships last weekend, so let's take a look at what went down there. Who was our finalist? Who was our winner? We've been talking a little bit about it already, and it was such thrilling action throughout the weekend. It was Joseph Ugarte and Andrew Zheng meeting in the finals there. Joe running the Jumpluff, which is a Pokemon that we've really seen no one else use, but it's fast becoming Joe's signature Pokemon here. Offers such fast sleep powders, for example, especially when the sun is set up with Chlorophyll, thanks to the Torkoal. That synergizes as well with the Hisuian Typhlosion, boosting up the power of all the Fire-type moves there. Then Garchomp, Dragonite, again, this double dragon call. We've seen plenty of double dragons, and that's why we're talking about Ice. And then Kingambit as well, and that's a Pokemon that was on plenty of the top 8 teams, so that's just the finalist, David.
Yeah, and the winner, Andrew Zheng, was like an incredibly strong player going into this tournament, and no surprises that he took the title as well. Using that supporting cast, honestly, to just kind of support this nasty plot Golden Go all the way around to be able to boost up its special attack and just start dishing out those Make It Rains, all those Shadow Balls to kind of destroy whatever team that he was facing, honestly. And like, I say 5 supporting casts, like, you know, there's a Garchomp there, but like, it really does help out with some of those matchups where everything revolves around this incredible Pokemon, this Golden Go, with an amazing typing, an incredible ability. You've got Porygon 2 to kind of get the speed as to where you want it. You've got Amoonguss to redirect things away from it if you don't want things to attack it. You can protect Golden Go and then go for a Spore instead. You've got Fake Out to support it as well. You've got everything. And if in doubt, Just to hit Diaclaw.
Yeah, exactly. Just put a Pokemon to sleep, hopefully. Diaclaw, of course, either putting a Pokemon to sleep, paralyzing them, or poisoning them, or having no secondary effect. But it's such a threatening move. Sneasel was the top used Pokemon both days in Louisville, so it's really here to stay in Regulation Set H, and just that move can really open some doors for you. And huge congratulations to both those trainers. You know, fighting through such tough days of competition and coming second is an absolutely phenomenal achievement. Andrew being able to go all the way there, but huge congratulations to you, Joe. I mean, just the players making top 8. Each of these events gets harder every single time, so I hope they're feeling really proud of themselves.
Yeah, they really should be, shouldn't they? And I think there'll be a lot of players here today that will kind of take advantage of that and kind of maybe take a little bit of, you know, like, oh, maybe a bit of sun, maybe I'll take a bit of Golden Go here. And so I think this weekend's meta is probably going to be shifted a little bit from Louisville. If people have got time in 1 week to really shift things around, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's what was going down in that top 8. Here's how the diversity of the teams were looking. And we've taken a look at those top 2 teams already. But I do like how lots of different Pokemon are smattered throughout here. We've got a couple of our Chaldon, we've got a couple of Ursaluna, got a couple of Electabuzz, a couple of Volcarona. That's certainly a Pokemon I've got my eye on this weekend as well. But then also the debate rages on about whether to use Magmar instead as the Eviolite Follow Me user. Yan Mega, of course, from Wolfglick there too.
Gotta shout out Parker Simmons, though, and that incredible, like, Executor team there with the Zoroark as well, which he piloted so well. That Executor really kind of, like, showing off what other Pokemon that we don't really think of very much in modern day VGC now and what they can actually offer. And Executor offers that really fast like ability to go for sleep powders, but those really fast expanding forces when it's in the sun too. And if you just want to, if you're not in the sun, then you're already pretty slow. You could just get up a cheeky Trick Room and then suddenly Ursaluna comes in and sweeps. It was quite incredible to see him on stream last week.
Oh my goodness, Executor, and it's got the same special attack stat as Armor Rouge, so it also gives you the option of going for those sleeps as well as the really heavy offense coming out from Executor. So I'd love to see it. Sui and Zoroark, David. It's glaring at me from that graphic there. It's a Pokemon that will come out entirely disguised as a Pokemon that's in the back. Obviously, it's really good in Best of 1 closed team sheet to completely catch your opponent off guard, but clearly in Best of 3 open as well, because you just have to make those decisions. If you suddenly see a Hyper Voice coming out of a Pokemon, then you think, okay, that's probably a Zoroark, but I cannot tell you how many times they were there. Even when I've seen that, I think, what? Why is that Pokemon going for Hyper Voice? That makes no sense. I've just entirely forgotten about the Zoroark in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Parker is playing closed team sheets while everyone else is here doing open team sheets. I love it. What's quite interesting, though, is that those top 4 there all have some sort of sleep powder / spore user.
Yeah.
Feels going on. So even though like almost every team seems to have a safety goggles and a Terra Grass Pokemon as well, it's obviously still so useful to have that sleep move, even if it is just 75% accurate.
Yeah.
Kind of, because it suddenly can just turn the tables completely on like any sort of matchup. So maybe there'll be a little bit more respect for it here in Lille here. Maybe a couple more Terra Grass or something, or just lots of people running Spore and Sleep Powder, which would be great.
Yeah, it would be hilarious to see. But I think also with Sleep, it's probably the one you want to see least coming out from something like a Diaclaw, because you know that for that next turn, that Pokemon will be asleep. It has its mandatory turn of sleep. But time to wake up, trainers. Don't go to sleep just yet, because it's time to look at our notable matches. What's going on in the venue? Let's see some of the matchups that we've got. Let's see some of the Pokemon that are being brought here. Okay, I love this team. We're going to be featuring Nick Holmer versus Pierre Koss. That's a Hisuian Decidueye. That's Pokemon that we'll be getting into talking about very shortly. We've also got Hisuian Arcanine there. Love to see 2 Hisuian forms. Hydreigon 2. Then over on Pierre's side, we've got that Magmar in place of the Electabuzz. But that's just the match that we're going to be featuring. We've got Alberto Lara over here, David.
Yeah, we do actually. Okay, I think he was, he was definitely in Louisville last week. So, he's getting around today and looking like he's brought a similar team too. That kind of coaching with the Corviknight was really strong on stream. It just became this unbreakable kind of Corvid that just kind of sit there, roost, heal off, and just start brave birding and body pressing everything it could. It was a really strong showing, and I think maybe Alberto's now trying to take advantage of the kind of short amount of time between the 2 regionals to really try to make the most of it in case people haven't cottoned onto it quite yet.
Yeah, exactly, and we were talking about Snow before, and that's exactly what Alberto's bringing with that Alolan Ninetales, so very exciting. exciting. Then, of course, you've got Mousehold and Annihilate being run by Hippolyte there as well. Mousehold, my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon, but also one that in-regulates at age where the power level is a little bit lower. It's so useful, be it Friend Guard and Follow Me more supportive, or more offensive with Population Bomb, or both on one set. I think that's really key, trying to get the very most out of your support Pokemon so that after the first couple of turns, they're not just a sitting duck on the field. You want to be able to get the very most out of the resources at your disposal. Such exciting teams there, and if I were, I mean, I was excited for Lille before, but now even more so, and our trainers are already getting ready on stage.
Yeah, there they are, getting in for round 2 of the Lille Regional Championships here. They must be being a little excited that right now, being up there on round 2. They're already 1-0 here, but obviously there's still a lot more matches to go for the rest of the day here, and of course, day 2 and Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, there certainly are. Machamp and Emolga. Now, we won't be seeing either of those Pokemon coming out in this particular match, but it'll be interesting to know why these trainers have chosen these as their partner Pokemon. They couldn't really be more opposite in a way. I guess they're both looking kind of happy, they're both grinning, but Machamp's only got that frosty about it. Emolga's all about the cute.
I'd love for you, Charlie, to kind of do like a meta-analysis on the sitting like kind of plushies.
I'd be happy to. I thought you'd never ask, David.
That would be fantastic. Just we'll get the top 12 graphic going as well.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, excellent. Good.
Yeah, Charlie's plushie game. Well, hey, listen, if there's one thing that's going to make you merry, it's going to be those plushies. As these traders get locked in and ready, it's very early on in the day. We've got plenty more matches to go. Yeah. I think something that really stuck with me, Justin Karras said in an interview at some point during the last season, Justin Karras will want to run teams that take the sort of as much mental calculations out of the equation as possible, because these are such long days of competition that you really want to have enough gas in the tank come the later stages of the day. So any teams that are as close to just sort of click buttons and win as you can get, that's what Justin, for example, will want to be angling for. And I think that's something that's really stuck with me. And these trainers, they'll have practiced their matchups, they'll have practiced with their team so much. And you've got to say that for Nick, running that Hisuian Decidueye and Hisuian Arcanine has more practice versus the standard meta than his opponent will against his sort of team.
Yeah, that's a really good point, isn't it? Like, it's open team sheet, yes, so you can see each other's Pokemon, you can see what their movesets are, you can see their abilities, items, etc., etc. But, like, when you've only got a couple of minutes to kind of suddenly see that team and make a game plan, if it's against a few Pokemon that you're not really used to seeing, then suddenly you've got to spend so much time trying to think about that matchup rather than a matchup you've already practiced.
Yeah, exactly. And it's getting serious right now, trainers. We cannot wait to showcase these teams for you. Wonder if these guys are getting into the Halloween festive spirit as well. The only spooks they want to be giving their opponent is, of course, the thrills and chills that the games will be providing. But it's nearly time for these trainers to face off, and we've got plenty more matches going on in the venue, of course, as well. We just saw some of the notable ones. Those are just a few that we were able to show you on the screen there. But so many trainers here this weekend. These events are so lively and exciting, and if you haven't attended one of these events in person, make sure you do soon. You will not regret it. I have no doubt it won't be your last.
Exactly. There's so much Pokemon to play here and so many more events to come. And so, Nick Homer, where has he been here? Dortmund Regional Top 128 already this season. That's already a very good start. Looking to best that here in Lille this weekend. And a World Top 64 last year as well. So, relatively newer player, but obviously doing rather well quite soon, I'd say.
World's Top 64 is a phenomenal achievement for a newer player. And Pierre Coste, Top 32 Utrecht Special and Stuttgart Regional Top 64 as well. Both in the previous season, so both these trainers really coming to the fore in the more recent play Pokemon seasons, and they're going for that first title. Which of them? Maybe we'll see one of them go all the way this weekend. Nicholas Morales did it back in Baltimore, but it's time to showcase this incredible team. Now, Decidueye with Scrappy. What does Scrappy do? That means that fighting type moves are going to be able to target ghost types, so it will be doing super effective damage into Golden Go as well. So those ghost types cannot be safe from the Decidueye there. Triple Arrows, really threatening move there. It does a lot of damage, drops the defense of the target too. Hisuian Decidueye with Haze there too, really good into those Dondozo setup teams, or any setup Pokemon going for those stat boosts. Choice Band Arcanine, that's not about the setup, that's all about the immediate damage output. Specs as well on the Hydreigon here, so you've got two choice Pokemon. That means that whatever move the Pokemon locks into on that first turn, it then cannot switch from that unless it switches out of battle and back in. But we do have more classic setup with Golden Go Nasty Plot, with Bulk Up on the Annihilate. Then we've got Whimsicott there being a cheeky little prankster ready for Halloween.
Yes, excellent pick there. Very festive choice there, Nick. Yeah, you can see it's just a Tailwind to go sort of team, right, with that Whimsicott. Like, it's just so much damage coming out of there. Whereas on Pierre's side here, we've got a slightly kind of more balanced sort of team here. We've got some fast, hard hitters, but we've also got those slow Pokemon that don't mind going last thanks to their kind of bulk and the amount of kind of positioning and support that the rest of the team has with Fake Out Rillaboom, Follow Me Magmar, and Fisher Dondozo. Just that big red button if things are not going the way you want.
Yeah, exactly. Every team needs a panic button, really, and Fisher is certainly there. That's a move that really isn't very accurate at all, but that's okay, because the more times you get to click it in a battle, the more chances there are for it to actually connect. And Dondozo, very stally, slow Pokemon with Unaware as well, ignoring the stat boosts over on Nick's side of the field, so any nasty plots from Golden Go, any bulk ups from the Annihilate, that's not going to matter into the Dondozo. So if it's sticking around for a long time, the more fishes you click, the more chances there are to connect. But as you say, just a panic button, David. There are plenty more tools for Pierre to lean into.
Yeah, it seems like Pierre's probably more on the back foot here because you kind of need to respond to all the immediate offense from Nick's team here, because you've got Whimsicott, Tailwind, and then you've got, you know, Choice Specs Hydreigon, Life Orb Golden Go, Choice Band Arcanine. That's so much damage coming out of, like, just instantly. So we're going to need to look at Pierre's options for, like, kind of slowing that damage down to be able to kind of whittle away at things. And that Magmar with Follow Me is looking like a really key piece for Pierre here, because there's no obvious Pokemon that hits it really hard other than that Rock Slide or Head Smashing Arcanine. There's no Water type, for instance, there either. So I think it's going to be a really key Pokemon here. Plus, that Follow Me can redirect away any beat-ups from this Whimsicott to stop it setting up that Annihilate.
Yeah, the Arcanine does match up really well into that Magmar, though, threatening super effective damage with its Rock-type moves. Head Smash does a huge amount of damage at the cost of a lot of your HP. But Rock Slide, that's a spread move. You can't redirect that. You can Tailwind Rock Slide. That could be a nice thing to go for. But, of course, then you're leading the Arcanine with the Intimidate. You could be offering up a Defiant boost to the King Gambit over on Pierre's side of the field. But that's enough talk from us. It's time for the action. Let's get into Swiss Round 2 here. Let's kick off our Lille Regional Championships.
And it's King Gambit Sneasler going for that lead there from Pierre, and the Annihilate Whimsicott beat up, plus Annihilate is on the field here with no obvious Follow Me or redirection options here. So Nick looks like he's in a fairly decent position here, but obviously has to contend with Sneasler, obviously sitting right there with that Focus Sash. But it's not one with Fake Out, so it's not going to be able to shut down this Whimsicott too well, which is good for Whimsicott because it didn't have Protect and would have had to commit a Terra Ghost, which it now doesn't have to do. So this King Gambit sitting there can also set up as well. So we might see a little bit of a war here. Swords Dance and bulk up, a little bit of a race. But this King Gambit is going to be quite threatened to kind of go for a Terra to avoid those fighting moves. And it is that Terra Dark as well. So it's still going to take super effective damage. But if those coachings can keep boosting up this King Gambit instead, then that may just be all you need.
Are we going to see a coaching? What we're certainly going to see is a terastallization. Let's get sparkly. It's going to be the Whimsicott, and it's going for its Terra Ghost, really getting into that Halloween spirit. Love to see it. Thank you for showcasing that for us here, Whimsicott. So it will be keeping itself safer. It'll now be taking not very effective damage from Dire Claw, for example. That's not going to protect you from any status conditions. Time for a Responding Terra over on Pierre's side of the field. It will be that King Gambit going for the Dark. That means it won't be taking as much damage from those fighting type moves from Annihilate, but still super effective, as you were saying, David. That King Gambit looking oh so cheeky on the field with that Terra Dark Crown. Going to be the taunt coming out from Whimsicott into the Sneasler. Now Sneasler locked into any attacking moves rather than status. Do we get a status here with the Dire Claw, or we get the Poison Touch activation instead? So fortunately, that's probably the status condition you want to see in this situation rather than a sleep. Annihilate deciding to hit the gym. It goes for a bulk up, gets a boost for its attack and its defense stat. Now all eyes onto this King Gambit. Going for the Swords Dance, you called it, David. Time for both of these Pokemon to get flexing their muscles before any damage is dealt. This is going to be an explosive match.
You could wonder why the Whimsicott's maybe gone for that Terra Ghost, because there's no Fake Out option on the Sneasler. But as you said, Charlie, to resist that Dire Claw, you could see is really key. If they hadn't gone for that that Terra Ghost, that would have been down to Focus Sash and Poison to knock it out. But now Whimsicott still threatens more damage this turn, either with a Tailwind or now a super effective Moonblast into that King Gambit. So a really nice Terra here for Nick. We've just got to hope for Nick's sake, though, that it wasn't a too early sort of Terra here, because now it's been committed to that Whimsicott right now, and Pierre still has the Terra option. So from Pierre's perspective, now that Nick has so little options now, and so if there's something that's super effective on this Annihilate that may be coming in here, then there's no Terror to escape it.
Yeah, I mean, the Terror spent on PS side of the field too. We'll have to see if that works out for both of them. Going to be a big Terror Dart boosted Sucker Punch with the Swords Dance too, and of course Whimsicott now taking super effective from that rather than not very effective. The critical hit just for style points, that won't have mattered at all. This is a King Gambit at +2 in its attack stat. That Whimsicott is now down. All it did was get a taunt off into the Sneasler, which has now reset it by switching into the back. But a big boosted Drain Punch here. The King Gambit brought down to about 1/5 of its HP. Had that not terrestrialized, that would have been a one-hit knockout. So let's see if that's going to pay dividends to Pia later on in the game. But for now, here comes everyone's favorite owl. It's Hisuian Decidueye.
I think people may have forgotten it's their favorite owl, actually.
Yeah.
I think. But now it's here on the Lille Regional Championship, so I love it. Now, interestingly, the Magmar's come in here probably just in time because there are lots of single-target moves on Nick's side of the field, so that can then be redirected away into this probably very bulky Magmar, allowing King Gambit to get off a few more attacks this turn. Now, interestingly, this Magmar doesn't have Will-O-Wisp. It's actually taunt kind of over that normal slot, so otherwise it would look really nice here. But obviously, follow me, it's still looking pretty effective right now.
Yeah, very effective indeed. We don't have spread moves coming out here. Drain Punch is boosted up. You can see what the Eviolite does for that Magmar there, boosting the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve. Hisuian Decidueye is going to make things all murky, going for that haze. That's going to remove the stat boost on both the King Gambit and the Annihilate here. Kowtow Cleave, though, into the Decidueye. Being a part fighting type, it still does half of its HP. So maybe this King Gambit, you want to be able to get rid of it as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, I think you do. But honestly, that Kowtow Cleave damage was so much. Yeah. Haze Boost have just got rid of the attack boosts, and still it's doing over 50% with a not very effective move. That just shows the power of Black Glass's King Gambit and why you only need dark moves on this thing. It doesn't matter if you resist, you're just going down. Now, Pierre is obviously slightly still on the back foot here. All the boosts are kind of gone. We maybe have a little bit of a roll of damage there, so we don't know if this Decidueye might actually survive another Kowtow Cleave at this point. But what's kind of nice about the Haze combination, even though you've got rid of your own Annihilate boosts, is that any attacks into this Annihilate are still going to boost up Rage Fist, which is obviously going to be great into some of those other Pokemon.
But it's time for Annihilate to get set up once more. It's now time to go for another bulk up, get those stat boosts right back. Big overheat, though, connecting into the Annihilate. It's only going to take it down to about half of its HP and boost up its Rage Fist and reduce the special attack stat of the Magmar quite considerably. That's going to be a triple arrows just to clean up this King Gambit, so now Nick can breathe a sigh of relief. And if you're wondering, what is that item that Hisuian Decidueye is holding? It's not one we see so often. That's a Razor Claw. That's going to boost the critical hit chance as well. Leaf Blade, another move this Decidueye has access to, has a boosted critical hit chance. So with those stacking up, this Hisuian Decidueye you cannot ignore.
Exactly. It gives it a 50% chance to crit every time you use that move, either with triple arrows or that Leaf Blade, which makes it really, really strong. Yeah. Sneasler coming in. Sneasler comes in. Diaclaw is suddenly a huge threat. And we know the Terror has been spent as well. Annihilate's obviously looking pretty safe from this Pokemon as well, and the Magmar too, so it's in a really decent position. Decidueye might want to go on the defensive here, maybe go for the protect, maybe kind of switch out. But Annihilate is not being stopped right now, and it also outspeeds that Magmar, so it's, if it wants to, it can go for another bulk up before another taunt comes out. I think maybe Pierre was maybe hoping that Overheat would do a little bit more damage, kind of put it in range of whatever he has in the back. Because at this point, he's got to be hoping that he maybe has that Dragonite potentially in the back, or maybe that Rillaboom to kind of hit it a little bit harder as well once that Grassy surges up.
Well, it's going to be Arcanine joining the field here. Now you're safe to switch this in with the Intimidate because the King Gambit is felled. There is no defined potential coming out over that side. Diaclaw, here we go. Hold your breath, everybody. And there it is. It's going to be the Annihilate taking a sleep on the field. It's a snoozy little Pokemon here. Fortunately, though, you do get to spend this mandatory turn of sleep on this very turn, so it could wake up on just the next one. Overheat, of course, not going to do much damage at all into this Arcanine here. And now whatever move the Arcanine clicks, it will be locked into it unless it were to switch out. That's Annihilate getting a little bit of recovery with its leftovers too. So Annihilate still has a good amount of HP to work with and a defense boost, so let's hope that it can wake up soon.
Yeah, but this Arcanine, as you were saying, Charlie, is staring down a close combat option at the moment. Yeah. And even if it does somehow survive, get an attack off, this Sneasler still has a Focus Sash up as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Sneasler kind of just lock into that slot and do so much damage, because the only switch into that is a Hisuian Decidueye, which is probably also going to go down.
Yeah, well, here comes Rillaboom. It's time for a little drum solo, time for the gig. Let's hope the noise is enough to wake up this Annihilate, but Extreme Speed is going to be doing a huge amount of damage to Sneasler, not known for its bulk, but it's responding starting with a close combat, super effective into the Arcanine. It's down, Nick down to the final 2 Pokemon versus Pierre's 3. Now, you have broken this Focus Sash onto the Sneasler. Let's hope that's the opening that Nick needs. The Magmar also not at full HP, but really this Annihilate is going to have to wake up sharpish, and it's not going to this turn. The alarm bells are ringing, Annihilate. It's a very deep sleeper.
Very deep at the moment, and it could sleep even deeper next turn if Nick gets a little bit unlucky. So he definitely needs that to wake up right now to be able to start dishing out this damage, because this Decidueye coming in is also not going to help too much. Sneasel's going to outspeed it and to take another KO on it right now. Good thing is Decidueye can kind of protect itself to kind of stall out a little bit of a turn, give another chance for Annihilate to wake up and deal with the Sneasler. But it's like, depending on how this sleep turns go and how much damage this Wood Hammer does from Rillaboom, it's still going to be close.
What is nice is that you have the grassy terrain and the leftovers on the Annihilate, so it does give you more HP each turn, hoping that the Annihilate is going to survive. But here comes a big coaching coming out from Sneasler. This Rillaboom wants to go all in. Put on your ear defenders, everybody. Things are going to get loud, and the Annihilate does wake up in response to all that volume. Big Rage Fist coming out now. How much damage is it going to do into the Rillaboom? Okay, brings it down to about a third of its HP. This Wood Hammer boosted by the grassy terrain, though. Despite the bulk up boost, that is, of course, a +1. Rillaboom as well. Enough for the knockout onto the Annihilate. So kind of back to the drawing board here for Nick approaching game 2.
Yeah, that was obviously a really nice play there from Pierre. Like, you're really threatening down this Decidueye very, very heavily here. But it would have been close, right? If Decidueye had actually got an attack off there and maybe somehow kind of KO'd the Sneasler with a critical hit maybe, and thanks to those triple arrows, then maybe we'd be looking at a game where actually Nick takes it, because with that grassy terrain recovery and the protect, it might be able to take another Rillaboom hit and then get the KO on that too after that Rage Fist. So it actually was very, very close, but obviously Pierre made an excellent play at the end there, targeting down what was that threat in that Annihilate.
Yeah, really, really well played by Pierre. And the Annihilate sat on the field for the entire game up until the very end there. Pierre taking a long old time to lock in that move, but that gives Nick the opportunity to reflect and approach this game 2. I think perhaps the terrestrialization was indeed spent a little bit early, especially on Nick's side of the field. But of course, Pierre spent it on turn 1 as well, and the King Gambit really didn't get the mileage out of it that you might like to see. So approaching game 2, maybe Nick doesn't want to go for such just fast, offensive, Whimsicott, click the Tailwind, do damage option. It's a really balanced team that Pierre is running, so I think you've got to respect that and maybe look into... I mean, the Annihilate was nice here, but you've also got the setup from the Golden Go. It's nice to have a band or a Specs in the back with that Arcanine and Hydreigon as well. It's quite nice once your opponent's back is against the wall just to be able to deal massive damage. But yeah, some shuffling around to be done for Nick.
100%, Charlie. To be honest, like, that Sneasler was just so good, right? Yeah. Like, suddenly the Annihilate was asleep, and suddenly it was threatening KOs and everything. Even at -1 attack, it was still KOing an Arcanine. So there's going to be something that needs to change on Nick's end to be able to deal with this Sneasler a little bit more. Whether that's getting up a Tailwind with your Whimsicott to actually outspeed it, that might help for one, but also Golden Go. That's why it's so good in this format right now. It's completely immune to close combat and that Diaclaw. So having both of those, like having both those typing is going to be really strong. So I wonder if we might see that slight little bit of a switch up there, and that kind of brought in. And obviously we could see Pierre trying to in that game 1, make sure it wasn't kind of setting up for free there, leading that King Gambit, which is like the hardest of counters kind of to Golden Go. So we'll have to see how this game 2 plays out and whether maybe Pierre expects these adjustments from Nick.
Good as gold, Golden Go's ability is going to make it immune to any status moves, but of course, more to the point, instead versus this Sneasler being a Steel-type Pokemon, Diaclaw won't be doing anything into it. Steel takes no damage at all. It's immune to poison. And yeah, Suin Decidueye, I mean, it was very cool to see. I'm not sure it really offered Nick the absolute most that it could have done in this game. And then if you're Pierre, you're one game up, you have the flexibility of maybe being able to catch your opponent off guard, switch up your leads entirely. These are the mind games that go on. But looks like these trainers are ready and waiting to get into our second game here in Swiss Round 2 of the Lille Regional Championships.
Well, let's get into it. Game 2. Can Nick take a game off Pierre this time? And Pierre with one game away to be able to take this Round 2 and continue undefeated in day 1 here. So it's the same leads for Nick's end and a slight little switch up for Pierre.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be the King Gambit and Magmar over on Pierre's side of the field. Whimsicott and Annihilate once more for Nick here. So Nick believing that this was the right play all along. But how do you get the most out of these Pokemon? Nick locking in the moves very quickly, seeming to know what Pierre is going to be going for on this turn. Of course, you've got the mind games here of, well, are we going to Terrasilize on the very first turn once more? Nick seeming to think, well, probably not. We're probably going to mix things up here. But of course, once you've got the Magmar there, able to go for the Follow Me, it's going to keep that King Gambit so safe. And again, the Eviolite making it so bulky too. But Whimsicott, of course, would be very threatened going for its Terra Coast here in the face of the Dark-type King Gambit.
Yeah, there's the Follow Me, keeping it nice and safe, as you said, Charlie, because, yeah, I like what Nick's trying to go for here, this double target into the King Gambit, because it looks like an obvious setup sort of turn, but instead, it doesn't fall for it instead. Moonblast and Drain Punch into that Magmar, and honestly, a wasted opportunity not to be able to go for that bulk up, as King Gambit gets this Swords Dance up, and is now looking so threatening. Yeah,
very threatening indeed. Swords Dance boosting your attack by 2 stages here. And yeah, Moonblast, I mean, it was bold firing it into the King Gambit because, of course, if you were to get a special attack drop, that would give it a defiant boost, boosting up its attack even further, and then the game could just be over then and there with a +4 King Gambit.
Yeah, really good, just like literally ending everything. And the Sucker Punch as well means that you can kind of get around any sort of tailwinds that Nick could set up as well, because it's just, that's what makes it such a good Pokemon as well. Yes, you can make the most of those tailwinds and just go, but when you've got set up with a Sucker Punch and you're versus something that only has attacking moves, suddenly you're looking so threatening. And it's going to force Terrors, it's going to force a Hydreigon to come in if there's one in the back or not. So yeah, Nick needs to find a way now to start boosting up this Annihilate again, because it looked really strong in the previous match.
Yeah, it certainly did look strong. If that sleep hadn't happened, maybe we would have seen a different game, but right now, going to be another Follow Me. Whimsicott deciding, I've had enough of that from you. You can stop following me. Taunt making it only go for attacking moves. Annihilate now deciding to go for the bulk up. Let's hope it didn't get the memo too late here, as its attack and defense are boosted once more. Now the King Gambit kind of has free reign here. It clearly hasn't gone for a Sucker Punch. Going to be a Kowtow Cleave. It's resisted damage, but it still almost bring that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash. Whimsicott is here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, exactly. But luckily, no Poison Touch proc there from this attack instead. So Whimsicott does stick around to be able to do a little bit more this time. Yeah, and as you can see, this Magmar lead with the Follow Me is meaning that Nick can't really go for any beat-ups either to kind of boost up this Annihilate. But with +1 attack now, Drain Punch might be getting close to be able to KO this Magmar here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe another bulk up as well, because obviously you're taking on more attacks from this King Gambit even better as well. So it just makes a lot of sense to be doing this at this point, especially when the Magmar has been going for Taunt and not into the Annihilate yet. And as we saw from Pierre's team, there's so much physical attackers on this team. The only special attacker is Magmar, so the more bulk ups you can get, the better you are going to be versus pretty much everything that Pierre has.
It's a really excellent point, and if you're wondering why this Annihilate hasn't been targeted down yet, well, it will give boost to that Rage Fist, so you kind of want to target around it or get boosted up so that you're ready to deal with it in one fell swoop. Speaking of fell swoop, it's time for Terrasalization. It's time for one of these Pokemon to maximize its typing potential. This Annihilate going for the Terra Fire here. That's going to be switching up its resistances and the moves that deal super effective damage to it. As the King Gambit just decides it's time to go for a Protect, perhaps hoping to catch the Annihilate going for a Drain Punch into that slot. Moonblast being targeted down into the King Gambit as well. Maybe Nick hoping that the double up would be enough, because of course with the Moonblast you risk a special attack drop and a Defiant boost. So yes, King Gambit, very wise Protect there. This Rillaboom is able to get into the gig for free.
Yeah, for free, and Nick has also spent the Terrasalization to get rid of that Ghost type on Annihilate, meaning now it's vulnerable to Fake Out as well. So Nick's probably definitely pressured to kind of protect his own Annihilate at this point, which means Pierre can maybe just do a nice Fake Out Swords Dance sort of play here with very little drawback.
Yeah, very little drawback, but King Gambit going for its Terra Dark now. Going to be boosting up the power of those Kowtow Cleaves and that Sucker Punch indeed. The Whimsicott here, of course, that has access to that beat up. That is one way of boosting up the Rage Fist. But is the Grassy Glide going to be enough? It certainly is. So this Annihilate not going to be able to have those Rage Fist stacks that Nick would have wanted to see here, as the Annihilate is able to get off another bulk up. So all of a sudden, this King Gambit is feeling a lot more threatened. It had the early advantage with the stat boost, but now the Annihilate is just matching it. Kowtow Cleave into this Annihilate, going to be doing neutral damage, but it is boosted. It's, oh my goodness, so much damage. +2 attack into +2 defense here. And you can see, you know, I'm surprised by how much damage that Annihilate took there.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage there. And I think we've got kind of +2 on the King Gambit. I think we've got +2 on each stat for the Annihilate, I believe, at this point, if my calculations are correct.
But then you have the Terra Dark and the Black Glasses to boost up that Dark type damage even more. But now you've got the Intimidate, giving a Defiant boost over the King Gambit. Maybe Nick thinking, well, we've already got so many boosts, you can take one more. It's not going to make much difference at this point.
Now, this Annihilate obviously has taken so much damage.
Yeah.
Probably can take a Grassy Glide, but probably cannot take a Sucker Punch right now. So Nick's really pressured at the moment to either just keep bulk upping or going for those protects to get around this Sucker Punch that could be coming out from this King Gambit at any point. And it's also probably more bulky enough to be able to take an attack from this Arcanine. So in a way, Pierre has maybe 2 opportunities to get off a Sucker Punch versus this Annihilate to take it down. So here's a protect from Nick. Let's see what Pierre's done this turn.
All right, well, is it going to be a Sucker Punch targeted into the Arcanine? No, okay, it's just going to be a Protect.
Called it.
From the King Gambit, yeah, and so that means that the Head Smash targeted into the King Gambit is not going to be doing any damage at all. This Rillaboom, once more, just left alone. We haven't forgot about you, Rillaboom, don't you worry. High horsepower, double super effective into the Arcanine there, being a part Fire and a part Ground type. So really, really well played by Pierre. All 4 Pokemon remaining, and just 1 Pokemon in the back for Nick.
Yeah, the absolute perfect play from Pierre there, as if they're in Nick's head right there. Protect the threat that was trying to be taken down by Nick, and a completely wasted Protect on the Annihilate as well there. So that Sucker Punch is very much looking very threatening to this Annihilate, unless we just see more and more bulk ups. But what's stopping Nick from doing that at the moment? Because we've got Grassy Terrain and Leftovers continually healing up. He's just got to avoid if a Kowtow Cleave goes into that slot instead, because obviously the King Gambit wants to get around a potential Drain Punch. We can probably KO this turn. So we've got, do you Drain Punch, do you Bulk Up, do you Kowtow Cleave, do you Sucker Punch, Mind Game every single turn right now. But what Nick does have is this Hydreigon, which is just immediate damage, nice and simple, collect that button, do that damage.
It's a shame that it's all 4 Pokemon here still remaining for Pierre, because once you're locked into this move, you cannot change it. But it's going to be the Sucker Punch, actually, so that's not going to be doing any damage. So 3 damage coming out from a Hydreigon into King Gambit, huge amount thanks to those choice specs. That Hydreigon feeling very optically well placed as the Annihilate gets another bulk up off here. So Nick going for the outs that they possibly can. Now you get another tick of Leftovers recovery and Grassy Terrain. You can protect on the next turn to get even more here. We don't have an Urshifu in this format, so you can't be hitting through any of these protects. This Hydreigon still at full HP as well, so really well called by Nick.
Yeah, honestly, really good play by Nick, and just keeping it nice and safe, honestly, too. It makes a lot of sense. And at this point, because Sucker Punch's base power is kind of a little bit lower than that Kowtow Cleave, I think we're almost at that point now where Nick's Annihilate is now out of range of a Sucker Punch, which makes it a lot safer to just start throwing out those attacks.
Right, absolutely. Well, it's now going to be that Protect from the Annihilate, so it is going to be able to heal up that little bit more. Magmar now redirecting, doing the thing that it has become so well known for. That means the Dragon Pulse going to be fired off into the Magmar. Not enough for the knockout. Once more, the Eviolite paying dividends. How much this resisted Kowtow Cleave, albeit at +3 now, going to do inside Dragon. That's just going to be enough for the 1-hit knockout. 3 heads might be better than 1, but 3, 2, 1-hit knockout.
That is a massive KO. Again, once again, in Game 2, showing that all you need is dark moves on King Gambit. Like, that was a resisted hit. That was a Hydreigon, Charlie.
It certainly was. I saw, David. Don't you worry. Yeah.
Good. Okay, good. Just checking, boss. Okay. So, yeah, this Annihilate, though, is still looking pretty good, though. It is, yeah. If there's any Pokemon you want right there, your last soldier kind of against the world, even if it's a 1v4, it's Annihilate with a few, having taken a few attacks to boost up that Rage Fist. You've got Drain Punch to heal up as well, and there's still not a lot that's offering a load of damage right now. It's obviously this Kowtow cleaving King Gambit is looking very strong, so let's see if it gets another attack off here.
Yeah, follow me. No surprise to see coming out of the Magmar here. Will it be able to take a Kowtow from the Annihilate? I seriously doubt it, although the Drain Punch is nice for even more recovery here. It's inching ever closer to full HP, but I mean, if it can do that much damage in a resisted hit to a Hydreigon, we're thinking that the days of this Annihilate in this game are numbers. Here it comes, King Gambit with its victory roar, Kowtow Cleave on its knees, and the Annihilate actually does hang on. That is so amazing to see. But now, of course, very much in the Sucker Punch range. So, you know, hype, but oh well, better luck next time, Nick.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall here, I think, for Nick at the moment. I mean, like, with bringing in Sneasler, like, it's got a focus sash. It can go for any sort of attack right now, and no, it can take something else in return. Annihilate only has single target moves, so it's looking very much a little bit risky here. I think maybe Nick's 1 hour is protecting quite a lot here to be able to heal quite a lot from the leftovers.
David, have you ever seen a Protect 12 turns in a row? Because if this is going to be turning it around for Nick, that could be the only option for him here. But yes, it will get more leftovers recovery, but now with the fast offense coming out from the Sneasler, and of course, you've Terastallized away from your Ghost typing, so it would be taking damage from that close combat or any move that Pierre were to select on the Sneasler. So well played by Pierre here. You know, just losing that Magmar at the very end there, but having basically all 4 Pokemon remaining for most of the game, as it looks like we're going to be getting into our final turn here in Swiss Round 2.
Yeah, we'll see. There's the Sucker Punch, just going for it. Yeah. Respecting Nick for trying to get up that Drain Punch, to be fair. You need that health. But yeah, there it is. Annihilate goes down, and Pierre Coste from France takes the win in this round 2 of the Lille Regional Championships.
And it's always a pleasure to see the camaraderie between our trainers on stage right now. That's going to be Pierre Coste going for the win. And Nick Coleman, so cool to see that team coming out with the Hydreigon and the Sneasler and Choice Band, Hisuian Arcanine as well. A little bit of a throwback to Regulation Set E there. Sneasler doing what it does best. I mean, it put that Annihilate to sleep in that very first game thanks to its Dire Claw move. Just goes to show that, you know, the balanced teams, they're good for a reason. Really, really well played by Pierre. But I think if you're Nick, I am surprised that we didn't see that Golden Go coming out. I mean, maybe the Sneasler, you could predict it wasn't going to be led in the second game, but in that first one, as you said, it was so good into the Sneasler and stasis conditions.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense just to bring it. It's just great into every matchup. And yeah, like, even if you've got not very effective moves, you can just click that sleep button, which is Dire Claw.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it could be sleep, it could be paralysis, it could be poison, but of course the poison touch might activate. And, you know, for that reason, you could argue that maybe you want to run another ability on Sneasler like Unburden so that you can get a speed boost once its item is spent, because really you don't want to be poisoning your opponent because you can get so much more mileage out of a Dire Claw and a status condition coming out from that, like a sleep or a paralysis. But still, poison touch is always nice to be able to put your opponent on a timer there. So Pierre Coste now at 2-0 here in Lille. Of course, Nick takes the 1 loss, but that's fine. They're still in this competition, still so many more rounds to go. Probably has the flexibility of losing 1 more at the most if you want to be safe heading into day 2 tomorrow. But still, very early days. Let's hope that Nick can just take a breath, reset, head into the next game with a clear head.
I think what was quite nice to see about Pierre's team is, like, you could argue this is kind of a very standard 6 Pokemon that you're going to see on a lot of teams right now. And so it's kind of a good example to kind of see at the start of today of a way to kind of play this sort of team and why it's so good. Why having no speed control can be so good. Why Sneasler is so good. And why King Gambit with only dark moves can just be so good. It's a really good example of how it plays into those other matchups when you may be saying your speed isn't quite as good as what you thought it was because you're using priority. So, like, it just makes a lot of sense. And I think what we're going to start seeing for the later point of today or tomorrow is kind of those answers to this balance team, basically.
Yeah, maybe. Is there going to be an answer, or is this going to be the one? That is the hot topic of the weekend. That's going to be the Dire Claw doing what it does best there. Grassy Glide securing the knockout onto the Whimsicott. And yeah, Whimsicott, it's a very frail old Pokemon. It was nice to see the Terra Ghost coming out to resist the Dire Claw in game 1, but yeah, with high horsepower as well, threatening Hisuian Arcanine with double super effective damage. Really interesting Pokemon to bring in this regulation set because, of course, Garchomp is everywhere right now, as we were saying, and that's threatening big damage into Hisuian Arcanine as well. But nice to see that as your Intimidate Pokemon of choice. Intimidate, always such a good ability in the Pokemon Regional, in Pokemon Video Game Championship Series. And yeah, this was Annihilate's last stand here, just trying to do what it could against Pierre's 3 Pokemon, but the Sucker Punch was enough with that priority damage.
Yeah, and what's so broken about King Gambit is you can Terra into a type that you still already have and still take on so much damage thanks to your just light natural bulk. Plus, combined with that coaching from the Sneasler, means that it doesn't even matter if you're still Dark type, you could still take on those hits so well. Yeah. And the Rillaboom kind of pairing with that grassy terrain, giving a little bit of healing to that King Gambit. Oh, it's just a really lovely little balanced team. I do love a balanced team, Charlie.
Oh, yeah?
It's just, yeah, you just feel like there's an answer for everything, and you just go, oh, that's not what I want to see. I'll just switch in this. That's not what I want to see. I'm going to KO that. Like, I mean, it's probably not that simple. But
Do you think it might not be that simple?
Yeah, just maybe. I don't know. I'm just a grunt.
No, exactly. But you're in your place. No, very good. But also, as you say, it was really nice to see the Fisher from the Dondozo there just as that panic button when your back is against the wall. Certainly, you know, on a team of 6 Pokemon, 4 moves per Pokemon, that is 24 moves in total. Trying to get the very most out of those moves is absolutely crucial. And as well as the held item, as well as the abilities, got so many options, so much creativity that can come to the fore. And in Regulation Set H, I feel like it's all about the creativity because so many more Pokemon are viable now with that lower power level.
It'd be interesting to kind of see or kind of hear from Pierre about like why these Pokemon are kind of so good right now and like what the choices are behind them. Obviously we didn't see the Dondozo or the Dragonite very much at all, but obviously they'll have those matchups as to what they need to be good into at the moment too. So, and like with an entirely physical team as well, apart from Magmar's Overheat, which isn't very significant either, that's always a bit of a no-no in previous formats as well. Like, oh, you need a special attacker because to get around the physical walls that you might see.
Right.
But when you have so many options to just boost up your own attack with that coaching and just such high damage, do you even need it? And then the big red button, Fisher, as well.
Yeah,
Exactly. That solves your other matchup.
Yeah. I like the big red button you've got there on your top as well.
Thank you.
Nice, slightly smaller red button here, but yeah. Have you ever considered joining Team Rocket? Because if not, we've got all sorts of things on offer. I mean, do you want to use a Zubat? Who doesn't want to use a Zubat? Coughing, a Rattata, you know, all of these options, they could be at your disposal. So if you want to sign up, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Are you joining Team Rocket? Let us know. And also, please do name our Persian here. Giovanni's Persian needs a name. By the end of the day, we'll be choosing a name for this Persian. Let us know, and I look forward to reading through all of your submissions.
Well, I wonder what we're going to get here, honestly. I'm not going to guess, honestly, because I don't want to put something out in the ether there.
One suggestion that came through yesterday was Catty McCatface. I mean, you could do, but let's see if we can make an improvement on that. But I do like the vibe of that.
Do it. So anyway, yeah, like this team is obviously so good, right? Like Steve, we can talk about it all day, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Steve's just going for Diaclaw, just like solves a lot of matchups at the moment, and something needs to get around it right now. And these multi-target moves, or multi-hit moves rather, is something that can really get behind it. So Dragonite with Scale Shot, for instance, can do that too.
Absolutely. And if you're wondering how can you get the practice in before you attend one of these bigger events, before you attend a regional championship, well, of course, there are local events on offer as well. You can go, try out some ideas you've had, you can meet some people in the community, and that is ultimately what the community is all about. Getting to know people who will ultimately help you build those teams. You're able to liaise with them, and once you start, you know, then you can go try out something. Maybe it didn't work so well, you go to another one, you see how that's working, maybe to build up your confidence to then go and attend an event like this. So please do, we encourage you to get involved in your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Amazing stuff, honestly, locals. Like, it's where I've met some of my like closest friends, honestly, at some of these places. Like, and I went to one recently too as well. It was really good fun. Did okay as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't too bad either. And
nice,
like got to kind of experience a little bit of the spice of the teams that you often don't see at these kind of events. Because I think a lot of people use them to maybe to try out a few things in that kind of best of 3 sort of format that you can't really kind of try at home on Battle Stadium. So yeah, get out there and practice, because if you're planning on attending a regional like this, it's invaluable experience.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think something that cannot be understated about it is you already know that you have a really big thing in common with everyone who's going to be there. Yeah. Pokemon. You already have that common ground. You know that everyone's going to be up for talking about Pokemon. So make sure you're going along. You even have this very handy QR code on screen for you right now, where you can just scan that with your phone and it will tell you which events you can attend near you. Really, really fantastic resource. We hope to see you at plenty of local events soon. And David, I think you're selling yourself a little bit short here. Didn't you win a local that you attended recently?
To be fair, yes.
Yeah,
but
very good.
But I had a good matchup into Indeedee Female plus Hisui and Bravery size spam, though.
David, stop doing yourself down. This is why you'll always be a grunt. If you can't boost yourself up, my friend, then, you know, one day you could be Giovanni. But huge congratulations to you, David. Tell us more, Hisuian bravery on that team.
That was not on my team, but I had a good match.
Your opponent's team, yeah.
Yeah, you switch in Rillaboom and things kind of sort out well for you, honestly, as it kind of did for Pierre in round 2, to be honest. So yeah, but honestly, you could see such awesome stuff though. So like, please go, because you'll like get even inspiration, even if you're not feeling too creative on that point.
Exactly. Go ahead and then you'll come away with so many ideas to build, but that's enough from us. The person who's been doing all the building this event, of course, is Pierre Coste. And Grunt, I think it's time you put those rubber gloves back on, my friend. You go and do the dishes while we take a listen to our winner, Pierre Coste.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by the winner of that epic Swiss round 2 match, Pierre. I mean, Pierre, you said you were not expecting to be streamed today, but how are you feeling after that epic match?
I'm really happy. I'm happy that I won, and I'm happy because like the nerves didn't get to me, and I still play well, like even being on stage, because it was something I feared, like playing bad because people watch me. But no, it was okay, so I'm happy.
I know that feeling. I prefer being one side of the desk than out here as the players. Speaking of the Pokemon, however, who was the MVP of your match? Because so many Pokemon were outstanding. You had the King Gambit with the Swords Dance, you had the Diaclaw Sneasler. Who would you say was your MVP?
I think it was like definitely King Gambit. When I saw his team, I knew that my King Gambit was the key to win. So that's why I like try to like give him boost and use follow me redirection, because I knew like if I could get a Swords Dance off, then I could KO his whole team, so that was kind of my game plan, yeah.
Yeah, and it was really beautiful play being able to set that up so successfully, particularly with your Magmar having that redirection support. And one thing we were kind of saying is that your board positioning and the way that you play is outstanding. You always have Pokemon in the right position to be able to get them set up. Is that something in terms of your play style that you'll say you are really strong at?
I think, yes, it's my play style. Also, the team is like, is made for this, to have like good positions. And yeah, having Magmar and Fake Out and the coaching, like it's really easy to get King Gambit in good position. I think in game 1, my lead was not good because I should have expected Whimsicott, and since he have taunt, I could not coaching my King Gambit. So that's why like game 1 I won because I got the direct low sleep. But game 2 I switched things up and I was happy because yeah, it was a better game plan, and I didn't feel like I could lose the game 2. I feel like my position was always better than my opponents.
Yeah, and I think you have so many flexible options on your team as well about how you kind of want to go. I mean, speaking of teams, looking at your opponent's team, there was this Hisuian Decidueye that I was not expecting to see. And when you talk about King Gambit needing the boosts and it was running Haze, were you a little bit concerned at that point?
Not really, because I know that Decidueye is not bulky. Like we saw it in game 1, I think my Cotocleave like did half of his HP even without the boost. So it's not really a problem, and I have Sneasler who is faster and can one-hit KO. And I have Magmar too, so it's not a huge problem. I think his decision to switch to Hydreigon in game 2 was good. Like the thing is like my lead was better, so I won despite that, but yeah, I think like Decidueye was not a big problem for me. No, not really.
It's really interesting to hear the way you approach, seeing maybe a more unique Pokemon. We will let you go get ready for Swiss round 3, but before we go, are there any shout-outs to anyone here in the crowd or at home that you would like to thank?
First of all, I would like to shout out my mom because she's very supportive. She doesn't understand fully what I'm doing, but she's always there, so it's cool. And of course, my friends and like all the French Pokemon community that I met.
There's a good crowd out there for you. There's a big crowd out there for you cheering.
I mean, we're in France, so like a lot of French people. It's cool to win in front of them, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure they will also feel like, you know, the confidence boost and the adrenaline from that match as well, and maybe it'll give them some success in their future matches.
I hope so.
Well, thank you so much for your incredible interview, match, and best of luck in the rest of the competition. We are going to go find out if David has finished doing those dishes and cut to a short break, but we'll be right back.
Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stress if you're doing it battle. have to tell me that you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Pokemon trainers, we are in the privileged position of being joined by Maurice Uteg here, who's going to give us his insight onto advice to give to newer players getting into VG. So Maurice, take it away.
Okay, so what I did as a newer player is I didn't build my own teams for a long time, for about a year, I would say. I just looked at the past regional results and took a team from Top Cut, because that had to be good, right? Just tried to build it with my own spreads and stuff. And it worked out quite nicely in Bremen. I just changed like one item that was different from the standard team. And yeah, I think that is really underrated to keep working on your play instead of something else.
Went ahead and became the Bremen regional champion. So absolutely.
But that's the team I'm going to be looking at.
What else did you say?
A different thing I would point out is that if you change up teams and cores, or if you're like really building your own teams, then every decision you make during the team building process have to have a reason. Even a Rage Powder and an Amoonguss can be changed sometimes if you don't need it, if you don't click it. So be careful with that and think about your decisions you're making in team building.
And definitely something that you can test during the process as well, because you maybe put a move on and maybe you're not clicking it, and that gives you opportunity to change up what you're using as well.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, you know, trainers are so conditioned to go with the moves that players tend to run, but this is where the experimentation and creativity comes into the game.
Exactly, and that would be my last point even. It would quite transition into is like you have to look at your losses and try to identify, why did I lose this game? Was it because of my play? Was it because of team building issue? Because of reads even? And try to really focus on the non-RNG aspect of the game, because a lot of people miss a rock slide, miss a hydro pump here and there, and then are like instantly throwing away the knowledge they could have gained from this game because they say, okay, I missed this rock slide, so unlucky. But I think that's, if you really want to get better, then you should try to be yeah, on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to be critical, haven't you? It's so tempting to, when you lose a game, say, that was a team issue, I played perfectly. But of course, there's so much more going on under the surface. And I think it takes a brave trainer to really examine those things that might have gone wrong and be honest with yourself about, well, yes, I missed the hydro pump here, but if I'd done X, Y, and Z earlier in the game, then I wouldn't have had to rely on that miss. Anyway, thanks so much, Maurice. That's fascinating to hear. Hope you've learned a lot from that, trainers, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly. Hi there, Pokemon trainers. Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Marcus Statter and Lee Provost. And today we're going to be talking about Intimidate in VGC, traditionally one of the most useful abilities throughout VGC history. But there are, of course, ways to counter it. Marcus, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, Intimidate, one of the best abilities the game has ever seen, and especially in double battles, of course, Intimidate affects both of the opponent's Pokemon, lowering their attack stat, and that is just so useful. Switching in a Pokemon with the Intimidate ability from the back, lower the attack stat, and then you can take a hit that you probably would not have been able to without it. So very, very high impact in basically every format we've played.
Yeah, and so many useful Pokemon get that ability, like Landorus, for example, Hisuian Arcanine, or indeed Cantonian Arcanine. We've seen some play with that Pokemon as well. Salamence, Gyarados, so it's really ubiquitous.
Yeah, there's a lot of users, probably not as many as there might have been in previous formats, but it's such a strong ability. But I think now, if you look at the format, we've got a lot more ways to kind of deter it and kind of counteract it. So it's not as effective as it has been previously in the past. You've got a lot of more defined ability Pokemon that can really take advantage of that and put you in a bit more of a precarious position if that is something that you activate, especially on something like, you know, King Gambit or Annihilate. So you have to be a bit more careful, I think, if you are utilizing it where you're not as freely as you were to kind of just cycle it in and out as you were once upon a time.
Yeah, of course, Defiant sharply boosts your attack stat when you're intimidated, so you go from a -1 in your attack to a +1. So yeah, that obviously can pay dividends on the damage output that you would be doing in King Gambit, but also there's the competitive ability, so you get a boost to your special attack stat rather than your physical attack, and of course that would be at +2 stages as opposed to +1, because Intimidate affects only the physical attack, and Pokemon like Empoleon now get access to that competitive ability. And Marcus, how about other ways like items that we might be able to counter Intimidate?
Yeah, Clear Amulet, of course, is a big one, and you can just put that item on any Pokemon and make it immune to Intimidate, pretty much. So Landorus Therian is one Pokemon that can make good use of that item, and yeah, with that, then the question is, do you even want to bring your Pokemon with Intimidate to the battle if it's a battle, if the ability is nullified? And of course, there's also other ways that we've seen recently where with Urshifu, with their attacks always getting critical hits. And of course, that also bypasses the negative effect of Intimidate. So I feel like trainers have to think a little bit more than just putting a Pokemon with Intimidate on their team if they want to stop those physical threats.
Yeah, those guaranteed critical hits are going to ignore any Intimidate attack drops, so that's a really useful technique to be able to have. And of course, we've been indexing quite a lot on the physical attackers in this discussion, but Intimidate doesn't really do anything when you're using a special attacker.
No, of course not, and I think that's one of the big, pluses. You've got a lot of Pokemon that are just relying on that special attacking stat, so they can kind of just bypass the Intimidate and not really care about it at all. We've got big attackers like Flutterman. We've seen the impact that that's had since its introduction in Scarlet and Violet, and that has been, primarily a special attacker, a big special attacker. So you've got a lot more special attackers that are kind of making waves in the format now, so it does make it more difficult, like Marcus touched upon, to kind of always bring that Intimidate user, especially because you've got these item choices that negate it. You've got a lot more of these abilities in Defiant and Competitive that can make it and hinder your ability to kind of utilize it like it once was.
Yeah, making waves or indeed making it rain with something like a Golden Go, dealing that big spread damage with its special attack stat. And here's a niche suggestion for you. What about an Adrenaline Orb? We don't see that too much in VGC at the moment, but you get an Intimidate drop, but then boost the speed, and a special attack, I remember especially in the Sword and Shield era, a Pokemon like Milotic would be running perhaps an Adrenaline Orb in the face of something like an Incineroar, get that Intimidate, which obviously doesn't affect Milotic too much because it's a special attacker, then a boost to its speed, and obviously it's super effective against Incineroar as well. an item that we haven't seen too much, but maybe there's a place for it still? Not sure.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe on a Golden Go, you use Nasty Plot, similarly to how Circuitry back in the day also made use of Adrenaline Orb with Tail Glow. Maybe Goldengo could fill a similar role. Maybe you're onto something there.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers. Maybe Adrenaline Orb is something we'll have to look out for in the future of VGC. But thank you so much for joining us in our little discussion of Intimidate. Will it continue to be as popular? Only time will tell. So let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action is still going here at the Lille Regional Championships. We've had a phenomenal Swiss round 2 to kick things off, and now myself, Lou Chromi, and Marcus Stata will be carrying on the competition for Swiss round 3.
Absolutely. Super excited to be here behind the desk together with you. And yeah, just like with that Adrenaline Orb, I can feel the adrenaline through my veins as we're looking towards, yeah, another great round of Pokemon.
There's so many interesting Pokemon out there in the meta as well. You know, Pokemon are rising to the top, like Sneasler, for example. Not a Pokemon that's really had its moment in the spotlight before. But then we're also seeing some other quirky choices. The Hisuian Decidueye, I wasn't expecting to see that on my bingo card.
Absolutely. And also Hisuian Arcanine, another one of those Pokemon that had their spot in the limelight in some of the previous formats, but now coming back. Yeah, of course, this is only a fraction of what the metagame is like out there.
Just a snapshot.
And I'm sure we will get to feature a lot more Pokemon over the next 2 days here.
Exactly, and it's always interesting to see, you know, what Pokemon the trainers are bringing. Are there any Pokemon you're really expecting to see do well at this weekend, Marcus?
Well, we didn't get to have a look at them yet, but in my caster's prediction, I actually noted down Indeedee Male.
Okay.
That is one. Ursaluna Blood Moon is another one that I have my eyes out. 2 Pokemon that I think have had a little bit of success in some of the tournaments we've already had in Regulation H, but they didn't really have like a big win to their name yet. So if we actually can have a look at
the usage and stuff, that would be great.
Yeah, I look at the other 2 Pokemon. I put down Magmar, and then of course also Garchomp. And I think I mentioned it to you maybe yesterday, but Garchomp actually, a Pokemon that the usage is decent, right? Like it's up there. It's on our top 12 Pokemon graphic, usually for these tournaments, but actually its rate in the finals is incredible. It has finished 1st or 2nd place at our major events in 7 out of 8 instances. So yeah, really incredible performance so far by Garchomp, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what it can do here in Lille, if this will continue, or if we will finally see some other Pokemon make it to the finals.
I mean, Garchomp is very consistent, right? It has great typing, great offensive pressure as well. For me, I think I've got a bit of a theme going on. When we look at the Pokemon 2 till 4, there's a little bit of a weather theme going on, because we're seeing a lot of the time these Pokemon really rise to dominance. Pokemon like the Pelipper has been the best partner in crime for Pokemon like Archaludon, for example, being able to help with that rain on the field, as well as Torkoal most recently getting a 2nd place finish at the Louisville Regional Championships. The Alolan Ninetales, for me, I've seen it a lot on the kind of in-game ladder, for example, setting up that Aurora Veil, but it's also a little bit of a nod back to last season, where Europe tends to bring something a little bit more spicy with the weather, and we've been able to see Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales and Articuno win regional championships before. Number 1, of course, has to be my boy Gastrodon, and you may be thinking, okay, Lou, I know you're just talking about Gastrodon because that's what you do all day. However, it did finish top 8 at Louisville, so I'm really hoping someone is going to be able to bring the East Sea variant to Lille and be just as successful or better.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask you which Gastrodon version actually made the top 8, so let's not talk about that.
We'll move on swiftly.
But yeah, just adding to one of the points that you made about the Alolan Ninetales, I think it is a Pokemon that in this format now, as there is no more Articuno, now all of a sudden it is the Ninetales that has to carry on dealing the damage, so we're actually seeing quite a bit of a Choice Specs variant. So yeah, that is something that we haven't really seen in some previous formats. Usually, as you said, Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon more defensive, setting up the Aurora Veil, maybe some Encore shenanigans, but now with the Choice Specs, a new set that just fits really nicely in a metagame that is full of Garchomp, full of Dragonite, and where we don't have that Fluttermane anymore that was used to check those Pokemon in previous formats.
I was about to say, the Fairy Pokemon that was so dominant have kind of drifted away a little bit, like the Fluttermane. So the Ice-type Pokemon kind of have to say, okay, maybe it's my time to step in. Like, I've got your back, Fairy. fairy types, and the ice type coverage will be phenomenal. And particularly when you do have flyers around as well, it's really good to be able to have that ice type coverage. The one thing I really like about the Alola Ninetales is Blizzard. Blizzard is able to have that accuracy when the snow is in the sky, and being able to hit both targets as well just makes it so formidable on the field. If you haven't got a way to be able to work around that, maybe a cheeky defensive terrestrialization type, for example, then Alola Ninetales can actually steamroll through your entire team.
Yeah, let's have a look. I don't expect the Alola Ninetales to be on top of the top 12 Pokemon, but
No.
I'm sure that if we have a look at that graphic, there will be a lot of Pokemon that are hit super effectively either by the Blizzard or by the Moonblast or by the Freeze Dry. And yeah, here we see it. Rillaboom would be a target. Amoonguss, we have the Primarina, you can hit with Freeze Dry. Garchomp, of course, Dragapult. Once again, Freeze Dry for the Pelipper and that Dragonite as well. So really anti-meta pick at the moment with that Alola Ninetales.
I think we're onto something here. Ice typing is kind of normally one of those ones. Defensively, it's really not so great, but offensively has so much potential. And that's where terrestrialization, I think, can really come in and benefit Pokemon by changing their defensive typing if they were an ice type Pokemon. But looking at these actual top 12 Pokemon, I'm not gonna lie, the first 6, really not surprised to see Sneasler in that #1 spot, as well with some Pokemon that we've seen demonstrated to perfection. The King Gambit, for example, just piloted by Pierre, showing exactly why it is so formidable, and I believe he also had the Rillaboom on his team there too.
Yeah, definitely 2 of the staple Pokemon in this format. And yeah, looking a little bit more down there, it feels like Primarina is a little bit on an uptick again. Felt like in Louisville, it didn't perform that well.
Shine.
It didn't, it wasn't used that often, but yeah, here in Lille, yeah, Primarina sitting there comfortably at 22.9% usage here in day 1. Of course, that can change going into day 2, so we will keep an eye on that. What are the conversion rates of each of these Pokemon? But once again, a lot of Dragon types are around. I think that every team definitely, you don't have to run a Dragon, but you definitely benefit from running a Dragon type Pokemon in this format. Because yeah, as we've talked about, there is no Flutter Mane in the format. But of course, with King Gambit, Goldango, Primarina, there are a couple of Pokemon that can take those Dragon-type attacks.
Yeah, and Primarina as well can retaliate with something like the Moonblast. It has that Fairy typing as well and can be a little bit more offensive into these Dragon types. But the other thing I love looking at these kind of stats right now is we've seen in the past Pokemon like Flutter Mane or Incineroar even being in like 75% usage. And other than the Sneasler, everything else is relatively balanced. There's not a huge amount of difference between the stats of these Pokemon from 2nd down to 12th.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good point. I think that at the beginning of the format, I think players were expecting maybe Incineroar and Rillaboom and also the Amoonguss. Maybe now is their time to shine. I mean, they're doing so well in some of the restricted formats even, and now we're having a format where a lot of Pokemon are not allowed. But it looks like, yeah, trainers are opting to go a little bit more in a different route. Like, Sneasler is a Pokemon that can hit Rillaboom and Incineroar super effectively, making it a decent choice for sure. And then, of course, also, yeah, we all know what Direct Claw does. And for those of you who don't look it up. You don't want to know.
You can just watch, you know, Swiss Round 2 again and see what it gets up to.
Exactly. And I think one thing that is interesting about this format in particular is that it feels like for every Pokemon where you can find this like little niche where it can shine, then this might be the format where you can use maybe some of the Pokemon that in previous formats you were like, I'd rather have a Flutter Mane on my team or like an Iron Hands, a Tinglu maybe, but now maybe it's the time also for some of our favorites. Like we have some in our decoration incorporated, for example, of course.
True.
Here the Yanma and the Yanmega, two Pokemon that have shown up, and
they've done well.
It's been a while. One could say since the ancient times where these Pokemon were around, and so yeah, definitely a really enjoyable format to watch and to play.
Well, it is a bit of a spooky weekend, so maybe the time zones are all a little bit shaken up, and that's where a lot of these old favorites are maybe coming back to the forefront. But Yanma and Yanmega have definitely been kind of talked about out there amongst players within the community because it has a lot of potential, getting those speed boosts up as well. And if you're against an opponent that maybe has a slower base team, or you're able to get these set up and apply a lot of offensive pressure, you can really steam through an opponent's team. And it's nice, as you said, Marcus, seeing these more unique Pokemon being able to be used. I think the difficulty, though, is you have to get the ball position right with them. You have to make sure that you're enabling them to be set up in the way that you need them to be able to shine. And that's where we're seeing a lot of these Follow Me users come into dominance as well.
Yeah, Follow Me definitely one of the moves that throughout the history of VGC, one could say definitely one of the best moves we had. But now that we have these Eviolite Pokemon with the Magmar, the Electabuzz, and also then of course the Clefable, and while each of them or neither of them made it onto our graphic. I think all of them, they're just hovering maybe at the 15% usage kind of. And then if you add that up, actually, I would expect maybe half of the teams in the field have at least one sort of redirection. Could also be that Rage Powder, of course. And of course, these are some of the themes that, of course, our graphic does not tell, right? So even beyond just knowing what are some of the most popular Pokemon, there are some concepts and themes that our trainers are surely incorporating into their strategies and will incorporate into their play here in Lille.
Well, it's not just about getting the KOs, right? Sometimes you have your big offensive powerhouses of Pokemon out there, but you can't really let them shine or be protected without those supportive Pokemon as well. So even if they're not necessarily dealing the big amount of damage, just having that redirection, even giving a helping hand or going for some status moves like a Will-O-Wisp or a Taunt can then enable that partner Pokemon to shine and be able to get those knockouts. At the end of the day, it's a team game. There's 6 Pokemon and you bring 4 for a reason. It's not just 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes one Pokemon just has to take the hit for the other so that attacking Pokemon can deal all the damage. And that is also a theme that we saw in Dortmund, where actually I think it was something like 31 out of the top 32 teams had some sort of redirection on their team. And I just wonder, coming from Dortmund now into Lille, how is the metagame going to change? And what are some of the new themes that we will see? So why don't we have a look at what went down in Dortmund just to get ourselves ready for what is to come here in Lille.
Sounds good.
The first EU regional level event of the season in Dortmund showed us team archetypes beginning to establish themselves a few weeks into the regulation set age format. As always though, there was plenty of innovation alongside. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. Dragapult and Sneasler really rose to prominence. Dragapult valued for its lightning-fast speed and often holding a choice band with the Dragon Terror type to maximize damage, while Sneasler, of course, threatens opponents with those status conditions via its Diaclaw move. There was much debate over the premier Follow Me user, Electabuzz or Magmar. Both often hold the Eviolite item to boost their defenses, both have the Vital Spirit ability to prevent sleep, but whereas Electabuzz tended to run more supportive damage-dealing moves like Electro Web, Magmar would run the more offensive Heat Wave or even Overheat. And yet, none of these Pokemon ended up on the winning team. Defying the archetypes, Davide Moralia ran a pretty unique composition featuring Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Garchomp, Goldengo, Annihilate, and a different Follow Me user, Clefable. With its Unaware ability ignoring opponents' stat changes and access to the move Misty Terrain blocking status conditions from Sneasler and the like, Clefable was a great meta call. Davide faced previous regional champion Matty Morgan in the grand finals, and their Annihilate just proved too much for Matty, boosting with multiple bulk ups, dealing damage while recovering with Drain Punch, and running away with ramped up Rage Fists. Not even Pokemon VG staple Amoonguss could slow it down, Spore and Rage Powder being nullified by Annihilate safety goggles. With Goldengo alongside to mop up with Make It Rain, no one could rain on Davide Moralia's parade, as they claimed their first ever regional championship title. How will the metagame continue to develop this weekend? Stay tuned to find out. And if you'd like a shot at following in Davide's footsteps, head to Pokemon.com/compete.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun over there in Dortmund and seeing what went down there. I actually was playing in that event.
Oh, very nice.
I didn't make it too far, but I had fun, and that is, of course, what counts.
Yeah, and you had a front row seat to the meta emerging in Europe as well. For that one, I was actually overdoing some Pokemon Go, so I was looking at a very different meta emerging. But it was very nice to be able to catch up on the recap as well, get a little bit more familiarized with what went down as Europe kicked off their 2025 season.
Absolutely, and of course, that was just the beginning. We have so much more to come in this season, and of course the goal of all players in attendance here is to win one of these events. Yes. Or that's what I would assume. Maybe some are just here to have some fun. Of course, that's also super valid. But then, of course, some of our players, they want to make it to that final and then eventually take down one of these events. And yeah, in Dortmund, we saw 2 players make it there. Of course, usually it's 2 players in the finals, right?
Normally, yeah.
And yeah, Davide ended up winning that tournament over Maddie. And yeah, that finals definitely showcased some of the strengths of Davide's team for sure.
And I love the fraudulent flutter main that is that Clefable there as well, really kind of filling in that fairy spot that's so needed in the meta at the moment. Can apply a lot of good defensive bulk as well, having that supportive role on the team. But when you actually look a little closer at Davide's team, and we see this a lot when metas are emerging, everything kind of goes very hyper-offensive in a way. You have these powerhouses like the Garchomp that you were talking about earlier, the Golden Go, Annihilate, Hydreigon, and you've got such a balance here of special attackers and physical attackers, so you can really adapt for whatever your opponent is throwing away. I really like that kind of offensive dominance that Davide is coming out with, because it's forcing your opponent to have to react to that defensively.
Yeah, definitely, and I think overlapping typings, it doesn't have to be a bad thing if your typings overlap in a way where you would have synergy within the 4 Pokemon that you bring, right? And I think Davide really showcasing that with the Steel, Dragon, and Fairy kind of core. Usually you wouldn't bring like 2 of the same type twice, so you wouldn't go with like the 2 Dragons and the 2 Fairy types probably. Unless it's like a very specific matchup, of course. And so it just goes to show that, yeah, if you have the right mixture of Pokemon, just prepared for different matchups in a way, and I think that's something that Davide's team definitely really showed. It's not a team that has picked up so much, I would say. So other trainers, they still favor some other strategies.
Yes, I feel like people have taken nuggets from it, though. It's kind of like, okay, I really like what this Garchomp is showing. Not many people have picked up the Clefable, but I'm sure there are some still out there in the tournament this weekend. But it's just the way people are kind of saying, okay, the Golden Go is really, really nice. And Golden Go is a Pokemon we've seen kind of transform throughout the seasons as well, where it's been able to be used. We've seen such a variety between like the Nasty Plot variant, things like Choice Scarf, Choice Specs. There's so many different utility ways that Golden Go can fit onto your team.
Absolutely. And let's see. Golden Go maybe is a Pokemon. I don't think we featured it in the first round, but maybe it's one that will come up here now for round 3, as we will do our community choice again this time. For those of you at home who don't know what that means, it means that you will get to decide which match we will feature. And here we have selected 4 lovely matches, and you can actually go into our chat over on Twitch and cast a vote for which of these games you want to see.
I can't see a Gastrodon right now, so I don't really have a bias, I'm not going to lie. These all look pretty good to me, Marcus. Some very interesting Pokemon choices. But I want to look at that bottom one there. Michael Kelch and Eduardo Cunha, 2 absolute titans of the VGC scene.
Yeah, and that is a Hisuian Samurott. I mean, I have my glasses on, so I think my eyesight is not tricking me here. So
I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Then, of course, we also have Jack Clark. Super cool team at Dortmund.
Yes.
Managed to get top 8 over there, and I think it is the same Pokemon once again.
That's a Toxtricity. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. That's exciting.
Yeah, and then also, yeah, Julio Tarlau and Hippolyte Bernard, 2 more veteran players. Very cool teams coming out of those as well. And then Maddie Morgan, we just saw him on our graphic, 2nd place at Dortmund Regionals, using the same 6 Pokemon here once again. We'll go up against Tobias Clemens, German player actually, who is also using a team that I have seen before, and it is another Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, I was about to say, love seeing one of my caster picks on that particular team roster. The Alolan Ninetales could definitely get at some tricks in that matchup. But again, looking at Michael Kelch's team, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Dragapult was what he got 2nd place at the World Championships with, right?
Absolutely.
So it's a trusted friend on his team.
Yeah, definitely a Pokemon that Michael really trusts in, and I'm excited. I mean, all of these games, they look awesome, but I wonder what our community will decide over on in the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's up to you.
Cast those last few votes, and then in a few seconds we will know which match we will feature. I mean, at this point, are you going with a 4th if you had a vote?
I think it's so tempting, and plus I really want to see what this Hisuian Samurott is up to, because we've really been focusing on Hisuian Typhlosion, and then we just got to see the Decidueye. It would kind of be the trifecta, right? It would be great to be able to see that kind of come forward and see what it can do.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Definitely those Hisuian form making an appearance here and there. And yeah, I mean, that just goes to show how many amazing players we have here in attendance in Lille, and how many creative teams also these players are bringing to the table. Yeah, Jack Clark, once again, just have to give a shout out to him for piloting this team all the way to a very stellar finish over in Dortmund with that Drift Blim and Indeedee combination. Of course, the Psychic Seed on Burden, double your speed on the Drift Blim, and then using that to your advantage to set the Tailwind. A really cool concept.
And as well, the Indeedee male was the one that you were just talking about earlier on the broadcast, as well as kind of being an interesting choice.
Yep.
I mean, maybe we'll be able to see it come to the forefront. We'll have to find out shortly which community choice option has been locked in. But whichever one you guys have chosen, I am very excited. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely, yeah. You cannot go wrong with those four options. So, yeah, the Hisuian Samurott. Either way, whether Edu will make it on stream or not, that's something for me to think about because, well, I mean, you have a couple of cool moves, but the stats, at least to me, they don't look amazing, right? So you need to have found a really a niche for this Pokemon to shine. But once again, it is in this format where almost any Pokemon, I think, can shine, even at the very highest level. And of course, Eduardo Cunha, being a world champion, of course, he is playing at that very high level. And knowing him a little bit, I'm sure that he's not choosing this Pokemon because he thinks it's funny or because he thinks it's quirky or is his favorite Pokemon, but he thinks that, yeah, his Hisuian Samurott, that's what you should be using.
Can you imagine if Pokemon choices were done? You put a random wheel up with all different Pokemon names and spin it and see which Pokemons are going to be, I don't know, the 6th slot on your team. Yep. But I think those more unique Pokemon choices, there's kind of two ways to run them. Normally they're in a position where, like you say, you really need to have a specific board position that they come in, or they are literally only there for one particular matchup. Maybe they're just to counter one particular Pokemon that's giving the rest of your team difficulty, or at the same time, you could just be wanting to use your favorite Pokemon. Absolutely.
So I can't wait any longer.
Let's find out
at those results.
Who's it going to be?
Which game we will cover. And it is that Michael Kelch against Eduardo Cunha, a world champion in Eduardo against a world's 2nd place. I mean, can it get any more epic than that? And this is only round 3.
That's the thing. It's so amazing seeing these veterans of VGC, these titans of the competitive play, not only in the tournament, but facing up against each other so early in these Swiss rounds. This is the kind of match you would expect in a top cut, and we get treated to it here. I mean, it is spooky season, trick or treat. We've got ourselves a treat here for Swiss round 3.
You gotta feel with Michael Kelch a little bit, because I had a glance at the pairings, and actually in the first round, he was paired up against Aurélien Soula.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Hero, and of course, 2nd place at NAIC last year. So Michael has earned this 2-0 record that he has currently, and now going up against Eduardo, I mean, well, with those two out of the way, maybe it'll actually get easier from here on out. But yeah, great choice, of course, as always, to our community. So thank you for participating in that little poll. And of course, if that is what the people want, we shall give it to them.
That's the thing. They've cast their votes, and now we're going to cast the match. And it's going to be an epic one for sure. I mean, taking a closer look at Michel's team here, the Pokemon choices aren't actually that surprising. A lot of these we saw on that top 12 graphic as well. So it's some very standard choices. You've got also that kind of Firewater Grass core going on with the Rillaboom, the Primarina, and the Magmar as well. Never really thought I'd ever say Magmar was the integral part of that core when Incineroar's running around. But it is an integral piece of that puzzle, having that redirection support and that, you know, a phenomenal bulk that it has with the Eviolite.
Yeah, and it's actually the exact same 6 Pokemon that Michael has used in Dortmund for a top 16 finish. Eduardo, we don't know what team he would have liked to use in Dortmund, because I think there were some delays with the flight, so in the end he couldn't attend. So now I'm looking forward even more to now seeing what Edu thinks about this format. And yeah, with the Hisuian Samurott, of course, he has something prepared. But yeah, I gotta see the moves on the team. It's so hard to make a call right here. I know that Choice Scarf is an item that we have seen on Hisuian Samurott before. But then also, of course, Assault Vest could be another one. Maybe even the Focus Sash. So yeah, let's see what they have brought here.
And that's what I love about an open team sheet meta as well, is because as the opponent, you might also be looking at the Samurott being like, what is it going to get up to? I have not prepared for this. And actually, when you look at the team sheet a little bit, maybe get an idea of those items and the moves, it might indicate a little bit more if this is like an offensive Pokemon on the team or if it is something a little bit more supportive. And I think that is a really nice way that our experts can look at that information and process it accordingly. Someone maybe newer to the scene might look at this and still be a bit like, oh, okay, I'm not sure what this does. I need game 1 to find out that information. And that's why we like a best of 3 situation as well, because you learn every single game.
Yeah, I think open team sheet and best of 3 also for the really highest level of competitive play. I think it's also been something that players have really enjoyed, because it makes it so much easier to plan your game plans even as early as game 1. And yeah, I'm excited. I don't know if Michael will have a plan against this composition coming out from Edu, but yeah, let's have another look at Michael's team and what he's bringing here to the table. And then, of course, we have to talk also about the fact that Edu's team on the other side is something new, something we haven't seen.
Yes.
So Edu might be prepared for Michael's team, but Michael might not be prepared for Edu's team.
And that's the other thing about these unique Pokemon. Sometimes you look at them and it throws you off your game a little bit because you're not entirely sure what you're going to come up against. But Michael Couch, for those of you maybe tuning in for the first time, catching something of a video game broadcast, this is one of our world runners-up in 2023. And then the following year, the consistency to get all the way to world's top 4. And I remember that match. It was so epic. Fantastic Pokemon play.
Yeah, or maybe to those who haven't tuned in a couple of years, because yeah, Michael really burst on the scene at 2023 Worlds with that finalist appearance. And yeah, he didn't stop there, then also winning that Stockholm regional last season. And he said recently that even after winning that regional, he just felt like, well, the job's not done yet.
Yes.
The job's not done. Even though you're a top 4 and a second place at Worlds and a regional champion, he's like, no, I want more, I want more. And someone who has achieved that incredible feat of not only being an OCIC champion in 2019 and a 2-time special event champion, someone who's also a world champion, Eduardo Cunha.
Eduardo's almost won it all, right? Internationals, Worlds, the Global Challenge.
Scratch the almost. I think he did.
That's true. So many different ones on here. Special event champion as well. He's someone who is just so consistent, such a veteran of the game, and has a really calm, cool, and collected approach to the way he plays as well. He's very methodical, thinks through every turn, doesn't make any rash decisions, and I think that really is testament to why his results are so high.
Absolutely. Maybe actually he hasn't won a regional championships now that I'm thinking about it. Special event Barcelona last season, and then beforehand another special event as well. But yeah, he has really brought the heat, one might say, with that Magmar team. And also the Alolan Ninetales, I mean, Edu is usually known for using some of the, let's say, more standard Pokemon and really using them to their best effect. But here in this format, it seems like he's also having a little bit more creativity or thinking a little bit more outside the box, because maybe that's just what you need to do in a format like this, where there are so many different Pokemon that are viable. That's actually funny sometimes, because it's less Pokemon that are allowed to use, but that makes it so that you can use more Pokemon because they're not like checked by some of the really high base stat Pokemon. And so yeah, Edu really coming through here with that Magmar and his Hisuian Samurott. That's not something I think I would have predicted, I don't know, like a couple months ago, that was a sentence I would say, but here we are, and yeah, that's gonna be an exciting match. So make sure to tell your friends as our players are getting ready.
Yes.
Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and get the word out there that this is not a game you want to miss.
Exactly. Pokemon aside, the trainers themselves are so established. It's going to be an excellent masterclass of top-tier Pokemon play. We've been so fixated on the Samurott as well. I barely noticed the Alolan Ninetales. That was on Edu's team as well, one of my caster picks. And I'm really excited to see whether weather, that was not intentional, but whether will maybe play a part within this particular matchup. Because if you can set that Aurora Veil up as well, it gives you that defensive capabilities, the defensive support to maybe maneuver Pokemon around. Sometimes you have to make those hard switches as well, and that can be detrimental. You risk taking in a lot of damage, but you can maybe do it a little easier if there's defensive capabilities in play.
Yeah, the players, of course, both of them, something I like to talk about when we're in this preparing for the match phase. Of course, for both of those, this is something that they're used to. Of course, they have played in the biggest stage that we have in a World's Finals. Of course, one of them, Edu, winning it. Michael on the other side, not winning it, but of course,
doing very well.
They are here, and it's only the 3rd round. I cannot stress this. This is usually a matchup that we would expect, maybe deep into the top card on day 2, right? But nope, as early as round 3, you can face a player as strong as these. And here we have Michael, who is definitely determined. He said a little bit, he felt a lot of the pressure coming to him a little bit after doing so well at Worlds 2 years in a row, after doing well at Regionals. He was saying that he's always trying to come up with some new ideas, trying to build a new team. And then for this event, he was like, I just couldn't find like a new call, I couldn't find a new team, so he's going with something that he knows works from Dortmund.
That's sometimes the mentality though, coming into a tournament where you've really prepared and you've got your eyes set on that champion title. Do you go with something that you feel is a hard meta call, or do you go with something you're maybe more comfortable with? Because sometimes, yes, it might be a meta call, but you may not be able to pilot it as effectively as you would something more comfortable.
Yeah, and here we see Edu's team, and immediately, of course, a lot of things to notice. That Samurott is that Assault Vest set and does not use the signature move it has. Well, it has Aqua Cutter. Move we don't see that often, but instead, yeah, with Knockoff and Sucker Punch as the Dark-type attacks. Then we have the Alolan Ninetales with that Covered Cloak item, very interesting choice. and only Ice-type moves. Of course, a little bit of support coming out here from that Ninetales, but also can go on the offensive. And then on the other side, looks like Michael actually made a few changes to the team that he was using in Dortmund. It is no longer that Terra Dragon Dragapult, but instead Terra Ghost with that Terra Blast, a Pokemon that he has used to great success at Worlds in the previous year. So that is something that I'm noticing here. And then also, I think, on that Kingambit, the Terra type changed as well. Now it is Terra Ghost, no more Terra Dark. And yeah, Terra Ghost, very interesting, of course. Getting rid of that fighting type weakness, but making that Kingambit susceptible to some of the Dark and Ghost type running around in the format. Maybe even that Hisuian Samurott could hit it, should the Kingambit, of course, decide to go for the Terrestrialization. Now, looking at the team matchup, once again, I feel like Edu probably has a little bit more experience in this matchup, or it's safe to say that he has more experience. So for Michael, these first couple of minutes are going to be really about, okay, identifying on the fly what is maybe your backup strategy in case you're facing off against something that you're not used to seeing. But yeah, it's hard to say which Pokemon to bring. I mean, Sneasler is obviously a Pokemon that a lot of players like to just go with.
Yes.
Just because if you get lucky with Dire Claw, sometimes just the game just plays itself for you. So that is definitely something that you want to give yourself the chance sometimes to get those lucky Dire Claw hits.
That's the thing. Sometimes, yes, it is about piloting Pokemon to perfection and putting them in the right ball position, but you're going to take every little lucky opportunity you can get as well, particularly when you are at regional championships and you have a reputation to defend like these two amazing veterans. It looks like they have already picked their Pokemon, and game one is going to be, I think, really indicative to how this match is going to go. Are we going to see our trainers playing a little bit more balanced, a few switches, a few rotations, or are they going to go out all-out offensive? Swiss round 3 is kicking off with Sneasler and Primarina versus down against the Magmar and the Dragonite.
Yeah, Sneasler and Primarina, I think, is something that Michael definitely likes to do with this team. It gives you a lot of options. You can go and attack with the Sneasler right away. You can also play it a little bit more safe, maybe go for some protects. And then on the other side, Eduardo, it is that Dragonite set that we haven't seen so much outside of Japan, where this set is running around everywhere. It is that loaded dice and scale shot set. Of course, a move that especially against Sneasler can be super strong, because you can knock out Sneasler in, well, not one, but in 5 hits, as long as you get those, and then you would get the KO even through the focus sash. So that is definitely something that Michael has to worry about. And usually this is also running the multi-scale on the Dragonite, so Fake Out not as effective. Can still break the multi-scale. Sorry, Fake Out very effective against that, so that is something that Eduardo has to play around probably.
Well, adjustments on both sides here. The Sneasler getting out of the way, doesn't want to have its focus sash broken so early on in this set. But the Sneasler's actually going to come in for Eduardo here, so kind of a little bit of mirror action as Dragonite plays very defensively. Good protecting here when facing down against a Fairy type like this Primarina that was going for the Hyper Voice, trying to get some coverage across both. And this will be breaking the focus sash on that Sneasler that switched in. So a little bit of a risk here for Eduardo, but now Sneasler can get us to some tricks.
Yeah, nice repositioning there by Edu, realizing that, yeah, the Fake Out was just too threatening on that Dragonite. And then at the same time, Michael also realizing that Primarina was probably pretty safe to go for a Hyper Voice there. Magmar didn't want to take it, so Edu actually bringing the Sneasler in the back. But now that it is on the field, of course, it could go ahead, could go for a Fake Out, it could go for a Coaching. Another one of those cool moves that we're seeing so often now in this format. And Coaching together paired with that Scale Shot, of course, is something that really lets that Dragonite boost the speed and the attack at the same time. So it's almost as if you were using Dragon Dance, but instead you're attacking at the same time. So yeah, that's something really powerful that Michael has to deal with.
Yes, really like to see the synergy amongst those two Pokemon. And once again, Michael adjusting his ball position, bringing the Magmar in on his side of the field. So they're almost kind of mirroring each other, but switching them out and adjusting their positions as we're going to see the first Terrestrialization come through. This could be a defensive option here, but it's going to be down onto this Dragonite, turning into the Terra Fairy. So not something we see every day as well, just reducing a lot of the weaknesses to Fairy types, for example, that Dragonite had previously.
And also, of course, gaining resistances to that Dark type attacks that the Kingambit packs on Michael's side, who also is going for that Terrestrialization. It is the Terra Ghost, of course, to avoid some of those close combats coming in from the Sneasler.
Yes, really good defensive Terrestrializations all around, I would say, here for both of our trainers as they're setting up for this game one. Coaching does come through, however, so this is going to be able to connect down onto that Dragonite and give it a few cheeky boosts. There goes the attack boost and the defense boost as well. Now Dragonite has the option to go to the Stomping Tantrum. Love to see this come through. Connected into the Magma, but it doesn't get the knockout.
Yeah, great move there. Stomping Tantrum, probably the move that does the most damage to Primarina as well, but hitting the Magmar on the switch and definitely something that Edu likes to see, and then taking that Kowtow Cleave like a champ on the Dragonite with the resistance now due to the Terrestrialization and also with the multi-scale still active as well as that +1 defense boost. So yeah, that Dragonite is really looking like maybe it could run away with the game if Michael is not careful. Michael has Haze on the Primarina, so that would be one way of getting rid of all the boosts. But yeah, Edu could just go ahead and go for another coaching. It's not a move that you can redirect with Follow Me or anything like that. So if Edu decides to do it, that Dragonite could boost even more, and then also could potentially go for a scale shot to get even more speedy.
And that could also help to deal with the Primarina a little bit later on, but no coaching this time, just a Dire Claw coming through. We're going to see if any secondary effects come through, and it forces this Kingambit to take a little bit of a nap, going to be snoozing on the action as Dragonite goes for another Stomping Tantrum. There was the defensive protect here from Michael, but once again, I think as long as you play around this Primarina, you don't have to worry about the Haze at this point. Dragonite and the Sneasler are carrying this match well.
Yeah, big sleep roll there on the Kingambit. Of course, now with the Terra Ghost, Eduardo actually doesn't have a great way of hitting the Kingambit right now, but yeah, decides that it is the time to go for Dire Claw, even if that was just a poison that would like tick it down just a little bit, and that with that sleep, there wasn't really too much the Kingambit could have done, but now Michael has to hope that Kingambit wakes up sooner rather than later.
Is able to get the second protect there on that Magmar, enabling an opportunity for Eduardo to go for another coaching here. This is going to be able to give Dragonite even more attack and defensive support as it was going for the scale shot. This will once again go down into a protect. Michelle playing very defensively, burning through these sleep turns and hoping Kingambit's going to wake up, and it does.
Nice, so Kowtow Cleave won't be super effective here, and Sneasler can barely take it and is around for yet another coaching potentially in the next turn. And Edu was fine with that trade, I would think, because yeah, just getting up another coaching against two Pokemon that aren't really threatening the Dragonite too much. Of course, Magmar could go for a Will-O-Wisp, but it's already at such low HP that any other hit coming out from the Dragonite would probably knock it out. And then it's really about, can the Dragonite take on that Primarina that is waiting in the back for Michael?
I think having the +2 attack boost as well will give it some good potential to get some damage on the board. Sneasler, however, out of action. That Sucker Punch will be able to get the knockout. So Eduardo, I think, doesn't mind this too much. It gives the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back. Maybe something like that Magmar to be able to have that redirection. But also, as Michael will be losing his own Magmar here in this turn, it gives the opportunity to bring that Primarina back in and try and click that haste button as quick as you can.
Yeah, huge play there by Michael, actually. I think the most obvious move, one could argue, would have been for Edu to go for another coaching on the Dragonite, and then of course Sucker Punch would not have worked. But I think Edu was trying to get another Dire Claw into that Kingambit, roll the dice once more. But yeah, Michael sniffed that and went for that Sucker Punch. Nice play, definitely with some risk, but I think that is what Michael needs to take now. Take some risks to get back into this game, because against this Dragonite, yeah, it's really just tough to hit it. But one thing that I see is could be beneficial for Michael is the fact that now that Dragonite has terrestrialized into Fairy, the Sneasler that is still waiting in the back for Michael could hit the Dragonite for super effective damage with Dire Claw. So I think the route for Michael would probably be something like get the Haze at some point and then try to get rid of that Dragonite with the Sneasler, but you still also have to get through the Magmar. So yeah, definitely tough to maneuver here for Michael at this point.
You have to slow down the momentum that Eduardo has gained at this point, and yes, you could go for something like the Haze, but that also means Primarina isn't dealing any damage that particular turn either. And of course, a Pokemon like the Dragonite can still deal some offensive pressure. It's still a pretty good attacking Pokemon. It's going to go straight for the Extreme Speed. That does over 50%, so much damage, but will activate the Berry on Primarina, so it has a little trick in its back pocket. Then we'll be able to get a lot of HP remaining back here as Magmar does this time go for the Will-O-Wisp. This is going to connect onto this Kingambit that cannot catch a break from these status afflictions.
Yeah, well, it just woke up, now it's burned. Well, and with that reduced attack, definitely won't do as much damage, but there is finally that Haze coming out, reducing all of the stat changes that Edu has worked so hard for. But this Kowtow Cleave, yeah, once again, so little damage now. Kingambit will take the burn damage every other turn, or every turn, so it'll take yeah, a couple of turns maybe for Eduardo to get through that Kingambit, but at the same time, Kingambit not really the most offensive threat at this point.
That's the thing. I think if you're Eduardo, you can completely ignore that Kingambit for now. It's been completely neutralized. You don't have to worry about the offensive pressure from these Kowtow Cleaves. You can really focus down on that partner Pokemon like the Primarina. Dragonite is going to go for the Stomping Tantrum. You said this was the good coverage move into Primarina, but without the boost, it's not going to deal nearly enough. And Heat Wave, kind of negligible damage into that Water type that can retaliate with a Hyper Voice, puts them both into the orange danger zone.
Yeah, big damage coming out here, and once again the Kowtow Cleave, not into the Magmar, but once again into that Dragonite. So Michael probably has a very clear idea of how he wants to get rid of that Dragonite in this game. And yeah, he needs to get that chip on, is what he feels like. Now, Extreme Speed plus another Heat Wave should probably knock out the Primarina, but not the King Gambit. So maybe if Michael tries to protect the Primarina this turn, get in some more chip damage with that King Gambit, then he needs to create a position where he can potentially knock out the Magmar once again to then deal with that Dragonite with his own Sneasler. But Eduardo still has one more Pokemon in the bag as well.
Yes, exactly. He's keeping it safe and secret for now. Maybe it needs to find a way to be able to deal with something like that Sneasler. I mean, we've had a sneak peek. We know it is going to be that Alolan Ninetales, so that's something that doesn't necessarily want to face down against the Sneasler, particularly as it has its Focus Sash still intact. So Eduardo needs to find a way to break that to enable out this path to victory. Once again, going down into a Protect. Michael playing very well with these Protects, calling them very accurately as the Heat Wave will come through. Now, is it going to be able to connect onto this opposing Sneasler and break that Focus Sash? Ooh. No, it is nimble. It dodged out of the way. This is what Michael needs to find a footing back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely helps. I mean, now we have Fake Out Pressure on Michael's side with that Sneasler. Edu could just go for a double Protect this turn. I think that seems relatively safe. But yeah, then what happens after that? I mean, Follow Me and potentially Scale Shot seems like a good choice to get rid of that Sneasler. But with all of the damage that King Gambit was able to do on the Dragonite, Kowtow after Kowtow Cleave, now I think it might be in range of a Hyper Voice. So the play that I was talking about, this Follow Me and Scale Shot into the Sneasler in the following turn after Double Protect this turn, could run into something like switching out the Sneasler into King Gambit and just going for a Hyper Voice. So there is a very, very real opening for Michael if he can call this next move. Now, Double Protect, yeah, very safe play here on Eduardo's side, but I think both players know that this next turn is the key turn of the battle.
Yeah, nothing surprising here. When you know there's the Fake Out and you have the utility to go for a Protect and not be punished for it, then it's a really wise option to go for, and Eduardo has played that really well. We saw the Hyper Voice coming through from the Primarina there, and Dragonite, like you've mentioned, in a very precarious situation here. Doesn't want to take that Hyper Voice and get knocked out, because then Eduardo's in a position where he's forced to bring that Ninetales in from the back. Yeah, so I guess the obvious move would be to Follow Me with a Magmar and Scale Shot into that Sneasler. But yeah, if you were to be hit with that Hyper Voice, then that could be game-ending almost. So yeah, how can you play around that? Maybe you need to attack the Primarina actually, but then the Sneasler could just go ahead and go for a Dire Claw, getting rid of that Dragonite. So yeah, it's really dicey what to go for, and yeah, let's see what these players are locking in. Looks like also Edu is not sure what to do, but there decides last second, and it is the Primarina switching out. So I think that this was a great call by Edu. Yes, and Michael adjusting here, saying the Primarina's the target. I'm going to put in the Pokemon that isn't going to put in a lot of work. My burnt King Gambit from the back. As the Follow Me comes through, perfectly predicted here by the Magmar. The Dire Claw's not even going to be able to get the knockout here because of the natural ball, because the Scale Shot will connect. We've got one.
There's another one.
Over halfway.
Might be enough even with just the 4. There is the 3rd and the 4th.
There's the 4
one.
And the knockout.
Is enough for the knockout, exactly. So yeah, nice play there by Edu, using that Follow Me to protect the Dragonite just for this one crucial turn. And now with a burned King Gambit and that Primarina that has already taken so much damage, it looks like Edu has found a way to put himself in a great spot to winning this first game.
Yes, and I think really playing around this Dragonite so well, enabling it to have that success with the coaching boost, but then also the Fairy Terrestrialization to make sure that the King Gambit really wasn't a threat in this match, has really enabled Eduardo this victory here in this game 1. I mean, let's take a closer look here. Primarina in a very precarious situation. I think obviously if it goes for a Hyper Voice, it'll be able to get the knockouts, but the speed advantage is with Eduardo, particularly with that support.
Yeah, I'm thinking about if there is a way for Michael to play through this. I think, yeah, that is a good start for him, protecting the Primarina from a potential attack from that Dragonite. But then, yeah, once again, the King Gambit just doesn't do so much damage being burned and against that Terra Fairy Dragonite.
And with the Alolan Ninetales in the back as well, it's not going to worry about the Dark type attacks coming through. Dragonite able to hang on. Unfortunately for King Gambit, it is chipping away and chipping away with these Kowtow Cleaves, but it's not able to get the knockout here. But the Alolan Ninetales as well has access to Freeze Dry. That's something the Primarina isn't going to appreciate at all either. So Eduardo setting up a real good path to victory here. If you're Michael here, I guess you're trying to already start thinking about game 2, maybe how you might adjust accordingly?
Yeah, probably yes. I mean, you still want to see what is the 4th Pokemon that Edu has brought, because once again, I think that Edu has experience in this matchup, so he probably had something prepared, the 4 Pokemon that he wanted to bring in this particular matchup. Michael here trying to go for the double protect, but failing, and now with his extreme speed, that should be the end of that Primarina, as yeah, maybe Kingambit can get in one more hit and potentially get a knockout finally on Edu's team. But yeah, even then, I guess we would just see the Sneasler come out. But nope, with that Heat Wave, it's enough to put that Kingambit into burn range. And yeah, that means Edu winning that game 1. I wouldn't say convincingly, but he definitely felt like he was in control throughout the entirety of the battle.
Yes, and I really like the way he played around with the Diaclaw as well on that Sneasler. You know, was able to get that lucky break, putting the Kingambit to sleep, but then also kind of figuring out Kingambit isn't really a threat right now. Let me fully weaken it so I can focus down on that other slot with the Will-O-Wisp. I think was a really nice play to just enable that. It was very obvious then what he was going to do, in the sense where you were talking about like the follow me and the scale shot. It's a very obvious play, but he could do that. He could afford to do that so easily because of the dominant position he was in.
Absolutely, yes. And now, of course, the question will be, how can Michael adapt to what he saw in game 1? I think Dragapult could be one Pokemon to think about. With the Terra Ghost, with either Phantom Force or Terra Blast, those are very powerful hits. And with the Pokemon that Edu brought to the battle, we didn't actually see any resistances. I mean, we don't know if the Samurott was maybe waiting in the back, but the 3 Pokemon that gave the most trouble here for Michael, the Dragonite, Magmar, and Sneasler, also don't really have Terra types to terrestrialize out of those Ghost-type attacks. So maybe that is something to think about, but at the same time, this Terra Fairy Dragonite is just really, yeah, really pesky, not a Pokemon that Dragapult enjoys going up against. So maybe Michael also feels like he had the tools. I don't think it was like super one-sided. I think maybe if 1 or 2 calls go another way, maybe if the Dire Claw doesn't get the sleep, then you get even more chip damage in with that Kingambit. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say. Or let's say the Dire Claw got the poison, then all of a sudden the Kingambit is not hit by that Will-O-Wisp anymore. So few options for sure.
That's the thing, the trainers have to adapt to the dice rolls that happen in this match. I think from Michelle's side, I would really like to see the Sneasler being utilized a little bit stronger.
Yep.
If you're applying pressure to that Dragonite, forcing it to go for the Terra Fairy again, something like a Diaclaw can then in turn apply pressure to that Fairy type as well. And just being able to maybe kind of return the favor and put a status affliction onto that Dragonite and give yourself a foothold into the match could be a really nice way to play it. In this case, in game 1, we saw Sneasler come into the lead, then it got switched out straight away, and then when it came back, it got scale shot. It didn't really get a moment to shine, but it's in the leads again for Michelle, paired up with that Primarina, so maybe it will have an option facing down against the Sneasler on the opponent's team. And the Golden Go, that's an interesting adjustment from Eduardo.
Yeah, Golden Go, not really a Pokemon we've talked about too much on Edu's side, because a little bit overshined there by that Alolan Ninetales and that Samurott, but yeah, Golden Go, another one of those Pokemon that just throughout the different regulations we've seen so far, definitely always a top threat. And Sneasler and Golden Go, Fake Out Nasty Plot, is just so good. You have 2 of the strongest Pokemon in the format, and you can use them to really patch up some of their weaknesses. Michael on the other side going with the same Pokemon that he has chosen in the first game, and I think actually is not a bad choice either. He has Haze active right away in case he wants to predict a potential Nasty Plot play, but also, of course, he could just go on the offensive with Fake Out and an attack on his own.
Looks like that was a Fake Out coming through as well from the opposing Sneasler, but it was hit by the speedier one on Michelle's side there by the looks of things, so unable to move this turn. But Golden Go is going to go for that Nasty Plot nonetheless. Doesn't have to fear anything from Primarina, so it is now set up and ready to go.
Yeah, big Hyper Voice coming in, dealing quite a significant amount of chip damage to the Golden Go, which is holding that Metal Coat, so no recovery possible for that Golden Go. And instead, Edu will have to try and deal all the damage with what he has. But now with that +2, I think, yeah, potentially that Primarina might already be in range of a double up with Make It Rain, of course. The question, though, is do you really want to play into like Sneasler Speed Ties? That's not something you enjoy doing. Of course, Sneasler doesn't hit another Sneasler very hard, but it hits it, hits the Primarina here super effectively, though, before any of Michael's Pokemon move.
Yeah, and Eduardo Sneasler moving first that time as well, so you're right, those speed type mind games, not something these trainers want to play, it's completely outside of their control. But of course, Diaclaw doing so much damage, activating that Citrus Berry once again as the close combat comes through and finishes off the Sneasler on Eduardo's side. But this means that Golden Go is left alone. It is in prime position to utilize that nasty plot boost and make it rain, get some good damage on the field, and possibly even get 2 KOs here.
Yeah, and a very bulky Primarina over on Michael's side. Taking that Diaclaw, that is not something that all Primarina can do. Golden Go actually going for another nasty plot, but with this Hyper Voice, yeah, the Golden Go now down to like a third of its health. Why do you like it?
Well, I like it from both players here. I like the fact that you kind of see both these trainers can't do anything to me. I'm a Golden Go, you can't hit me with poison or fighting type moves. So you're going to be able to activate another nasty plot. You know you can take another one of these Hyper Voices. But at the same time, Michelle being like, the Golden Go is going to start doubling down these nasty plots. I need to weaken it. The Hyper Voice comes through. So now if you're Eduardo, you need to make sure you're not going to lose all this kind of setup that you've got. You need to now go on the offensive.
Yeah, and you know, because of the open team sheet, you know that the moves over on Sneasler's side on Michael can deal no damage to that Golden Go whatsoever. So Edu taking the opportunity to just go for a protect with a Magmar and for a very, very safe make it rain. But Michael also anticipates this, protects the Sneasler, so only Primarina goes down this turn.
But I like this ball position as well. Yes, you drop your special attack, but you're still at +2 because you had that first initial nasty plot boost. Magmar's now in a position where it can provide you the redirection support if you want to get another nasty plot boost up later to kind of, you know, balance out the effects that Make It Rain does.
Yeah, very powerful Golden Go still, and yeah, together with that Magmar might actually set up this very nasty duo here where the Follow Me has to be dealt with first before you can go through that Golden Go. Rillaboom coming in over on Michael's side. It's not a Pokemon that can do a ton of damage to Magmar. Of course, we have the high horsepower, so that could be one way. Go for a close combat and high horsepower this turn. Maybe even you could think about terrestrializing that Rillaboom over on Michael's side to take some of those Make It Rains a little bit better. But likewise, Edu also has terrestrialization available, and with the Terra Ghost Follow Me, that would make it even harder for Michael to hit that Magmar.
And you mentioned earlier, Golden Go has no option for recovery, but with the grassy terrain on the field as well, it has access to protect. It can maybe get a little bit of HP back and then not have to worry about some damage that might come out from a grassy glide, for example. We are going to see the defensive terrestrialization. I think this is really wise from Michelle. The Rillaboom doesn't want to have to take the Golden Go's Make It Rain, so it goes into that nice fire typing to be able to resist those attacks.
Yeah, so now a little damage calculation game for those at home. How much does +3 Make It Rain do against that Rillaboom? It's going to be... It'll still definitely do quite a bit of damage, but Edu thinks that this is the time to go for terrestrialization on his own. Very safe, I guess, on the Magmar. Terra Ghost, so no close combat. Now let's see what Michael locked in.
Let's have a look. Instead, it's the Diaclaw, so it will at least be able to connect. Not very effective, of course. And the secondary effect of Paralysis comes through. That's not one we've seen yet for the bingo card at all. Golden Go, however, can make it rain. It has that support. It takes the Sneasler right down to his focus sash, but that defensive Terra type absolutely perfect for Michelle. The Rillaboom is going to be able to hang around.
Yeah, now which move does Rillaboom go for? It is that high horsepower, not going all in with that read and maybe go for a Wood Hammer. It would be really risky, but also means that now Rillaboom doesn't take any more recoil damage, so it could take another one of those Make It Rains, maybe even a Shadow Ball at this point, but it might be close. I mean, it was Metal Coat boosted +3 Make It Rain that we just saw, but yeah, with that Paralysis, of course, introducing another element that could turn the battle more into Michael's favor if there is a fully Paralysis on the Follow Me turn.
And we also haven't seen the fourth and final Pokemon in the back, but Magmar are going to be unable to move in this turn. The Paralysis coming through, dishing a little bit of revenge for the Diaclaws that Eduardo was dealing out in Game 1. Of course, damage going on the board, but no extra secondary effect here. The Shadow Ball you mentioned earlier, Marcus, is it enough? It is. It does get the knockout here, so I think that's a really nice play by Eduardo, switching from the Steel-type offensive move to that Ghost typing as well.
Yeah, and you don't even need the Follow Me against that Sneasler, just because, yeah, once again, Goldengo is immune to both same type attack boosted moves that the Sneasler could go for. So yeah, Edu actually doesn't mind that Magmar taking a turn there to just like recollect itself a little bit. But yeah, that Shadow Ball, that was big. Getting the knockout here on the Rillaboom But now this is a turn where Magmar should get the follow me, because now there's King Gambit on the other side.
That's the thing, like, you kind of ask yourself what Sneasler going to do in this match, and not a lot with these two ghost types on the field. But when there are ghost types, the Pokemon you want is a dark type, and that's exactly what King Gambit is, and it's rocking a lot of dark type moves. So both of the Pokemon on Eduardo's side are threatened here. Sneasler just going for Protect, doesn't want to enable a knockout, at least giving Michael both Pokemon still on the field, as Magmar, realizing it could be the target here, there is no follow me, is able to go for the Protect. Is Golden Go going to fall victim, however? Not before it gets to Make It Rain out first.
Yeah, big Make It Rain, one might say, but yeah, this King Gambit should be able to take it relatively well. Well, it still takes almost half of its HP, and now the question is, where did Michael target? Oh, he went into the Magmar. Smart play once again by Eduardo.
I kind of like this as well, because you think, oh, the follow me's got to come out, we're going to support that Golden Go, make sure that it's going to be able to not be taken down, as there's been so much setup and so much investment in it. But actually Magmar playing quite defensively, and it's now a bit like, well, this turn I can go for the follow me, this turn I can do that.
Yeah, with a really nice play on Sucker Punch in the first game against the Sneasler. Michael got that read right, but this time around it is Eduardo who gets it correct. Double Protect coming out from the Sneasler, okay. Let's see, then, is this a counter cleave? Looks like it, so follow me, Make It Rain, but King Gambit should be able to take that, and then if the counter cleave gets rid of that Magmar, then we might have a game once again.
I mean, every single time these Make It Rains come on the field, that special attack is being dropped. A critical hit will be able to help, though, go the distance into this opposing King Gambit, as the Cowtown Cleave will be retaliated with, though Magmar has been felled. And now Eduardo will be forced to reveal that fourth and final Pokemon.
So yeah, no more redirection available for Eduardo. So if this is a Pokemon that Sneasler can deal with for Michael, then something like a Dire Claw or a Close Combat and a Sucker Punch to deal with a Goldengo could be the road to victory here for Michael. And it is at Samurott. Wow. Now, it's not so easy to evaluate. I mean, how much damage do you think a Sucker Punch does into that King Gambit? I don't know if it would knock it out, and I also don't know if Sucker Punch would knock out the Sneasler over on Michael's side. So, yeah, if Close Combat gets the knockout on the Samurott, and yeah, Sucker Punch will definitely get the knockout on Goldengo, maybe Michael has a way back into this game.
Yeah, the Terrestrialization has been used up on Eduardo's side with that Magmar as well, so you don't even have that utility in this endgame. We're going to see almost a triple protect, but no, Sneasler is going to be vulnerable in this endgame turn, as Golden Go also plays defensively, protecting itself up from a potential Sucker Punch or a Cowtown Cleave coming out, and Samurott Sucker Punch will fail.
Yeah, big play on Michael's end, though. Another Sucker Punch that will also fail, so no damage dealt this turn, but a little bit of recovery. And on the Goldengo, I don't think it matters too much, but on the King Gambit and on the Sneasler,
it matters.
Maybe the Sucker Punch will not get the Sneasler now. It is at -1 defense, I believe, after using Close Combat earlier. So,
yes.
Yeah, on the Sneasler. So let's see. Sneasler gets knocked out here by that Sucker Punch, but what did King Gambit go for? Is it another Sucker Punch into that Goldengo? Yes, it is, but it
fails. Oh, Eduardo reading this turn perfectly. Goldengo actually able to go for this nasty plot, not only boosting itself up, but I think critically to be able to stop that Sucker Punch from being able to connect. And Samurott looking at the opposing Sneasler and thinking, hey, your Protect just failed. You could just Protect again, but Eduardo not falling for that trick, and it was a treat of a match for him indeed. Able to be victorious in Swiss round 3.
Yeah, great play coming out. Both our players here still discussing the match. Of course, they know that there were some key turns where, yeah, it could have gone either way, I would say. But Eduardo Cunha comes out victorious here in this. And I just have to say it again, it is just Swiss round number 3. We'll move to a flawless 3-0 record. And then Michael Kelch also fought well, I would say, of course. But yeah, in the end, Edu, with some unconventional choices here, at least in the terms of Pokemon, takes the win.
Yes, I mean, Samurott just coming in at the end, almost kind of like the kind of lucky surprise, you know, being like, you wanted to see Samurott, I didn't bring in game 1, I've brought it to game 2, once it can clean up the match a little bit. But the one thing I really liked about Eduardo's play was in both games going for very different setup strategies. And that's what really overwhelmed Michael in that match. The Dragonite, for example, in game 1 was able to get 2 coaching boosts up, then the extreme speeds and the stomping tantrums were just doing so much damage. And in game 2, it was really all about that Golden Go that was able to set itself up thanks to the support that Magmar gave it.
Yeah, beautifully played best of 3 strategy here, I would say, by Edu. Identifying that he had a set plan for game 1. He brought in the Dragonite, got off the coaching, and it looked unstoppable almost, right? But then he knew that maybe Michael would adapt to that play style, maybe would change something in the selection of Pokemon, which he did, bringing in that Rillaboom, for example, Pokemon that could have hit the Dragonite once it has terrestrialized, a little bit better than the Magmar. So yeah, that is something that Edu anticipated. And then instead of going for another Dragonite game, he focused on Goldengo, not even bringing the Dragonite at all. So yeah, you really identified that beautifully as well. Nicely done by Eduardo. Two different strategies, and yeah, beating Michael Kelch in a pretty straight-up game like that, definitely not something to underestimate. Edu still definitely got it.
And I think you're right, though, in that best-of-3 situation, when you've won Game 1, you can afford to be a little bit risky going into that Game 2, change up your strategy a bit, because your opponent doesn't really have that wiggle room, as it were. If they lose that Game 2, then they've lost the set entirely. So you can take that risk by bringing a completely different setup and maybe predicting that your opponent is going to now adjust their team accordingly to what you brought in Game 1, so you can kind of counter the counterplay, let's say. And I think Eduardo did that really well, really got into Michael's head.
Yes, he did. And then, of course, we got to talk about that endgame as well.
Oh, all the sucker
punches, not hitting, then hitting. Yeah, I think that damage calculation, I wonder, on the Samurott, with a Sucker Punch on the Sneasler. I mean, it had the reduced defense stat, but still, that's so difficult to assess, especially if you're not used to the power of Hisuian Samurott.
True.
I've heard others in the past say about this Pokemon that, yeah, if you have a feeling about how much damage it's going to do, it will do less. Just because they think, or it doesn't have the best attack stat, right?
It looks powerful as well, right? It's a bit deceptive.
Absolutely. But then in that game, definitely getting that key knockout on the Sneasler, and yeah, that really sealed the deal there. And yeah, well played to both, I would say. But Edu, really impressive.
And I want to credit the Magmar as well on Edu's side, because it was this supportive Pokemon, but it stayed on the field for so long as well. Forced to use this terrestrialization just like this Dragonite was in Game 1, and it proved to be excellent. You could resist Fire-type moves, you could resist the Dark-type moves. It just enabled this Dragonite to be able to do exactly what you see it doing right now, getting this damage on the board and getting those KOs.
Yeah, getting those KOs, especially with a Scale Shot in Game 1. With that loaded dice, such a strong combination. Of course, you have to worry a little bit of the accuracy of the move, only 90%, but if it hits, it will hit at least 4 times. So Dragonite really sweeping through that first game, taking all the knockouts left, right, and center, until then in the end it finally was knocked out, but a little bit too late for Michael. So yeah, first game going to Eduardo with that Dragonite-centric strategy. But then in the second game, at first, it looked as if Michael maybe had the upper hand there, getting the knockout on the Sneasler right away, but that Goldengo, setting up those nasty plots, I think that was definitely so important, boosting that Make It Rain damage and then getting a couple of KOs with that Pokemon.
And that close combat as well turned out to be a bit detrimental towards the end, as we were talking about that Sucker Punch. The defense drop may easily have played a role in enabling that KO from the Hisuian Samurott. But yes, you were able to get the KO down, but then this was a beautiful play. The Ghost-type Magmar as well, enabling that the close combats wouldn't be able to follow up, and the Goldengo able to just go for that Shadow Ball, deal with the Rillaboom. There really wasn't too much room for Michelle to maneuver here.
Yeah, and then finally, when that Magmar was knocked out, both of Michael's last remaining Pokemon had taken already so much damage that in the end, this Sucker Punch by the Samurott would seal the deal. And yeah, Edu takes it 2-0.
Fantastic play. You can see exactly why he was a world champion in the past as well. And we were talking earlier about his playstyle, and he really was calm, cool, and collected throughout that, not making any kind of rash decisions, really being cautious with the Pokemon. We didn't even see the Alola Ninetales in Game 1, for example, so he didn't reveal that unnecessarily.
Yeah, definitely knowing what it needs to win games like this, but also knows, of course, what it needs to win a tournament. And I'm excited to see how far he can take this cool team, and I can't wait to hear from him.
Yeah, let's go to the interview right now.
Welcome, trainers. I'm in the lounge with your winner of that previous Swiss round. It is Eduardo Cunha, previous world champion as well, and really sealing the deal here in Lille. Congratulations, Edu.
Thank you very much.
So, talk to us about, there are so many interesting things to unpack on that team. Let's deal with this Hisuian Samurott first. Talk to us about that.
All right, so this team actually started based off on some Japanese trends that I'd seen. Some friends of mine were working on a few ideas, including Ninetales with Goldengo, and I thought, you know what? I don't like the defensive synergy the team has right now, but I think I can tweak it. And I'd been testing around with Samurott because beyond the typing, sometimes being a good mesh and just being able to like compress rolls really well, it also kind of works as well. beyond the typing. It hits really hard. It walls a lot of key Pokemon like Basculegion, Goldengo, Incineroar, Armarouge, even Delphox. If they don't have Focus Blast or Dontera, they cannot touch me. So Samurott just feels like beyond the typing just has like a lot of value. It does a lot of damage too. I thought there were 2 sets only that I liked using. I tried other items. It was either Focus Sash, because although it walls a lot of things, it also gets KO'd by a lot of things in the format. So either you run Focus Sash or you make up by the low bulk by having Assault Vest, right? And I thought Assault Vest had some potential, so I tested it out and I really liked it. And it's actually surprisingly versatile. It has priority. It has, like ways to ignore defense boost with Sacred Sword. It even has the option to set up spikes if I were running Ceaseless Edge. I can knock off items. I can get good crits with Night Slash if I opted to run that, and even Aqua Cutter. So it just feels like it has a lot of components that I really liked about it, on top of like offering a lot of things Goldengo appreciates. Dark types are, beyond, like sometimes some of the most common dark types don't really fit the combination of Magmar and Goldengo. Like Incineroar, I double down on fire. Hydreigon's all right, and I was considering bringing Hydreigon to this tournament, but I also needed a water type. And Samurott was both of those, and when I tested it, it was surprisingly good, so that's how it came about.
Wow, I mean, you couldn't have sold it better. I'm entirely sold. It's in Samurott. Get on that train, everybody. Now, in that game, we actually only saw the Samurott come at the very end. But in game 1, it was all about the Terra Fairy on the Dragonite that was applying so much pressure. Talk to us about your decision to go for Terra Fairy on that Pokemon.
Yeah, one of the great things about Scale Shot, one of the big pros, is that you don't have to dedicate your Terra to have a strong stab move unlike the Terra Blast, Terra Flying ones, right? Instead, you can run like, more sort of unorthodox like Terra options. Initially, I considered Steel. It is like a fantastic defensive Terra. But something I didn't really like was how Dragon Hit moves are still doing damage, and Sneasler Dragapult could like Dragon Darts, break my multi-scale first, and then close combat if they read the Terra. So instead I opted for Fairy. It's really good into Mirror, it's really good into Dragapult, and it's a fantastic defensive typing. My Fairy type is also not the best defensively. It's not something that I bring to every game, so sometimes having the option to have a Fairy type, even if I don't want to bring Ninetales, also feels fantastic. So it just felt like a good call for the meta, and it also walls a lot of things, as we saw. Like the biggest Pokemon that hits Fairies right now, beyond Goldengo, is Sneasler, right? And Sneasler hates Scale Shot. So like the one Pokemon that they can use to offensively disrupt me is the one that gets KO code through Sash by Scale Shot. So he lives opponents with sort of like between a wall and the bad place, a sword and bad place. It's rough. So yeah,
you really break it down so well for all the newer players, and these are the sorts of calculations that have to be running through your head when you're building at the top level of play. Fantastic to see. Kingambit, of course, took that snooze. It was away with the Fairies. There's a Primarina running around as well as the Alolan Ninetales, as you said. But then game 2, it was all about the Golden Go. Were you banking on it too much? No, it was able to clean up in the end. Why did you lean into the Golden Go for game 2?
So I have 2 main modes with this team, right? I have the coaching plus Sneasler, plus Dragonite, and I have the Golden Go setup with Redirection, right? Those are the main modes. I have more flexibility with the team. I can do many other combos, but those are the main ones. And surprisingly, both modes are fantastic into these sort of balanced team, because the Dragonite has the benefit of scale shotting through Sneasler and Dragapult, whereas Golden Go walls Sneasler and Dragapult. Kalash ended up surprising me a little bit with the Terra Ghost Terra Blast and makes the Golden Go mode a little shakier, and that's why I opted not to go for it game 1. And both modes have like its pros and cons. It's about whether I predict my opponent to focus on those cons or not. And I figured that in game 1, after revealing the strategy of Scale Shot, it'd be good to adapt to a different mode game 2. Both are strong, both have their pros and cons. I personally just made the call on the timing, and I think I got it right, mostly, at least for game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, nice that you have another game plan ready to go as well, just hidden up your sleeve. Well, thank you for that, Edu. And now, time for the Giovanni boys. Do you want to join Team Rocket?
Crazy for you to ask me that when I'm a part of Team Aqua.
It's true. Okay. We don't compete against these rival teams. Finally, Edu, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Of course, my beautiful fiance. She's at home watching, and she supports me so much. She's my rock, as well as my mom and my aunt. They both at home, they always keep me strong and focused. So thank you so much to them. Also, of course, to Team Aqua, my team, for always supporting me and helping me. Gaspacho, my good friends, as well as the Portuguese community. yeah, everyone who's been with me, all my students as well. I coach, and a lot of them, I'll actually, like, you know, it's always, I like to say that teaching is a two-way street. I'm not just teaching them what I know, I'm also learning with them. And I feel like I learn a lot with my students, so thank you to them too.
Fantastic, Edu. Yes, so many people that go into raising a Pokemon trainer for these events. Well, traders, I know you're wanting more. Well, don't go anywhere, because we'll be getting into Swiss Round 4.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion. There's the lightning energy. There's the drop free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Neo Upper Energy on the pitch shot. KO with +3 win. And Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship. And there it is. The prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sandsear Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. So the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Fabian and I'm from Germany. Ich wäre gerne vom Typ Feuer, wenn ich ein Pokémon wäre. Ich bin durch meinen Bruder an Pokémon interessiert. Als wir bei der Weltmeisterschaft in London waren, wo ich meinem Bruder zugeguckt habe.
Fabian's brother Alex was actually the 2022 EUIC Junior Champion, but is it now Fabian's turn for an international title?
Dann haben wir mal an einem Turnier teilgenommen. Da habe ich gut abgeschnitten und dann habe ich weitergespielt. Ich mache Erfahrung mit Pokémon und ich sehe Freunde. Ich habe Spaß dabei. Also dieses Event ist sehr wichtig für mich, weil es ist auch mein allererster Sieg. Ich habe auch noch nie eine Regional gewonnen.
The whole community rooting behind this junior who has taken his first international title.
Und deswegen ist mir das sehr wichtig, weil es auch eine International war. Ich hier das allererste Mal ein Turnier gewonnen habe. Mein Ziel ist es, nach Hawaii zu fliegen diese Saison. Also Sorgen sollten Sie sich nicht machen, weil es ist ja auch mein erster Sieg und vielleicht war es auch nur Glück, weiß man ja nicht. Vielleicht hätte ich ohne den Volltreffer nicht gewonnen. Vielleicht hätte ich, wenn ich in anderen Spielen kein Glück gehabt hätte, wäre ich nicht so weit gekommen. Deswegen müssen Sie sich keine Angst vor mir machen.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
It's a pleasure to see Lou. Lou, good to see you. It's a pleasure to see you as well. It's a pleasure to see you all, but very excited to be on the desk with you for the first time today.
Very excited to be invited by Team Rocket to be a part of this amazing evening.
Well, speaking of which, Lou, time for the Giovanni voice.
Let's go. I'm ready. I'm composed this time.
Are you really? Do you want to join Team Rocket? Listen, kid, what's so funny? What's that? It's just my voice.
He just does it so accurately. It's Giovanni, I'm so honored to be asked. I feel like we're gonna send a little grunt in first.
Okay, I like it. I like we get a little arm made for your lapel. Is this? We'll call that a lapel.
Little lapel. I mean, Gastrodon is. I'm on the broadcast. We're going to talk about it. He has been the most given away Pokemon in Pokemon giveaways. There have been 5 times Gastrodon has been given away Pokemon. This beautiful blue-green one being 4 out of those 5 times. Poor Ruiz, I know you did win Worlds with the pink one, but that was the only time that will ever happen. So it is a very valuable asset, and I think Team Rocket could benefit. You know, it's actually to Team Rocket's benefit to have a Gastrodon. So, Giovanni.
Well, that's very kind of you. A pleasure to meet you there. We tend to go for the more the coughings, the Rattata, but we could...
With terrestrialization, it could be a poison type.
Terra Poison's really good for Gastrodon. That's a very good point. Well, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And from Giovanni too. Thanks, kid. Means a bunch. Yeah, I want to see some Kingdra distributions, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah, Kingdra, if you could just... sometimes you could sweep with a life orb under the rain. Regulations at 8, so there's never been a better time for Kingdra, to be fair, but we haven't seen it too much.
Bring Kingdra into Team Rocket, and then who knows what might happen.
Oh, yeah, it could do.
It can hit the gym, be trained up a little bit.
I mean, the Charlie in me doesn't want that to happen, but Giovanni does, yes, all of it.
It's trick or treat weekend. Basically, do we get the trickster Giovanni or the treat that is Charlie?
Ah, Lou, you flatter me so much. Now, speaking of treats, we want to name this Persian. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know all of your best names. We've had some really good ones so far. I look forward to scrolling through. We did have the suggestion of Calumet Catface yesterday. I think you can do better than that. I think we
so
can
too.
Get our imagination firing. Let us know. Name this Persian.
Yes, exactly. And if you maybe want some inspiration of how to name Persian, you might want to name them after some veterans of the competitive video game. If we take a look at the leaderboards as well, you can see who is currently the front runners here. I mean, there are so many amazing trainers that are doing so well in Europe at the minute. Look at these championship points and look at these invites that have already been locked in and ready as well, Charlie.
They've got their golden tickets. This chocolate factory just keeps on giving. Michelle Kelch is there. Davide Moralia, of course, is there as well. Davide having won in Dortmund, Michelle Kelch having had a fantastic finish at the World Championships. And yes, I believe the top 4 at the World Championships, they get that automatic invite. And of course, if you win one of these events as well, you can go straight there. But the season is so far from over. I mean, look, got all these points being accumulated. As a reminder, it's going to be the top 75 that will be making it through to the World Championships. No longer a championship point bar.
You have to be able to be the best of the best to be able to go and beat the best at the World Championship. So that's why we have a new system for qualification this year. And I think it is really heating up the competition. A lot of trainers before might kind of grind through to hit that CP bar or something like 500 or 450 championship points, depending on the season. And now it's actually about not only reaching that goal, but the ceiling is higher and higher. You have to be maintaining that consistency.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Are any of these trainers at some point this season going to think, okay, I think I've done enough. I think I'm safe. Who knows? It's going to be those people in the lower down positions, you know, around the 70s, the 75s, and we'll just have to see if they have enough time remaining in the season. But speaking of our season, it's time now to take a look at the next match we're going to be featuring here in Lille, our second stop of the season. What are the matches going on in the venue? What Pokemon are people bringing to Regulation Set H here in our Lille Regional Championships? Let's take a look very briefly right now, and there we go. We can see our match that we're going to be featuring too. Frederick Hodge-Nielsen versus Julio Tarlau.
Quick scan, can't see any Gastrodon, but it's okay because Frederick and Julia, this is going to be a fantastic match. So far, the Lille Regional Championships has honestly been one of the best that I have been able to be a pleasure of the broadcast with here, because we have had an epic Swiss Round 2, Swiss Round 3, and now Swiss Round 4. Look at this, Charlie. We got some interesting Pokemon choices as well. Pokemon like the Hisuian Arcanine that we've already seen on the broadcast, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. This is a Pokemon that Marcus was actually really hyping up, so I'm sure he'll be waiting in the wings watching this with anticipation.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna. I've also got my eye on that Pokemon. I've also got my eye on Volcarona this weekend, and Amchafui running that this weekend. It's a Pokemon that matches up so well into lots of the metagame, notably Sneasler, of course, though it can run that Terra Fairy, making it weak to Diaclaw. But we've also got Indeedee Male, Murkrow there. David's going to be absolutely thrilled to see that. We got 6 Sneasler, no surprise to see that either. But yeah, really interesting team with Frederick. I cannot believe that we've got another Hisuian Arcanine. I mean, it was running rampant in Regulation Set E and some earlier formats in the 2024 season. It was so useful there. As an Intimidate user, of course, Incineroar wasn't around at that point.
That's
it was
the point.
Top dog rather than the best cat.
I always kind of say this to all the Arcanine, you know, big fans out there. It's like, sure, it's in the meta right now. It's doing good. Let's call Incineroar a clock, and then as soon as it gets released, it's like, Arcanine, please just get back in your Pokeball. Like, it's time out. Exactly. And unfortunately, that does happen a lot. And although Incineroar is in the meta at the moment, however, maybe the dog will have its day.
Oh, certainly could have its day in the sun. It's done just sort of chilling out in the kennel. It's now time to get back into the sun. But yeah, we'll just have to see which is going to be the best user. I mean, we've seen more Arcanine on the stream than Incineroar, I think, thus far. So, I mean, also, of course, Rock matches up so well into those Incineroar. You're going to have to take an Intimidate drop. You could run a Clear Amulet, but lots of people going for the Choice Band just to maximize that damage output. Remains to be seen if that's what Frederick's going to be running, but both these trainers have such a legacy behind them. Frederick has a fantastic finish after fantastic finish. Julio Tarlau, a trainer who's been doing the same really ever since our online era a few years ago.
Yes, Julio Tarlau has been a player I've been able to watch throughout the past couple of years, whether it was online play or in the venue live action as well. It's incredible to be able to see how he approaches a match. He's not someone who makes decisions very quickly, and he's someone who will make a lot of switches as well. You know, making sure that that ball position is perfect before he unleashes the offensive pressure that his team is capable of.
But is Frederic going to be allowing him to get those switches in? Is he going to allow him to be playing that passive way? Well, only time will tell. I know that both these trainers, David set up this thing earlier where maybe I have my own plushie metagame going on.
Oh, okay.
I don't have any plushies on the desk thus far, so we'll see. Maybe that's not going to serve either of these trainers, but oh well, they are locked in and they're ready to go for our Swiss round 4 here in Lille. Let us know how you're enjoying the action. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, because as you said, Lou, we've had some absolute firecrackers of games on the stream so far.
Yeah, maybe we stole all the plushies for the caster desk. We might have to...
Yeah, we've got quite a few.
We blame Team Rocket for that entirely. You'll see less and less plushies as the day goes on. But this is definitely going to be a phenomenal match. Both these trainers bringing some really interesting teams, and we saw a little glimpse of them earlier. But I'm really interested to see some of the old combinations coming back. Pokemon like Annihilate Mousehold has been so phenomenal, has got so many good records, as well as these trainers that have records galore. If we take a look at Frederic, you've already kind of explained what an incredible trainer he is, but if we take a closer dive into these top 8 finishes, so consistent.
Yeah, and in the best of 1 closed team sheet format of the Global Challenge too, really a mark of a fantastic trainer. Now, notably, neither of these trainers has that big win yet. Julio Talau, Lille Regional finalist 2 years ago, hoping to convert that into the champion position this weekend. So both these trainers, so much on the line, they really want to cement their name. They've already done so into the Pokemon history books, but just to come away with that title from this weekend could be huge, and so many other trainers aiming for the same thing.
And Julio as well, having that top 32 finish in Dortmund, kicking off the season in style now at the second event of the European season, really wants to maybe take that one stage or multiple stages better and become the grand champion. But I'm interested to dive a bit deeper into this team, having done a little bit of Pokemon Go to Pokemon VGC. Talonflame is in the meta right now. This is really interesting to see, having a unique kind of set here. We've got that Tailwind to be able to get the speed control on the field, and a nice coverage with things like the Flare Blitz and the Dual Wing Beat, as well as having that supportive capability with Will-O-Wisp.
I love the Terra Stella on there as well.
Yes.
You just, you know, if your back's against the wall, you can just go, okay, I'm just going to deal maximum damage with Terra Stella. But there are so many other tools on this team with the Indeedee Mail, Psychic Surge, able to get off those big expanding forces. Sneasler, Diaclaw, obviously that is a move that can be so threatening. And now we've got this Ursaluna. It's got the Life Orb, so it can go for the Protect. Hyper Voice, nice spread damage. Blood Moon, really big damage just into the one target there, and you cannot use it twice in a row. But how's it matching up into Julio's team?
I mean, taking a look here, we've got some key Pokemon, of course, Incineroar, one of those famous Pokemon being able to go for the Fake Out, the Intimidate, and then using something like Parting Shot to just kind of reset that, constantly have it rolling through. But my eyes really are going to be on where the stop is for something like a Psy Spam combination coming out from Frederic's team. You have that Indeedee and Sneasler, and as soon as the Unburden ability is activated by the Psychic Seed being popped by the Psychic Surge, then Sneasler is such a formidable threat as well. You've got those expanding forces coming through. There's a lot of offensive pressure as well as spread type moves coming through, and I wonder if Julio has the utility to be able to deal with that.
Well, I mean, Golden Go, it's a steel type, so it's going to resist. Incineroar's taking no damage from Psychic, but you're right. I mean, the Annihilate as well would be taking super effective. You can go for the Terra Fairy. That's not going to be resisting the Psy Spam, so to speak, either, and it can be such a threatening mode. I mean, we saw an Executor do it in Louisville last week.
That is true.
So, Indeedee Mail doing its best Executor impression. That's a sentence I literally never thought I would say. But these trainers are nearly being able to get into our game here, and I cannot wait to see how it's going to match up. Now, is the Hisuian Arcanine with the Assault Vest over on Frederic's side of the field? Earlier we featured the Choice Band set, so it's not going to be hitting as hard, but it's going to be able to soak up more hits. So overall, hopefully able to dish out maybe a similar amount of damage over the course of the entire game.
Well, I think it gives a lot of synergy to this Arcanine as well, because it has that defensive support with the Assault Vest. But when you look at the move pool, Flare Blitz, Rock Slide, Close Combat, Extreme Speed, it is all out offensive. There isn't even a Protect on there. So in a way, that Arcanine is really banking on that Assault Vest to pull it through, to give it that longevity on the field, to enable its trainer to get the victory.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot run supportive moves if you're running an Assault Vest. It's got to be all-out damage. Nice to the Unburden ability on the Sneasler as well, rather than the Poison Touch. That is going to be boosting the speed once that Psychic Seed is consumed. Psychic Seed is consumed as soon as it's on the Psychic Terrain set up by the Indeedee Mail. And now, let's consume this next match.
Maltoad with the Golden Go this time, leading out front and center with the Talonflame and the Ursaluna. Some really unique Pokemon choices here, and some interesting speed interactions as well. This Talonflame, when it does have the full HP, its Gale Wings will be activated, so it could always go for a priority Tailwind here and start to get the ball rolling for Frederic.
Certainly can. Now, the Ursaluna is threatening super effective damage into the Golden Go here. Of course, the Talonflame also with its fire-type moves, but then overall it's just good damage that Frederick is offering into the lead that Julio's brought. Julio with the Golden Go here, it is running that nasty plot set, so wanting to get that boosted up. Notably with the leftovers though, rather than the Metal Coat, rather than the Life Orb, so you can protect, get some HP back, especially if in other matchups there would be a Rillaboom setting up that grassy terrain.
And this Mousehold is that supportive variety. We're not seeing any of the population bombs coming through, so it's going to be able to go for a follow me here as the Tailwind does get us set up by that Talonflame. Ursaluna just going straight away for an Earth Power.
Goodness.
Does give some good coverage and nearly gets the knockout on that Mousehold.
Yeah, the Life Orb really capitalizing on the damage there. Golden No feeling safe with the Mousehold, the friendly little family of mice redirecting to keep it safe here. But the Mousehold isn't long for this game, and then the Golden Go is really targeted down by some super effective damage. You can go for something like a Hyper Voice to get around the redirection, but of course not very effective into the Golden Go.
Yes, of course the Golden Go can go for the Make It Rain, get some good type damage across onto the opposing side, like the spread damage, sorry. But then Nasty Plot, you could always try and go for another cheeky one. We've seen this happen in previous games as well, just to enable that Make It Rain to not only deal more damage into two Pokemon that generally speaking don't mind taking it, but also trying to negate some of those drops that come through.
Does Julia want to cash in all their checks right now on this Golden Go? That's the question. Mousehold, we could see it withdraw in order for something to come in from the back. We still have two unrevealed Pokemon on both sides here, so it's all about whether Julio is able to capitalize on this setup Golden Go. But right now, it's just going to keep itself safe and secure in the vault.
Yes, as Talonflame goes for the dual Wing Beat, but only needs one to be able to get the knockout onto that Mousehold. Is able to take down all four mice in a single sweep of its wings here. But this does enable Julio to be able to bring a Pokemon in from the back and start trying to get a little bit more momentum on the field, because Frederick at this point in time is really trying to capitalize on these Tailwind turns. I like the defensive play by Julio here, not enabling another Earth Power to come through, but there's still another turn of Tailwind obviously coming into this next turn. So how is he going to be able to adapt? I mean, okay, you answer that question for me, Julio. You got Tailwind of your own potentially, right?
And you do have the Gale Wings broken on the Talonflame here as well, so no longer have priority with your flying type moves, given Talonflame's taking a little bit of chip. Whimsicott is going to be doing its best Talonflame impression here. It does have access to the Tailwind. Really interesting set with the Beat Up and the Sunny Day and Moonblast as well here. It's all about supporting this Golden Go right now for Julio. It's nice and boosted up. Let's see if it can dish out the required damage.
Yes, I feel like it needs to get the Tailwind set up here just to be able to match those speeds a little bit more and get some momentum back on the field, as well as, you know, setting up that later Tailwind means that when your opponent's Tailwind goes down, you have the advantage. It is going to be a Terrestrialization coming through, though. This Talonflame is getting beautiful and bejeweled with all the colors of the sky, as it is that Terra Stella.
Terra Stella Talonflame. This is going to give a one-time boost to any individually typed move that it has. So one to flying, one to fire in the case of that Talonflame, and then it's spent. So you've got to use it really well. Responding Terra coming out from Whimsicott, celebrating Halloween for us, getting into the festive spirit. It's going to be that Terra Ghost, keeping it safe from normal type moves, but of course the Ursaluna with its Mind's Eye ability will be able to hit right through that, but not this turn. Just going for the Protect, just keeping itself safe, as Whimsicott does indeed match that Tailwind. So Julio now has more turns of that to work with once Frederick's own expires. Big old Flare Blitz though, super effective into the Golden Go. How much damage is it going to do? Ooh. It's going to be a one-hit knockout.
That's one way to deal with the Golden Go. It's down and out for the count thanks to that Flare Blitz coming through. Of course, we know there's going to be a big amount of recoil, but I think it was worth the reward. Being able to get that Telestera boost as well will have enabled that knockout for sure. I like the defensive Terrestrialization though as well on this Whimsicott. Being able to be the Ghost type means you're no longer weak to either of the moves that came through from the Talonflame, either the fire or the flying type moves. And now Julio is able to bring in this Incineroar. This can potentially go for something like a Fake Out and slow down the pace of play.
Yeah, certainly. And with this Talonflame, you don't have access to a Protect, so you can't get around that. Talonflame here for a good time, not a long time. His health bar is dwindling, and that is the Terra option spent over on Frederick's side of the field.
Yes, you do have that cheeky Covert Cloak, though, that could come into effect, though. So I feel like Talonflame has a few extra ideas that it's got to cover for the weaknesses it gives itself. But the Flare Blitz will come through. You can see it's not doing as much damage as it would have done previously if Whimsicott hadn't have gone for the Terrestrialization, and generally a weaker Flare Blitz thanks to the Terra Stella boost being used already.
Flare Blitz now targeting down into this Ursaluna. It hangs on with 2 HP. That could be huge for Frederick getting into the future turns of this game, as the Earth Power is able to connect down Incineroar and take it out. So had that been a knockout, that Incineroar would still be around on the field with a critical hit there as well. I wonder if that matters.
You called that perfectly there, Charlie. It could give it the edge it needed. Oh, it has enough strength left in the tank to get a critical hit and to get the knockout. It will go down for its troubles, but I think it was worth it.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Julio just down to this little Whimsicott now. It's not a Pokemon that's known for dealing out damage at all.
True.
So Frederick calling this game so well. And with the life luxury of an unrevealed Pokemon in the back. This means that heading into the next game, Julio doesn't have that all-important knowledge as to what Frederick was thinking approaching this game and how they might be adapting for the next one. So another really swift set in which, unfortunately, Golden Go went bankrupt.
Yeah, Whimsico's going to try his best though. We'll be able to get a knockout on the field despite not being an effective hit. But Frederick has enough Pokemon in the back to be able to, you know, hold out through the rest of this set.
Certainly will. Indeedy looking a little bit grumpy on the field, but there's no reason to, little one. You're about to take care of this game 1 in Swiss Round 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. So back to the drawing board now for Julio. How are they going to adapt heading into game 2? I feel like the Golden Go, you got it nice and set up, but the Mousehold just had too much damage on it in order to support ably. If we look at the rest of the Pokemon available to Julio here, it's also the Annihilate as well as the Dragonite. And this Dragonite is running Haze, which is a really interesting move choice here. Over on Frederick's side of the field, there isn't too much setup, but Haze could be huge in other matchups. But certainly, Dragonite is a Pokemon that can be dealing more immediate damage rather than needing to get set up with that Golden Go. Annihilate there as well, always such a threatening Pokemon because targeting into it boosts up its Rage Fist move.
I think you make a really good point there as well about the Mousehold, Charlie, because coming out in the lead, we can understand what it was doing. This is a very supportive variant with things like Beat Up for the Annihilate, Follow Me for that redirectional support to enable something like a Nasty Plot to get set up, for example, and then Protect and Taunt as well to shut down any setup the opponent wants. But Mousehold we've seen before be a more offensive variant, and I think bringing it out where it's a bit more passive and putting all your eggs into the Golden Go basket when your opponent has brought powerhouses like the Ursaluna and the Talonflame just meant that Mousehold wasn't really able to get a foot into the game, and Golden Go was kind of left carrying all the weight. I would almost really like to see going into this game too the Annihilate come through, because Julio has utility to be able to support it with Pokemon like Mousehold or even the Whimsicott that both are carrying Beat Up. You have support with Whimsicott with something like the Tailwind if you need it as well. I think that might be a better duo going forward.
Yeah, Beat Up, of course, gives that boost to the Rage Fist that Julio would need. And then, if you can't go for the Beat Up, you can always go for a Bulk Up instead to overall boost your damage output with something like Drain Punch. Drain Punch is so nice because then you can heal back as well, be hitting into the Ursaluna super effectively too. Yeah, perhaps Annihilate might be a better shout here, but again, yeah, the Golden Go mode can work. It's just, you've got to pivot around that offense coming out from Frederick's side of the field. And you know, if we take the Amoonguss out of the equation, that's 5 very heavy-hitting Pokemon.
That's very true, actually. You know, there's a lot of vulnerability on that side. Amoonguss, somehow I don't feel it's going to come to this match, so you don't have to worry too much about it in this state of play. But now I've said it, it's probably going to be out in the lead. I do like the choices that Julio did bring. I just feel like you need that a Pokemon that you're going to really build around that's going to have more weight in this match. The Golden Go being weak to the fire, for example. Annihilate has that Terra Fairy. You can always go into that kind of defensive terrestrialization, enable yourself to be able to deal with the Talonflame or even the Blood Moon Ursaluna a little bit better. But it honestly looks like our trainers are just going to run back game 1. We've got the same leads out the blocks here. Golden Go, Mousehold, and Ursaluna, Talonflame.
Talonflame, nice and ready to provide another Tailwind on the field if it so wishes, but maybe in this game, Frederick's going to stagger that a little bit, just in case Julio were to get the advantage later on. But is the Whimsicott even lurking in the back? Only time will tell, as Frederick takes time to lock in the moves here, but Julio very fast. Okay, Mousehold going to be redirecting, waggling its little paws, so that no damage will hopefully be coming out into the Golden Go, unless the Ursaluna were to go for something like Hyper Voice. That spread damage. Very speedy bear on the field right now, just another Earth Power did so much damage in the previous game. Seems like basically exactly the same in this game here onto that Mousehold.
Yeah, I've seen this story before. It's going to be literally the same 4 moves coming through from these Pokemon, and I can understand why. Getting the Tailwind up is very critical. The Earth Power gives some good coverage, so you can always target that down into the Golden Go, right? And if Mousehold doesn't go for the redirection, you're still dealing really decent damage into that opposing Golden Go. And Golden Go, if it is going to be on the field, if that is going to be the ticket that Julio is trying to buy for winning the raffle, then you have to be able to go for that Nasty Plot and give it some offensive pressure. But I want to see Golden Go on the offensive now. I want to see it get damage on the board.
Yeah, it sort of went for nothing in that previous game, but it could be Julio's golden ticket right now, as Ursaluna will actually just protect itself. And so will the Golden Go here, just scouting out. More in the line here for Julio. You've got to win this in order to take us to a game 3. But Will-O-Wisp onto the Mousehold rather than a move that deals recall damage. That's really nice, because then you break your own Gale Wings ability. But of course, the Talonflame does have access to the Wing Beat here. Talonflame taking this beat up. It's only a little bit of damage, but once again, all you need to do for Julio, all that's in his mind right now, is breaking this Gale Wings ability on the Talonflame.
Yeah, and I think that could be critical going forward, but I also like this Will-O-Wisp play, where there's a timer now on this Mousehold. It's just going to have to take a couple more burns, and it will be removed from play, enabling Frederick to target down into that opposing Golden Go that also has just protected. So unless you want to try and go for a double protect, it's going to be vulnerable. Mousehold can indeed go for the redirection, but it's at such low HP, any move from either of Frederick's Pokemon is going to be able to get the knockout. So you could go for something like the Flare Blitz or even the do a wing beat, get the knockout on the mouse hold, regardless of what it goes for, and then this Earth-powering Ursaluna can just go for big damage onto the Golden Go.
Well, speaking of big damage, this Ursaluna is leading into its normal typing, boosting up the power of Blood Moon and Hyper Voice. Will-O-Wisp, really nice call onto that mouse hold too, just in case Julio were to go for a switch there. You catch Physical Attacker on the switch in, but as it is, Julio's Golden Go is coming over all Draconian, going for that Terror Dragon. That means it's going to be resisting the Fire-type moves coming out from the Talonflame, which could be really nice because we saw how much damage that it did in that previous game. But Mousehold, once more, just taking one for the team, following me.
Yes, and Talonflame being the speedier of the two will be the one redirected there. So the Dragon Terror not going to be able to come into effect here. Instead, it's going to be Golden Go facing down against whatever this Blood Moon Ursaluna is able to send its way. But if we take a closer look here, of course, the Tailwind is still in play. So Ursaluna in prime position to go for Blood Moon here, using so much damage, getting the normal Terror boost as well, connecting us a one-hit knockout into Golden Go. It cannot catch a break from these Okos in this set.
Absolutely not. It's no longer a steel type, so Frederick calling that perfectly. Not resisted by the Golden Go here. Frederick, such an advantage. You can see all 4 Pokemon remaining to Frederick, and then in one fell swoop, both of Julio's lead Pokemon down and out. So now we have the reveal of the Whimsicott. At least you can set up the Tailwind here, but all eyes are going to be on this final Pokemon, just the Incineroar, so just another very supportive Pokemon. I doubt that Julio has enough gas in the tank right now to undo Frederick's team.
That's the thing, I'm looking at what these 2 Pokemon can do, and sure, you've got the Fake Out that can just slow down pace of play, but then that doesn't really enable Whimsicott to do too much. If you set up the Tailwind, yes, you match the speeds, but you can't do anything. So Frederick being able to take this set 2-0 for Swiss round 4.
That might be one of the swiftest sets I've ever seen in Pokemon here at Swiss round 4 of the Lille Regional Championships. Nice to see both those trainers debriefing after the game. It's always a good thing to pick the brains of your opponent, what they were thinking, what the position they thought they were in. So crucial heading into the future rounds. And you know, Julio still has such a long day ahead, could definitely clinch out those remaining wins that they need. Probably losing one more is the maximum you'd want at that stage in order to stamp your ticket into day 2. But Frederick just played so masterfully.
And I love that camaraderie as well between the players as well. At the end of the set, talking through, congratulating the winner and discussing how moves and counter moves could have been made. And as well, obviously during the set, you don't know what your opponent is thinking. So sometimes it's quite nice to be like, okay, so why did you bring the same Pokemon in game 2? That could be a really interesting question our players want answers to. I know it's one that I would like an answer to, because I felt like going into that second game, seeing the same old story being played in game 2 just meant that Frederick could kind of go, well, I know how to win this. And he just has to go through those motions again. But the adaptations I really like. That Blood Moon Ursaluna, what a superstar.
Oh, it certainly was. It certainly was. I was surprised to see the Golden Go come out in the lead again for Julio there, just deciding that was the play. I mean, Blood Moon was such a thorn in Julio's side. We look at the other Pokemon available here. Annihilate, that is threatening super effective damage with its Drain Punches. It's still going to be taking damage from normal type moves thanks to the Ursaluna's Mind's Eye ability there. But I don't know, it's maybe a kind of team where you want to have screens on there or something just to give your Pokemon more longevity to be able to boost up.
I think that's where I would have liked to have seen the Terra Fairy come through on Annihilate, for example, because then you don't have to worry so much about, yes, the Mind's Eye coming through, but you are still able to apply pressure with that Drain Punch coming through. Even if the Blood Moon Ursaluna wants to terrestrialize, you're still going to be dealing super effective damage, but that wasn't the choice our trainers made, and you can understand why Golden Go, it is still one of the most used Pokemon. It's very, very effective, getting those nasty plot boosts up with the extra bulk that Mouthhold has to be able to redirect those attacks, but just unfortunately there was too much offensive pressure on Frederick's side for Julio to deal with. I really like that lead of Talonflame and Blood Moon Ursaluna. It was excellent.
Yeah, very cool. Also with the Mousehold, of course, if you want to be going for multiple follow me's to enable your Golden Go, you kind of need a bulkier Pokemon. I love Mousehold. It's my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon, but you could see how swiftly it was dealt with over on Frederick's side of the field. Something like an Amoonguss, say, is not going to match up well into the Talonflame, but overall, sponges up so many more hits. And there are plenty of follow me users, something like an Indeedee as well, that could be benefiting this Golden Go more. But of course, what do we know? It's Julio, who's in the player's seat. Julio, who has such a fantastic name that they built up for themselves.
As well, this Blood Moon Ursaluna being able to use that Life Orb to get the additional damage on the board just meant that it was always a formidable threat, and I just felt like Julio wasn't finding a way to target down into it. It kind of was always the Talonflame that was the target because those Flare Blitzers were also so threatening, particularly when you've got Pokemon like Golden Go and Whimsicott, 2 Pokemon that take a lot of damage from a Fire-type attack. It just meant that constantly, if you're Julio, you're trying to pick which target do I have to go for, which one is the bigger threat, because they're both threats.
You might be wondering why Julio went for that Terra Dragon there, just making itself weaker to something like a Blood Moon. Well, of course, you're removing your ground-type weakness going for that. You're no longer a Steel-type, but also the Flare Blitz coming out from the Talonflame no longer super effective into that Pokemon. Really useful defensive Terra-type there for Golden Go, but unfortunately didn't pave the way for Julio. Certainly got my eye on Blood Moon Ursaluna heading into the later stages of today. And Frederick's team as a whole, we saw their achievements earlier on just before the game, and both these trainers really going for that win. And Frederick, unbeaten record so far, looking good. But again, Julio could still do it.
Yeah, I think our co-caster Marcus Statter is definitely onto something about the Blood Moon Ursaluna hype. And I'm glad you mentioned Frederick's team again, because I want to talk a little bit about that Hisuian Arcanine. Although we didn't get to see it, it's one Pokemon that's really starting to rise up a little bit in the meta, having the option to go for that Intimidate. And when you have Pokemon like Incineroar that are still around, it's not #1 usage anymore, which I'm sure it's really struggling to deal with. But the fact that it's still out there and you have that rock-type coverage in a meta, like when I'm thinking about rock types, I don't see a dominance of them in the meta at the moment. So being able to have that flexibility when you've got flyers as well, like Pelipper's everywhere, you've also got Talonflame, you've also got Alolan Ninetales out there as an ice type. Having that rock type coverage is really, really nice for an offensive little nugget of joy in your team.
Yeah, we'll have to check with Incineroar once it's out of counseling how it feels about no longer being one of the top. Well, it is still one of the top Intimidate users, but no longer seeing such play as it was in the previous regulations there. But you're so right, Rock is such a good offensive type. You can hit Flying super effective, Ice super effective, Fire super effective, and all of those so good. I personally am eye on the Ice types this weekend. I think that a well-placed Blizzard and Alolan Ninetales could put in a lot of work. So many double dragons in the format right now, and you know, Hisuian Arcanine sort of already countering that with its rock typing.
I want to see just more weather. Like, I put down the Alolan Ninetales on my caster predictions, and I really have been a big advocate for it so far on the broadcast. But there are also those weather setters like Pelipper and also Torkoal that we saw just get runner-up place with Joe Yugate at Louisville Regionals. These are the Pokemon that I really like to see because they can offer an offensive pressure themselves. If you take a look at the special attack that Torkoal and Pelipper can deal out, it can be formidable. But they also bring that element of the weather to the field that has such cool interactions with other Pokemon, whether it's helping a partner with Swift Swim, Kingdra.
Oh, buddy, Kingdra.
Swift Stray, it could work, you know? But then also the Chlorophyll users who benefit from the sun, like Executor. I'm still not used to saying that as a sentence. I'm so used to, Pokemon like Venusaur being a Chlorophyll user, for example. But it is then enabling these more niche Pokemon to shine because the weather is in play. And I really like that these Pokemon like Torkoal and Pelipper and Alolan Ninetales don't just bring the weather, they actually also bring an offensive pressure.
Yeah, same in Tyranitar, which we have seen a few of with that sand. Most commonly running the Assault Vest, Terra Flying, Terra Blast, low kick, so it's good in something like a King Gambit, but that's enough of us wittering on. It's time to hear from our winner of that previous round. You want to talk about a great boon? It's Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Thanks, Charlie. We're here with Frederick Hoy Nielsen, who's just won an incredibly quick round for us here. So congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good because last time I played against Giulo, I lost. He's a really good player, so I can't believe I beat him.
Well, you did it in like very convincing fashion. So like seeing this kind of Golden Go setup sort of team that he had, what was your plan going into it?
I knew it was really important not to knock out the Mousehole, because if I win Tailwind Blood Moon the Mousehole, he will nasty plot the Golden Goo and then just get his Tailwind in for free. So I knew it was really important to keep the Mousehole on the field. So that's the reason I used Earth Power, so my Talonflame can knock it out after.
Love it. And yet the Talonflame was something I wanted to talk about as well. You got Terra Stella, Covert Cloak, like there was so much cool stuff going on there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we know that Terra Stella is what you need to KO that Golden Go.
Yeah, exactly. It's also funny because I actually changed Whimsicott to Talonflame last night. So my twin brother, we normally always bring the same thing. He's playing Whimsicott and I'm playing Talonflame.
Okay, and how is he doing right now?
He's either 2-2 or 3-1. I hope he's 3-1.
Okay, so you're proving it for Talonflame right now.
Yeah.
Which is very cool to see. Okay. And like, it amazing to see that Ursaluna doing so much damage, right? Like, especially on that turn in game 2 where it like suddenly took the double up from the Incineroar and like the Moonblast on that Whimsicott as well. And like, did you think it would survive those attacks?
Yeah, even if it didn't survive, I was pretty sure I would win anyway. So that's the reason I stayed in. I think like the only way I lose is like if I keep switching and keep switching. But that's the thing about Ursaluna. It deals a ton of damage. and it's super tanky as well. So it's my favorite Pokemon for sure.
I love it. Yeah, you are the strongest soldier, obviously, of it too, which makes a lot of sense. And interesting to see it, though, with this tailwind aspect to it as well. Like, it's a slow Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
But, like, as soon as you put that tailwind behind it, it's so quick.
Exactly, and I also have Trick Room on my Indeedee, so I have 2 modes, and Tailwind and Trick Room. That's why I really like Ursaluna, because you can play it so many different ways.
And so why the Indeedee male over the Indeedee female? Because you don't have Imprison on the Indeedee male.
In Dortmund, I played the Indeedee female with Sneasler, but with the Indeedee male, you put up so much pressure with Sneasler and Indeedee, and that's the reason.
Yeah, with the expanding force, I bet, like, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? Turns the team into something completely different. I love it. Okay, and so what's your kind of goal for this weekend, Frederick?
I wasn't feeling really confident, so I would love to get to day 2. That's the goal. So, because I had a pretty bad performance in Dortmund, so I hope I can get a decent result in this one.
Okay, nice. Well, fingers crossed for you. And are there any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out to my twin brother, Lucas, and the Danish Pokemon community. So,
awesome. I'm sure they've helped you along the way, and good luck in the rest as well. We'll let you get on, get some food or something for your next round. We're getting into round 5 very shortly. We're going to U-turn on out of here. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of VGC. Let's take a look at the Assault Vest. This item boosts a Pokemon's special defense, but prevents them from using status moves. Status moves are more supportive moves that do not deal direct damage, such as Will-O-Wisp or Rage Powder. Although you probably won't miss them, because the Assault Vest is perfect for Pokemon who like to make use of attacking moves that also have a supportive function, such as U-turn to pivot out, or Snarl for damage reduction. In particular, Iron Hands makes great use of the Assault Vest. It patches up its low special defense stat, making it extremely bulky all round, and still enables the use of Fake Out to support its partner on the field. Always remember that with the Assault Vest up your sleeve, you'll always have a highly functional garment for your Pokemon to wear at your next event.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schmon, and I am a VGC player, organizer, judge, anything you want really, because I love VGC that much. But next to VGC, I also play TCG, I play a little bit of Pokemon Go as well, I dabbled in Pokken as well, but ultimately I do prefer VGC. When people are talking to me about judging, I always try to tell them about how happy it does make you to be able to provide something for other people, because in the end that makes me a very happy person. And you get great experiences at regionals where judges make jokes with you, you're happy to see them again, and it's fun to be able to see judges, players, and even staff again, time and time again, and say hi as if you're honestly one big Pokemon family. Typically, for judges at locals, it is a bit more fun where players come to you and tell you about their games, what went well, what went wrong, did they make a mistake, and then you can actually try and think with them, and you can try and help them improve, which is a really great feeling. And even at regional level, that can also happen, where a lot of players do want to talk to you, and want to talk about their last game, and where you're just able to provide input without having a competitive mindset, so you're just the ultimate backup to them. The reason I think I spend a lot of time on Pokemon is because I, at its core, just really love playing Pokemon. I love playing the TCG, I love playing Pokemon Go, I love playing VGC, I love all of these games, and Pokemon has been by my side since I was young, and it's still by my side, and I love absolutely being able to introduce people time and time again to Pokemon and seeing their face lit up as well with the amount of enjoyment that they have. So I just love Pokemon.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back. Now, if you've been playing in the video game championships, you will probably be aware of the fire, water, grass core, those complementary types that really are a very good thing to have in any team composition. But there's another one that flies a little bit under the radar, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with that today. That is the combination of Dragon, Steel, and Fairy types. And we're going to be going through pitting Charlie and David here against each other for some underrated picks of those types and deciding which ones we think are the best out of the two. So, Charlie, kick us off. What's your favourite Dragon type?
Do you even have to ask, Ben? Kingdra. Here, ready to play. Kingdra is such a cool Pokemon. Yes, it's a Pokemon that maybe has been outclassed, let's say, by other Pokemon coming into VG, but with access to abilities like Sniper, boosting up the critical hit power, as well as Swift Swim, so it gets a speed boost in the rain. There's a lot of flexibility that Kingdra offers.
Okay, Charlie. Yeah, I can see Kingdra has some advantages in that respect, but have you heard of Garchomp? Perhaps?
Yeah, Garchomp.
Exactly. I like a lot of people has. Dragon ground type, really fast, really powerful, and has that cheeky sand veil ability where it actually boosts its evasiveness once the sand is up. And that's not something, or at least a mechanic, that a lot of people kind of end up facing when they have their kind of best of three set at a tournament. And so it can really throw people off their game completely once the Garchomp stops dodging attacks that he really should not be dodging. So on top of the dragon and the ground type coverage, it's really, really strong. And Lenduel even did really well with it at a previous tournament over in the States. So like it's even got the results to back it up.
Well, it's got results, but to be honest, David, I've got to give this point to Charlie because Charlie has been vying for Kingdra's viability for so long. We're going to have to give Charlie some sympathy points. It's
because you know I'm going to cry if you don't give it.
Exactly, we wouldn't want that. Kingdra's water type enough for us now. But let's move on. Let's move on to the Steel type, one of the core defensive types in Pokemon. So, David, what's your Steel type?
Empoleon.
Ooh.
Yes. So it now has competitive as one of its abilities, which makes it really, really good or really scary for a lot of trainers to go up against it, because a lot of trainers are using Incineroar right now, which obviously has Intimidate, and with a Pokemon with competitive, Intimidate will activate that and suddenly double its special attack. And along with all of the coverage that Empoleon gets and its massive special attack stat as well, it's really offensively like potent. Like you've got I don't know, Scald, you've got Ice Beam, you've got Hydro Cannon if you so want to, you've got Flash Cannon, Protect, and a load of other moves that you can so go for. So Empoleon is definitely my pick for Steel.
It's a really good pick. There's no arguing that. I'm going to go for our Chaladon. Pokemon that offers so many tools. I mean, with the stamina ability, any attack that it receives, it boosts its defense, so you are inadvertently boosting the power of Body Press that it has access to. But then Electroshot, signature move, boosts its special attack, and in the rain it goes off in just the one turn as opposed to two. Steel and Dragon, really good combination, and of course then you can terrestrialize away from some of the weaknesses it has there as well. Bulky Pokemon, but also very offensive.
Well, you both make great points, of course, but I'm going to have to give this point, Charlie, to David.
I thought you might.
Because we seem to be looking away from competitive viability at the ones that really tug on the heartstrings here and be able to, find their way through into a team. But of course, moving around to Fairy, now we've got Pokemon like Fluttermane that have dominated the Fairy space for so long since it's been introduced. But Charlie, what do you think is underrated right now?
Ben, I'd like to cast your mind back just a few years to Generation 8 Sword and Shield. Remember Grimmsnarl?
I do.
Pokemon that was everywhere in the Sword and Shield era. And it's Pokemon that is sometimes seen now, but not too much. Fairy type with Prankster that can set up Reflect and Light Screen immediately, give it a Light Clay, and then it extends the duration of those screens even more. But then in Closed Team Sheet in particular, you don't know if it has access to Fake Out, for example. You don't know if you're playing against one that can make you flinch or not, potentially Thunder Wave as well. But then you can't ignore its damage output too with Spirit Break, its signature move. Really, really powerful. And then you drop the special attack of the recipient of that move as well. So I think Grimmsnarl's a little bit overlooked right now.
I see your points, Charlie, and definitely as a supporter to the team, Grimmsnarl makes a lot of sense. However, let me cast your eyes back to Tinkerton. So, the fairy and steel type that often has quite a niche when it's put onto a team. Has access to Fake Out, which is obviously very useful, just like Incineroar does. It's also got access to Gigaton Hammer, a massively powerful steel type attack. So even though its attack stats on the lower side, it more than makes up for it for that. And on top of that, it's got a couple of really good useful abilities. Own Tempo, which makes it immune to Intimidate, so its attack stat isn't really kind of affected, but also Mold Breaker, which I really like. So especially in a world where there's a lot of abilities at the moment that kind of shut down Pokemon's abilities to do what they want to do. So an example being kind of Golden Go, for instance, with its good as gold ability, Tinkerton can Thunder Wave straight into it, taunt it, encore it, or do whatever it likes versus that Pokemon, which is really useful if you're struggling a little bit with a matchup versus Golden Go. So Tinkerton, definitely the pick for me.
I like it. I mean, Tinkerton, with its massive hammer, has always been a bit of a crowd favourite for me, certainly. But I'm going to have to give that final point there, David, to you. For arguing the point so well and making sure that we've got a little bit of those stronger Pokemon being involved in the conversation. Well, there you have it, trainers. So many underrated Pokemon of every type. There we go. There's this lovely bit of sportsmanship there. So many underrated Pokemon traders. And when you're building your team coming into a local event or a regional championship or anything else that you're doing, make sure you have a little bit of a look at what other Pokemon that you can run, because I think you'll be surprised at just how powerful they are. We're going to get right back to the action, so stay tuned and we'll be back very shortly.
Thoughts on Team Rocket, Marcus?
Sorry. I mean, you can try as much as you want, but you won't convince me to join.
Well, you're freaking me out with your Gengar going on here. Oh, God. Okay, whew. Compose ourselves, and welcome back to Halloween. I'm not, in fact, Giovanni. You could call me Charlie Giovanni, I guess, but I'm joined with Marcus Statter, absolute veteran of the game. And what do you make of all the action so far?
Yeah, we've seen some exciting games so far. I mean, that last round, very smooth and quick, as it seems.
Yeah.
Stella.
It's a mouthful, isn't it? Stella, Terra, Tella, Stera. Yeah.
With that Flare Blitz to add to the complexity of the sentence, but that was a big KO, and I didn't see it coming. I think Julio didn't see it coming. And then before then, the round previously, Michael Kelsch against Eduardo Cunha. So far we've been spoiled, and I can't wait to get into some more action, of course.
Incredible players, incredible matchups. Regulation Set H is making inroads right now. And of course, we had the Bloodmoon Ursaluna coming out in the previous game. The Pokemon you've got your eye on this weekend.
As well as that Indeedee male. Another one of my caster's predictions. So at this point,
all right.
I know who I'll be rooting for.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yanma or Yanmega yet, but both of them offer something. Saw Wolf, of course, running Yanmega last weekend in Louisville. Or should we call that Booeyville? But then what's Lille? Maybe Squeal for Halloween? So, we can
like maybe just a little scream.
Yeah, true, yeah. Just a squeal. And the Yanma, of course. You might be thinking, well, why Yanma? Well, with the Focus Sash, it gets access to Hypnosis, Compound Eyes to boost up the accuracy, as well as Air Slash too. And it can really put in work in this regulation set. And Screech.
It can be very spooky indeed. But there are some other Pokemon that I think can even be more spooky.
Oh, brace yourselves. Okay, yeah. It's time to get into some Halloween Pokedex entry special quiz questions, and I cannot wait to see what we've got cooking up. Can you guess which Pokemon we'll be talking about just based on their Pokedex entry? We'll have to find out. How do you rate your Pokedex knowledge, Marcus?
3 out of 10.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yours?
All right, I think we balance each other quite well there, because I rate myself higher than that. I'd say a 7. I'd say a solid 7. So together we complete it. We're a 10. Yeah, perfect. Okay. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're gonna vanquish this quiz, but maybe you'll do even better. Use the hashtag play Pokemon. Let us know how well you get on with these questions. We've been warned that they're pretty difficult.
And we've been warned that they're really spooky.
Oh, God. Marcus, stop doing that. Seriously. Oh, all right. Okay. So, socials, make sure you're following along, first of all. Hashtag play Pokemon. Follow along on the channels. Make sure you're dropping a subscribe and a like on our stream streams so that you know everything that's been going on, and you can follow us on X and other social media there. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon because there's so much action going on, and so that you can get involved in our Halloween quiz coming up very shortly.
Absolutely. And of course, you can also play along in the chat over on the live stream.
Yep.
That would be another way. But
all right.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think the first one is here.
Here we go. It changes into the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
that is bleak.
Transform. I'm thinking about Ditto, but it doesn't fit, right?
Changes into forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, often transforms into a silent child. Oh, you know what? Well, something that went through my mind there is Drifloon, but that's because I think one entry talks about it carrying away children.
Yeah.
So what it transforms into a silent child.
And it changes into the forms of others.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoroark?
Yeah.
Is of course something.
Maybe, yes. I think you might be right. I think it might be specifically the Hisuian Zoroark.
Yeah.
I think it might be the Hisuian Zoroark. I seem to remember that. Do you want to lock in that? Hisuian Zoroark?
I think that guess is as...
Yeah, maybe. I mean, what do you all think? We're going to say Hisuian Zoroark. Locking it in. Is it Hisuian Zoroark that transforms into a silent child? Oh, it's regular. Sorry, we were close. All right, okay.
That's maybe half a point.
Yeah. No, I like that. It's Zoroark. Oh, I love a Zoroark as well. And of course, Hisuian Zoroark is really, it's decent in regulations age.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it with a top 4 finish over in Louisville.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely a scary team.
Yeah, well, the Executor as well. All the eggs in that basket. But Hisuian Zoroark with his illusion ability coming out in the appearance of a Pokemon that's lurking in the back of the party somewhere. You've got to work out for yourself if it's actually that Pokemon or a Zoroark. It always catches me by surprise. Or a silent child. The number of silent children we've seen on the field, quite alarming. But speaking of alarming, time for our next question. How scared are we going to get by this one? Because that certainly was an eerie Pokedex entry. Do you want to read this one out, Marcus?
Sure. Folklore has it that on moonless nights, this Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares. Yes, you better.
Is it safe?
I think it's okay. I think it is just a text.
Okay.
Not sure yet, but I'm pretty sure. So,
okay. Folklore has it that on moonless nights, this Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares.
I have an idea.
I do as well. Hit me.
So moonless nights.
Yeah.
The moon Pokemon.
Yeah.
Rosalia. On the other side, moonless nights with nightmares. Darkrai?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think it probably, I think if we're both thinking about that, we've just got to lock it in. That's our gut instinct.
Yes.
Horrific nightmares. Are we going to see one on screen right now?
Yes.
Is it Darkrai, or are we going to be surprised it is Darkrai? Good job. GG's.
Good job, yeah.
GG's.
Well, so
1.5 points.
1.5 out of 2?
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all. How are you getting on with these? Maybe the difficulty is going to be ramping up. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. But Darkrai is such a cool Pokemon.
Yes.
Maybe, is it my favorite Dark type? I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's one of them.
Yeah, definitely one of those Pokemon that, of course, in official VGC tournaments, we haven't seen so much of, if anything. But you never know.
Yeah, maybe.
Someday.
I mean, I remember the regulation before Scarlet and Violet, of course, we were able to use those mythical Pokemon. I don't think Darkrai is in the game now, unfortunately, but maybe at some point.
Maybe some point.
All right, so 1.5 points so far. What's next? What's going to be the next Pokedex entry that we have to guess here? And make sure you're playing along at home as well. All right. According to many old tales, it creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children on starry nights. What is it with these sleeping children?
I don't know.
Wake up, kids! What's going on?
Well, only on starry nights, though.
Yeah.
That might be an important detail.
Creates friends for itself. That's really, really sad. Wow.
It's controlling sleeping children. Well, one Pokemon, I'm thinking about something. You get something?
No, not yet, so hit me.
Okay, so one Pokemon that I'm thinking about who has a theme of wanting to have friends would be Mimikyu.
Yeah.
But the whole controlling sleeping children, I'm not so sure about that part.
Yeah. I also was initially thinking Mimikyu, but in terms of the controlling sleeping children, I mean, I think there are other sad, lonely ghost-type Pokemon.
Or a psychic type, maybe?
Or a psychic type.
Controlling something?
No, true. They don't all have to... Well, we've had 2 dark types so far, haven't we? Controlling sleep... Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe psychic is a good shout. Creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children. What else could that be, really? Psychic type that is kind of lonely. Like... I don't know. I can't improve on Mimikyu. I don't think it is Mimikyu.
Yeah,
but
I'm thinking about Esper.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's a Pokemon that maybe wants some friends, but...
Yeah. I'm trying to think of Psychic and Ghost types, but there aren't too many. I mean, Lunala. I don't think it's Lunala. And... I mean, Shadow Rider Calyrex would be hilarious if it were, but I don't think that's probably its Pokedex entry. It's talking about its power. It's Gothorita. Oh, my goodness. So it was Psychic.
Type, yep.
Yeah, very nice. Creates friends herself by controlling sleeping children.
Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know?
See it. Yeah. I'm not sure I'd have landed on that at all, actually. So that's definitely one we got wrong. That was tough. How did you get on with that one? Really, really interesting. Okay, so we actually haven't had any Ghost type so far. It's been Dark, and then Psychic.
Well, let's go for the next one.
Yeah, so we're at 50% so far. That's our record so far, Marcus. All right, what else have we got coming out here? Maybe it'll be a Ghost type, maybe not. Go ahead.
It will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. It practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear.
Oh my goodness, and that's a skill you've been honing as well.
Definitely something that I'm...
My goodness gracious. Okay, so any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. Practices
kind of scary
to hone its skill in causing fear. Oh, wow, this is tough.
So it is a Pokemon that is frightening others, and then through that, it collects their energy.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about maybe it's something that is using, like, I don't know, a move like Astonish, for example.
Right.
Or something that is frightening about it.
Absorb their love. Practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear. Now, something I was thinking.
Yeah.
Is something like Misdreavus.
Yep.
Because I think the pearls, or whatever they are around its neck, are used for absorbing life energy.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I mean, it's been around since Generation 2, so plenty of Pokedex entries available for that Pokemon. But it tends to talk about it, like, screeching, I think, Misdreavus.
Frightening.
Causing fear.
Absorbing their life energy. I'm just thinking about competitive moves. So I'm thinking about Strength Sap.
Yeah, I thought about Strength Sap as well. Yeah.
Could be one.
There are plenty of Pokemon it could be. Practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear, which is quite sweet in a way. You can picture it in front of the mirror going, boo.
Poltergeist could be another move.
You're right. Yeah.
One could use.
Sure. I personally, I don't have anything better to suggest than Misdreavus.
Misdreavus?
You're down?
I don't have anything better than.
All right. Let's reveal it. Will it be a battery? Yeah! Oh, wow. I'm kind of surprised by that, actually. Misdreavus. All right, 2.5 out of 4. Not bad.
Makes me wonder what life orbs are made out of.
Oh, yeah. Have they harvested them off Misdreavus? Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Who knows? But that's really interesting. Clearly, Misdreavus somehow informed the production of life orbs in some way. Interesting. Sure. Getting deep into the lore. I don't know. Who knows, as you say. But yeah, okay. I like that so far. I'm pleased with that, Misdreavus. All right. What's number 5? 2.5 out of 4 so far. Are we going to be able to get more than 50%? All right. Time for Spooky Giovanni now.
Okay.
This Pokemon is set to devour anyone daring to ravage the forest. To the creatures dwelling in the forest, it offers great kindness. Thinking like a Trevenant.
Yeah. Devour.
Yeah. Anyone daring to ravage the forest. Yeah. To the creatures dwelling.
So it's like the
kindness. Yeah.
It's a little bit like it's protecting the forest.
Yeah.
From intruders.
And I mean, Celebi is literally a protector of the forest, but it's not that.
No.
It's not that. Trevenant, would it be Phantom? I don't think Phantom would devour anyone.
Yeah.
I think Trevenant more likely. But then you've got another grass ghost. You've got like Pumpkaboo and Gourgeist. But
yeah, I was thinking about those as well.
I'm thinking Trevenant.
But Trevenant might devour, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a big mouth, good big
forest.
jaws.
And I can also see Trevenant being like a good old Uncle Trevenant. Protecting everyone in the forest.
Yeah, story time with Uncle Trevenant. Yeah, I love that. Okay, we're going to lock it in. Is it Uncle Trevenant? Are we going to make it 3.5 out of 5?
Yes.
It is very nice.
Wow.
Yeah. No, you can see how he can smile with that. It could look quite friendly. I can see the little creatures liking the Trevenant. Good job. Okay. I'm pleased with this, Marcus.
Yeah, I think this is going better than I expected.
Yeah, good. I think the 3 out of 10, 7 out of 10 balancing each other out quite well. But it all comes down to this. This is going to be the final one. Are we going to bring it to a maximum of 4.5 out of 6? Let's find out. And Marcus, do you want to do the honors reading it out?
Of course. Its shell is overflowing with its highlighted otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection for this Pokemon's core spirit.
My goodness, ectoplasm. Heightened otherworldly energy. And ectoplasm makes me think of like Reuniclus, but its shell
Overflowing.
Overflowing with heightened otherworldly energy. Ectoplasm serves as protection for this Pokemon's cool spirit.
Well, I'm thinking about Zygarde.
Oh.
Just because there's like a lot of different like stages.
Does it have a shell though?
Do you have a core? Is there?
There are Zygarde cores, that's true.
Right?
But it doesn't have a shell.
Is it otherworldly, the energy?
You could argue that, I think. But then the ectoplasm. Which Pokemon has ectoplasm? That's like
Reuniclus?
gooey.
Yeah.
What has shell and is gooey? I mean, like it's Suey and Sliggoo, but I don't think so. What's like a ghost or a dark type with a shell?
Reuniclus? What are the others?
Duosion and Solosis.
Yeah. Solosis.
Again, no, they don't really have a shell. Overflowing with this heightened otherworldly energy.
What about Minior? But it's not, it's not ectoplasm, is it? But it also has a core form, right?
It does, yeah.
And it has a shell.
Ectoplasm.
And it's otherworldly.
It's really good. It's just the ectoplasm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of Pokemon that fit the ectoplasm thing. What other gooey Pokemon are there? I mean, like a Slugma, Mycarga, but it's not going to be that. Ghostly goo. As soon as we see it, I think we're going to be like, oh, of course. Because this is pretty specific.
Yeah.
There can't be many Pokemon that fit this description.
That's true.
What are we...
Shell?
Yeah. Like a rock ghost? No, not going to be that. Or like... No. Ooh! So it kind of fits, again, without the ectoplasm. Like a Golurk, it has that Band-Aid thing that's keeping its core secure, otherworldly energy, ghost type. I think Minior is a really good shout, but I mean, you could argue that the core itself is kind of spongy.
So I'm thinking about, yes, there might be like 3 different layers. So might be the shell, okay? Then there's the ectoplasm, and then there's the core.
Yeah. No, I can see it. I mean, I don't think we're gonna improve on that, probably.
Oh, Cursula. Yes. Yeah, that is exactly what we've been looking for, right?
Makes a lot of sense. To be honest, I still wouldn't have seen that as ectoplasm. So yeah, they're really stumped by that one. Stumped like a Trevenant there. Cursula, also not a Pokemon we've seen for a very long time.
Yes.
Since Generation 8 a few years ago. So yeah, well played, GG, and I still think we did really well. So,
I think so too.
Hey,
yeah, what was it in the end?
3.5 out of 6. Yeah.
Above 50%?
More than 50%. How did you get on? Let us know. # play Pokemon. Also, name our Persian while you're at it. We need a name for our friendly little kitty. Quite fierce, actually, Persian on the desk joining us today. So, yeah. Well, some of those Pokedex entries really were quite nightmare-inducing.
Yeah, definitely also scared me a little bit, and I might need some time to
you're so right.
recollect myself and get ready for the next round. So why don't we throw it to a very quick break?
Yeah, I think so. Let's compose ourselves.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. Here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different
ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have. It's the raids format that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemons, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall. But if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult. I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters. So maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Keep those name suggestions coming in for a person on the desk here. I've just read a Kitty McKitty face suggestion online. I mean, yeah, very nice, very nice. And the same person also said, looking forward to the pizza party induction at the Silphco building. So thank you, iMac404, for that suggestion. And yeah, you'll be very welcome at the pizza party, my friend.
Well, let's hope that that doesn't happen. And I think you still have a couple more matches to go through today before you can go on any taking over the world fantasies.
Okay, so sure. Okay, I'll rein it in. I'll rein it in. But let us know your name suggested for Persian. Hashtag play Pokemon. Let us know. But we're nearly ready to get into our next Swiss round, Marcus, after that very swift round that we featured earlier on that Frederick Hodge-Nielsen took all the way. So excited to get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm glad that round went so quickly so we could spend a little bit of time to educate ourselves on some Pokédex entries. I mean, I'm now back, how do they say, calm and collected again, feeling nice. Good. Yeah. Yeah, there were definitely some frightening moments in there, but scratch that. We're back with the action, let's have a look at some of the notable matches that we will have in this upcoming round.
Time for all those haunted sleeping children to wake up and smell the notable matches here. Look at what we're going to be featuring. Love to see this from Simon van der Bucht, Clefable Volcarona versus Ibrahim Maroof with that Dragapult Primarina team, and that's just the one that we're going to be showing on stream.
Yeah, it is a story that we've been telling, also very repeatedly seen in this format in other tournaments. This King Gambit, Sneasler, Rillaboom, and Redirection core. And on the left-hand side, all 4 of our players are trusting that core. And also, Shimon has that as well. Then, yeah, some more teams there on the right-hand side. Also some trusted combinations. We're seeing some Porygon 2 and Ursaluna coming in by Antoine. And Ricardo is using what looks like a very similar version to the team that actually won over in Dortmund.
And Juan Garcia with Baxcalibur, which I really love to see. I think that's a Pokemon that has a lot of potential in this format right now. It has been so good in previous regulation sets. As I've been saying today, Ice is such a good offensive type, and with the Dragon type to bolster its defenses as well, could be a really good call. And Volcarona, I'll see a couple, well actually quite a good number, about half of the teams that we see on screen right now featuring a Volcarona. That's Pokemon I've got my eye on this weekend. It matches up really quite nicely into Sneasler and some other Pokemon there, set up with the Quiver Dance. Of course, it often runs the Terra Fairy, and then you're weaker to something like a Diaclaw, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think something that we're seeing here is really this debate is still continuing on what is the perfect 6 Pokemon for this team composition. So I think, yeah, as we said, the Rillaboom, the Sneasler, and the Kingambit, you will have pretty much every single time. But then, yeah, there's a couple of choices. Are you going to go with a Clefable as the redirector? Is it going to be the Magmar, the Electabuzz? Yeah. And now we will have another one of this debate continues now with a kind of Clefable on the one side and the Magmar over on Ibrahim's side.
Yeah, Clefable, of course, winning the Dortmund Regional Championships, piloted by Davide Moralia, working so hard over so many years to get that win, and sometimes that's what it takes. Yes, we do see some trainers rocking up to their first regional and going all the way, like Nicholas Morales in Baltimore at the very start of this 2025 Play Pokemon season, but also that veteran experience cannot be understated. That's something that Jamon, at least, certainly has in spades.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 players that I don't think they've had like the absolute, like, I don't know, top 4 finish at the regional yet. But 2 players who are consistently placing in some of our tournaments over the circuit. And yeah, definitely going to be exciting, I think, for both of these players. It definitely matters quite a bit being here at 4-0 now on the stream, and one of them moving on to 5-0. Like, that's definitely something that they will be proud of.
Yeah,
Of course, also bringing some spooky support here.
Yeah, don't worry, little Fuecoco. It's all good. It's all fun play Pokemon action. Now, David was talking earlier about the plushie metagame that I seem to be now a connoisseur of, and love to see that Halloween plush there rocked by Shimon, as well as what looks like some kind of Psyduck eye mask. Ibrahim not rocking any of those plushies on the desk, but that's okay. Looking calm and collected, ready to get into it. And the mental state of these trainers, something that cannot be understated in these competitions. They're very long days. You've got to make sure that you're doing physically and mentally as well as you can.
Absolutely. And you also need to make sure that you're getting some rest maybe in between rounds, right? So maybe that's something that potentially, if he makes it, if he wins, maybe something we can ask about in a potential interview or just outside on the floor here, Shimon, if he was able to get some naps in every now and then. But yeah, on the other side, again, Ibrahim, a player who is not new to Pokemon, but only has started playing in VGC seriously in the last 2 years, but was already able to make it to a top 64 finish in Liverpool last season, and then in Dortmund just a couple of weeks ago, all the way in the Triple 8, and they're trying to align this high 5 over there.
Love to see that. Yeah, they're playing with that line in the middle there. I think they've done a really good job of that, actually. Barcelona special event last season, top 16 for Shimon. Really incredible finish. I love the yellow Play Pokemon t-shirt as well, matching the side-up mask there. And of course, if Ibrahim Sneasler were to get asleep with the Diaclaw, Shimon's team would be taking a sleep. But yes, Ibrahim did so well in Dortmund. I believe we saw them on stream as well, and just pivoting around so masterfully, playing really well. So excited to see now in our Swiss round 5 how that is going to be brought to the fore.
And I just have to give like a personal shout out to Ibrahim. He's really one of the nicest people. Like he's from Germany, so I've talked to him and played him in some practice games before some big tournaments, and he's just always in very good spirits, always just very cheerful and joyful to be around. And I think you can say the same thing about Shimon as well.
Yeah, so heartwarming to see them having such a good time on the desk. It's now time to get serious, but it's all fun with Ibrahim's team. Rillaboom, Dragapult, Primarina, Sneasler, Magmar, King Gambit. So, as you were saying, Marcus, this kind of team is something we've seen quite a bit. There's a question over whether you run Magmar or the Electabuzz for the Follow Me Eviolite holder, as well as this choice band Dragapult. This is a Pokemon that's really been rising up. Terra Ghost, though, rather than the Terra Dragon on this one, that's going to be boosting up the power of Phantom Force rather than the Dragon does.
Yeah, we've actually seen this exact same particular version of that team composition piloted by Michael Kelch in an earlier round against Eduardo. So yeah, once again, as you pointed out, this is that Terra Ghost, Terra Blast on the Dragapult. But other than that, mostly the same team that Ibrahim also used to a top 8 finish. And here on the other side, over for Shimon, we are seeing once again that loaded dice and scale shot Dragonite. Yeah, but this time also paired with a Terra Blast. That's not something that I've seen so far.
Yeah, terrifying Terra Blast there. I've got to call out the skill swap on Clefable there too. Really opening the door to some interesting strategies here. That means that you're going to be able to swap your ability for something else on the field, give something else unaware, and then give that Clefable potentially an ability that's going to benefit it in that situation. Stellar Terra on the Sneasler, that's something we saw come to the fore with Frederick's Talonflame in that previous round that we featured there. As well as Extreme Speed on the Dragonite, nice to have that priority move, as well as Grassy Glide and the Fake Out on the Rillaboom. So really interesting tools that Shimon has at their disposal.
Yeah, I think the skill swap particularly is one move that really shines in the Dondozo matchup, because what you can do there is you can try and give Unaware over to your own Volcarona, and then all of a sudden you have a Volcarona that is unaware of all the boosts that your opponent's Dondozo has acquired, and then with a Terrestrialization to Grass and then a Giga Drain, yeah, that's something that can be really powerful there. I don't think that's something that we will see here, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, and it's really nice that Giga Drain is going to allow Volcarona to heal itself a little bit as well. And as you said, with the Terra Grass boosting up the damage output, Covert Clerk 2 to get around Fake Outs and the like. Now, this King Gambit that Shimon is running, it has the safety goggles rather than the black glasses that we've seen before. That means it's going to be immune to Spore and Redirection, Rage Powder, and so on. Not that we have that over on Ibrahim's side of the field. That is going to be the black glasses King Gambit for them, as well as the Terra Ghost. So interesting to see the innovation that's going on, even within similar Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, so in this previous set, where we've already seen the same 6 Pokemon that Ibrahim is using in the previous game with Michael Kelch using it against Edu, there, again, the combination of coaching plus scale shot Dragonite was doing really well. Yeah. So I wonder if Shimon will maybe try to do something similar, or if they have another plan for this matchup.
Well, it's time to find out, trainers. Let's get into our Swiss Round 5 here at the Lille Regional Championships, our second stop on our journey to Anaheim, our World Championships location for 2025. King Gambit and Rillaboom for Shimon. Going to be Dragapult and Sneasler coming out for Ibrahim.
Yeah, very offensive and fast lead coming out from Ibrahim. It's really one of the most dangerous lead duos, I would say, in this format. But of course, the team also has the bulk to play out of situations where it doesn't work so well. I think that Dragapult maybe needs to be a little bit worried about that King Gambit. Ibrahim might think the same and is going straight for a switch out.
Yeah, and of course the Dragapult is running the Terra Ghost. That means it cannot Terrestrialize away from a weakness to the King Gambit. Speaking of Terrestrialization, it's time to do exactly that. Time for the Dragapult to come over all crystalline, going for the Terra Ghost, so just maximizing its damage output here. Of course, something it can do is just disappear, going for a Phantom Force to get around this King Gambit, unless the King Gambit were to go for a Sucker Punch here, but it's going to be Fake Out from Simon's own Rillaboom, connecting down into Ibrahim's, and there is that Phantom Force right now, so targeting into either of the targets on Simon's side of the field, and you cannot protect from that, and Dragapult wisely dodging the strong Dark-type move coming out from this menacing King Gambit.
Yeah, really nice play there by Ibrahim, and now his next turn is really telegraphed. You go for a Fake Out on the King Gambit, stop it from hitting that Dragapult as it comes back out of the other dimension or wherever it is hiding, and will hit into that Rillaboom. So nicely done there by Ibrahim, taking the risk turn 1, he's saying that, okay, my opponent, you're not going just for the sucker punch on this Dragapult. This is too obvious. So nice play there by Ibrahim, and now he will be able to get this big Phantom Force boosted by the Terra Ghost. And Shimon, yeah, has to bring in that Volcarona to take all the damage.
And it's going to be a huge amount as well. Volcarona, how's it going to take it? It's going to be just the immediate one-hit knockout. Volcarona not ready for Halloween at all. It's already down.
Wow, yeah. Really big KO coming out. And Ibrahim, really nice play on turn 1 that now, yeah, kind of, he now earns the fruit of his work, of that prediction on the second turn.
Yeah, absolutely. The Phantom Force is such a strong move, and it's a move that now Dragapult is locked into. It's holding the choice band. You'd have to switch it out and back into the battle in order to change the move that you're going for.
Well, there's another mind game now again. I mean, it would be crazy if that Dragapult just went for another Phantom Force, right? I mean, Sucker Punch is so obvious, right? But at the same time, you know, I mean, if you're Shimon, you just were hit by that Phantom Force, so maybe you want to cover it this turn.
Yeah, well, exactly. And with the switch, Sucker Punch isn't going to be doing anything. It's only a move that deals damage if your opponent's locked into a damaging move. Magmar's now on the field, ready to provide ample support. Big Wood Hammer coming down, boosted by the Grassy Terrain into Clefable. It only hangs on with about a third of its health there, so Clefable's certainly able to withstand the deafening noise coming out from Ibrahim's Rillaboom, having to snack on that Citrus Berry as well. So now that is consumed, no more recovery coming out from that. And the Magmar taking that Moonblast oh so well, resisting that damage, and the Kowtow Cleave only bring it down to about half. You can see the dividends that Eviolite pays. If it's a Pokemon that can still evolve, it bolsters its defenses.
Yeah, and then with that Grassy Terrain now, the Magmar is once again looking in a decent spot. Of course, the Clefable gets the chance to maybe redirect some of the attacks coming out from Ibrahim next turn. Maybe Woodhammer, maybe Will-O-Wisp, but you could also just go on the offensive with Overheat, which from experience, I can tell you that hits surprisingly hard coming off of the Magmar.
Yeah, absolutely. Overheat, a very powerful move. It is one that will reduce your special attack by 2 stages. Going to be Terra Dark on the King Gambit now coming out from Shimon. Time for that one to do its Grin. Clefable though going for the Protect rather than the Follow Me here. So if it was targeted into, really good call from Shimon. But no, Overheat not going to be super effective anymore into the King Gambit. It still takes that really, really well. Special attack dropping from the Magmar.
But here is that follow-up. It is the Woodhammer hitting right through that Terrestrialization, and that is a knockout on the King Gambit. Big play by Ibrahim.
Yeah, of course, if you Terrestrialize away from your Steel typing, yes, you're not taking super effective from the Fire from Magmar, but you're now taking neutral from Rillaboom's Woodhammer. And that was certainly a big old Woodhammer that the King Gambit took there. Not one of those inflatable ones we sometimes see that don't do too much damage. And now Shimon, just down to the final 2 Pokemon, Rillaboom and the Clefable. It's facing down this Magmar. Yes, it's had its special attack drop, but all 4 Pokemon remaining for Ibrahim, as well as that heavy hitter in the Dragapult and the Sneasler.
Yeah, high horsepower comes out, but Magmar is able to take that hit, and now we will get to see an interaction that, well, usually Unaware is helpful, but now Unaware actually ignoring those special attack drops on the Magmar, so still doing a significant chunk of damage, enough for that Woodhammer to get the knockout on the Clefable. And yeah, Ibrahim has played this first game masterfully.
Yeah, really has. Simon going for a drum solo with this Rillaboom here. Time to go back to the drawing board and approach game 2. The adjustments that Shimon is going to want to make there. Of course, you ideally don't want your Volcarona to just go down in one turn as it did on this game. And I think, but as you said, Marcus, you know, a switch into a choice band Phantom Force is very hard to come by. You've got the King Gambit there, but yeah, I mean, Shimon has to work out how to put those pieces in the right positions.
Yeah, the King Gambit was already on the field, and that is really, as we are seeing now, okay, the last couple of turns, Ibrahim knows how to play this super safe, just go for the follow me, doesn't want to risk any misses or anything like that. Now he can bring in the Rillaboom, or the Sneasler for that matter, just get a fake out off onto that Rillaboom, and yeah, Terra Blast, and then another turn, but yeah, this battle is over.
Yeah, that's going to be the game, and Rillaboom holding the Assault Vest, of course, it cannot protect either. What Shimon can do here is just take a little moment, as we see him doing. He knows the game is over. He's able to reflect on how to approach game 2, maximizing the time at their disposal. But as it is, Dragapult just going to go for a very scary Terra Blast into the Rillaboom. Not quite enough for the knockout here, even though it's holding that Choice Band Diaclaw, finishing off the job. And if it's some small solace to Shimon, it doesn't have to deal with any pesky status conditions because the Rillaboom was already so low.
Absolutely. Yeah, well done, Ibrahim, taking that first game. And yeah, we just have to talk about that turn 1 once again.
Yeah.
Because Ibrahim noticed, and this is probably something that he has seen in practice multiple times, King Gambit against Dragapult.
Yeah.
On paper, this looks like an awful matchup for the Dragapult, right?
Yeah.
The King Gambit resists the Ghost-type attacks, it resists the Dragon-type moves, and it has super effective Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch to deal with that Dragapult. But the beautiful thing about this Terra Ghost and Phantom Forest Dragapult is actually that you cannot protect against that move. So if you can set up boards where you have Follow Me or Fake Out active on the turn that Dragapult will attack, there is no way for this King Gambit to hit. And as we could see in that battle, there's not a lot of things that can take this powerful move. So Ibrahim was taking the risk there in game 1, turn 1, was saying, okay, you're not just going for a Sucker Punch. This is too obvious. I could just switch out. I could just, I don't know, go for a Fake Out or something. And instead, set up for this play for the next turn. Brought in the Rillaboom for the Fake Out, and it just worked out masterfully.
Sometimes it all comes down to a big call on one turn, and that can entirely decide the game in your favor. But you've just got to have the guts, channel that Ursaluna, get that guts active, and make that big read, and that's exactly what Ibrahim did here. Now, heading into this game too, yes, you want to get more out of your Volcarona if you're Simon. Yes, you want to have your King Gambit position so it can take anything, any Ghost-type moves that the Dragapult could be dishing out here. But, of course, Ibrahim just played it so masterfully. Is Shimon going to be able to adapt?
Yeah, I think one thing that Shimon could do is bring that King Gambit maybe in the back or not bring it in the lead, just so you have an option to switch something into that powerful move. Because, yeah, for Ibrahim, it's hard to think about why would he want to switch something up. Like, that worked out so well, and I expect the same for Pokemon to be brought here by Ibrahim.
Well, it's going to be King Gambit in the lead once more, paired alongside the Rillaboom, and it's the two heaviest hitters coming out for Ibrahim immediately with that Dragapult and Sneasler.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, I don't think Ibrahim wants to go for the same kind of play that he made in the previous game, but just going for a Fake Out on that King Gambit and a powerful attack from the Dragapult, like, that is, again, like, that is a threat that Shimon has to deal with. And you just have to wonder, does Shimon just want to go for the same play as in the previous game? Oh, it is the Fake Out into the Sneasler, but only after it went for a Fake Out on its own.
Yeah, well, U-turn is going to be big super effective damage into the Rillaboom here, boosted by the Choice Band. Now Ibrahim has the luxury of switching that Dragapult off, zooming off the field, ready for something to come in from the back, deciding on this teeny tiny Magmar, but it is small but mighty, able to redirect from this very frail Sneasler that has had its focus sash broken.
Yeah, that was the only benefit that Shimon got out of that turn, breaking the focus sash on the Sneasler, but he doesn't really have great ways to deal damage. Of course, high horsepower is one move that Rillaboom carries, but yeah, Sneasler just outspeeded and could go for a Dire Claw. So once again, pesky situation here for Shimon. Has to kind of switch out and set something up because, yeah, just a Dire Claw and Will-O-Wisp or Overheat looks really strong here for Ibrahim.
Yeah, Rillaboom, its time on the stage is over. It has fainted, and Clefable now coming into the King Gambit slot. It's a nice slot to switch into because it was once a Steel type, wouldn't have taken any damage from the Dire Claw, so probably a safe switch there for Shimon, and indeed it was, but it did have to take this big Overheat coming into Clefable. It's a bulky Pokemon, but already down to about half of its HP.
Yeah, it looks like up until this point, Shimon didn't see any reason to change up the choice of Pokemon. Once again, we're seeing that same Rillaboom, King Gambit, Clefable, and once again, it seems like Ibrahim is just one step ahead. But maybe now, if Shimon can try to get something work with that King Gambit, you still need to get through the Sneasler on Ibrahim's side, but you also still have Terra available for Shimon.
Yeah, you do, and the King Gambit is just in such a tricky position. It's threatened by the Sneasler. The Dragapult is lurking in the back, has a better matchup into that, but as soon as Ibrahim clears that King Gambit, then the Dragapult just has an absolute feast on the field this game. And yeah, Clefable is doing its best to remain cheerful, go for its little dance, but hopefully we don't have that final Pokemon revealed for Shimon yet, but maybe it will be able to turn the tables.
Yeah, tough spot to be in if you're Shimon as well, and I think that, yeah, this might be the time to go for a terrestrialization, because if you kind of let the same thing happen like in the previous turn, if there's like a, I don't know, like a Dire Claw coming out and you don't deal meaningful damage back, then this might just be the end of that game. So yeah, follow me, but yeah, Dire Claw should be able to knock out that Clefable potentially, and then Will-O-Wisp follow-up, that would be
very bad for Shimon.
We don't often talk about the offensive prowess of Poison, far more the defensive, but in a meta with Clefable that has the fairy typing as well as Rillaboom running rampant all over the scene.
Yep.
Super effective into both of those types, so Sneasler could be in a better place, really. Kingambit is now going to be burned. It's going to be dealing much less damage with its physical moves. Kowtow Cleave into the Magmar, holding the Eviolite. I mean, look how well that takes it. Only about a quarter of its HP, so
yeah.
Kingambit certainly feeling the effects of that burn.
Yeah, and then you have that grassy terrain recovery, of course, and only one more turn for that Sneasler until that Focus Sash would be back in effect. So
yeah.
Shimon really needs to do something right now, but oh, the last Pokemon is Sneasler. That's another Pokemon that cannot really deal with Sneasler over on Ibrahim's side. So yeah, I feel like just going for some more Follow Me's and Direct Claws. Yeah, I really like Ibrahim's position.
Yeah, and I love that call out, Marcus. If you are unaware of that interaction, yes, if this Sneasler were to recover back to full HP, thanks to the grassy terrain, its Focus Sash would be restored. It would be able to take one hit with at least 1 HP remaining. But now Sneasler facing down. How is Shimon going to be dealing with the Sneasler coming out from Ibrahim's side of the field now? Already 4 Pokemon advantage over on Ibrahim's with an unrevealed lurking in the back as well. Just some protects all round on the field right now. Shimon wanting to be as cautious as they possibly can.
Yeah, nice play here by Ibrahim. Just using that double protect to do 2 things. First of all, as we were talking about, with that grassy terrain recovery, Sneasler now all the way up back to full HP. So even if there's, I don't know, some critical hit or something, you don't have to worry about that. And then also, it was kind of telegraphed for that Kingambit to go for the protect just because of how likely it was for a powerful close combat to go into that slot. And that is, I think, what we will see this turn. Now that we know Kingambit probably cannot go for another protect. So yeah, close combat coming that way, and then it's hard to find a way back. I mean, Shimon maybe might have to try and go for that double protect on the Kingambit, and then could try to get a Direct Claw into that Magmar, get the paralysis, because with Vital Spirit as the ability, you cannot get the sleep, unfortunately. Yeah. And then you have to hope that next turn, Follow Me, fails to be used because of the paralysis, and then you get the Direct Claw, maybe the sleep on the Sneasler, but that's a lot to ask for. One other way, okay, coaching, maybe that helps to actually take that close combat, but it is Stellar boosted.
It is Stellar boosted, so it's going to give a one-time boost to any different type of move Ibrahim were to lock into. Close combat, it is able to hang on this Kingambit, but of course it's now burned, so it's not able to dish out the damage that it would like, even with that coaching boost, with the burn neutralizing its physical attack output. And there it is, the follow-up overheat from the Magmar. Not often that you see the supporting Pokemon able to pick up the knockouts, but certainly this one has been cooking.
Yeah, really well done here by Ibrahim. Identifying that, okay, worst case, even if that double protect came through, worst case would be, okay, Direct Claw, what's it gonna do really? You already have the burn over on that Kingambit, then the Magmar is also so difficult to knock out here on the other side for Shimon. So, yeah, really clinical play here by Ibrahim.
Yeah, really good. Is it going to be insult to injury with a status condition on the Sneasler? No, it's not. But onto the Magmar, neither. Overheat now, connecting down into Shimon's. Of course, it does have all of those special attack reductions from using Overheat over and over again. So Sneasler is going to hang around for another turn. But now, Ibrahim is just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And if we look at the other Pokemon that Shimon could have brought here, Dragonite and the Volcarona that we saw in the previous game, you do now get the sleep on the Sneasler. So Snoozler doing its best job right now on the field, but unfortunately a little bit too late. The Magmar able to go for another overheat here, and yeah, the damage reduced, but maybe the Sneasler, it just doesn't match up too well into the opposing Sneasler, so yeah, just heading towards the very end here. But interesting to see the Dragonite or the Volcarona come out in this game.
Yeah, I think Dragonite in particular could have been in a nice spot here against Ibrahim's team, just because, yeah, after a scale shot, depending on how the Dragonite and that Dragapult are trained, maybe the Dragonite could have been faster than the Dragapult after a scale shot, and then scale shot, of course, is probably the best answer on Shimon's team to deal with opposing Sneasers.
Yeah, certainly is. You hit through that Focus Sash scale shot, especially holding the loaded dice. Hits multiple times, but that's Shimon's team. The winner of the round is Ibrahim Maroof.
Yeah, well played. Nice to see here both trainers exchanging some nice words after the battles. Of course, yeah, I think both know that this was really Ibrahim's series to take. So well played both times with that Dragapult, getting an early lead, even just in turn 1, making the correct call both times in the turn 1, I would argue. And then, yeah throughout the battles, he didn't let go. He just kept up the pressure, brought in Magmar into the right situations. Overheat doing a surprising amount of damage in all 2 games that we saw. And in the end, Ibrahim takes it home.
Yeah, and a very accurate Magmar as well. Overheat, not 100% accurate move, but able to connect all of those. Apologies if there was any mispronunciation of Ibrahim's surname there too. But Shimon, yeah, Dragonite, the scale shot would have been really interesting to see there. And it's so interesting to think about Dragapult, even when it's not on the field, the pressure it's exerting. The Pokemon that you just know are lurking in the back, waiting to come in. How do you play around those Pokemon? It's like seeing Fake Out in Team Preview. Are they actually going to click it or not? Is there something that's going to be flinched here? So open team sheets, really just the mind games are real.
Yeah, and going into this battle, we were talking about, okay, now with this debate going on, which redirector is actually the best to be added to the Sneasler, Kingambit, and Rillaboom core? Well, it looks like, at least in this round, the Magmar definitely pulled the weight. Not being weak to Direct Claw meant that it could sit on the field for much longer than the Clefable on the other side. And with Will-O-Wisp and Overheat, I would say the impact of Magmar in both of those games was pretty high.
Yeah, it certainly was. Magmar, potentially the most valuable Pokemon there for Ibrahim. And this debate that's raging on as to whether you run Electabuzz or the Magmar, well, Ibrahim very squarely right now in that Magmar camp. Electabuzz doesn't offer the damage output that Magmar might be able to. I mean, you could run something like a Thunderbolt, I suppose, but Overheat, really big just for that one-time boost. And then, of course, you do reduce your special attack after using that by 2 stages. But sometimes just the one is all you need. Electabuzz, you tend to see more supporting moves like the Electro Web, reducing speeds. As we see all of these knockouts all around, that Ibrahim was able to take. And clearly, having run this in Dortmund, it just goes to show how important it is having that historical experience with a team, getting comfortable with it.
Absolutely, some big wood hammers.
Yeah.
Here, especially in that game 1. And I think, yeah, one thing that Ibrahim's team does really well is all of the Pokemon really rely on the moves that share the same types as them. So you're really applying those same type attack bonuses. And you're also using them in a way that you can really hit a lot of the metagame for super effective damage. A lot of super effective hits. Once again here, Direct Claw knocking out that Clefable in that second game, definitely important. And then also Overheat from that Magmar. Was getting some key chip damage here and there, gets the knockout on the Kingambit in the second game. Also, we've seen a little bit of Heat Wave being used in that Pokemon, but Overheat really impressed me that game.
Yeah, it certainly did. And again, just connecting all the time as well. Just able to pick out that last sliver of HP on Shimon Sneasler there as well. Really quick games we featured so far today, actually, overall here at the Lille Regional Championships. That's not to say there aren't some much longer, steadier games going on elsewhere in the venue. Just so happens to be the matchups that we featured so far.
Well, yeah, another 2-0 here on stream. But of course, I think the players, they kind of like that because it gives them a little bit of time to rest.
Yeah.
Maybe put on that Psyduck mask and go for a little nap somewhere.
Yeah,
we saw the Sneasler on Ibrahim's side taking a little nap right at the end of the second game. Maybe also the Pokemon sometimes need just to chill out and take a couple of sleep turns every now and then, right?
Absolutely, Sneasler becoming Snoozler. I mean, the trainers, it might be frustrating for them, but the Pokemon probably, as you say, absolutely delighted. It's only the move Rest that enables you to go to sleep and restore all of your HP, but yeah, maybe the Pokemon are ready and rested to get into our Swiss round 6 now, but what I want to hear from first is our winner of that previous round. So, with Magmar dishing out Overheat, certainly treated us to a trick and a treat.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Excellent with the puns as usual. Well, I'm here with the winner of our round 5, Ibrahim Maroof. Congratulations, man. You did so well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I can't believe it, honestly, still.
Well, like, I think you should believe it because at Dortmund, you ran the same team, I think, and got top 8.
Yeah.
Is this feeling familiar?
The feeling, yeah, like honestly, a little bit. It's the same team, or more so, the same 6. But yeah, I'm feeling comfortable with them and familiar. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, think about that match then versus, well, arguably like kind of a fairly more standard kind of 6. Had you practiced versus that before?
I practiced against the version against Volk without Dragonite, so the Dragonite threw me off a little. I had plans if he brought it, but yeah, so I prepped against the Volk core with Clefable and Sneasler, Fake Out Switch, and it paid off, so yeah, I'm feeling comfortable with it.
Yeah, it did. You seemed like you got the turn 1, like, on both games just absolutely correct. Like, it was really huge. And, like, I love that play where you went for the Terror Ghost Phantom Force in game 1 and then switching in the Fake Out so then you can, like, suppress the the King Gambit for going to the counter lead the second turn.
Right.
Feels like you locked it in like that, and you were like, right, know it.
It was just a feeling, yeah. It was just a feeling for the matchup. He could have also like just sucker punched my Dragapult. Game 1, turn 1, it's a safe play. There's nothing to stop him. But it's the vibes that I feel with the team and with the plays. So I'm hearing like to them. Yeah.
You're a vibes guy, would you say?
I'm a vibes guy. Yeah. Like not much of a practice guy. I've seen the team before, but I'm more so the vibes guy. Yeah.
Okay. So what are some of the changes that you made for the team then from Dortmund?
Oh, so the biggest change is probably the Dragapult. Being Terra Ghost in such a... After someone finished top 8 with the same 6 in Dortmund, everybody had the team on their target, like on their plans and practices. And I feel like Michael also was on stream today, and we're close friends. We talk a lot, we prep a lot, and we talked about how Terra Ghost just changes things, you know? Clefable can't just switch into Terra Ghost Phantom Force, but he easily switches into Terra Dragon Outrage. So this change alone just paid off so immensely in this matchup. You saw the Volk switched in and just couldn't take the Phantom Force, Terra Ghost. And Simon didn't believe it as well. So there are many things that are like people aren't prepared for. So this change alone feels like I'm playing a different team than in Dortmund, honestly.
Interesting, yeah. Like, I guess the Dragapult plays so differently when you need to be so like careful as to what you lock into.
Right.
If you suddenly have something that can Terra defensively as well as offensively, changes it,
Right.
Love that. So, thinking about the rest of this weekend, what's your goal this time around?
Having fun.
Having fun, okay.
I swear, it's just having fun. It's like playing the game I love, having fun with friends in the venue, and just playing. I could have like made so many other plays alone in this game 1, like fake out, switch, U-turn, but I'm playing for fun, playing for the, okay, he won't sucker punch me, I'm playing for the heavy damage style of play. And I'm having fun. So
you are having fun already?
Yeah, I'm already with you on the couch.
That's a good sign. Okay, we're doing something right. Okay.
So that's it. Yeah.
Well, it sounds. I think you'd be a perfect person to join Team Rocket. Honestly. Oh. You know exactly what you're doing. You're using the spooky ghost types really well as well. How about it? Do you want to join? Great uniform.
So if you just give me like the same outfit, I'll be rocking it.
Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, that's one, Giovanni. Got one so far. Okay, right. So Ibrahim, have you got any shout-outs you want to give?
Oh, to my family, to my friends I love. Everybody knows who I mean, like Elena, my friends, my brothers. Everybody is like so important to me. And just as I said before, the love I receive outside of this tournament makes me play how I play. So thanks everyone. Shout out to my brothers, friends, Braunschweig, UDL server. Now I got you. And RTT, it's everybody. And I'm happy to be here.
Thanks so much for talking to me, Ibrahim. We're going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be back as soon as a Dondozo eats its Tatsugiri, goes to a Waves Crash, takes some damage, and heals at the end of the turn with Grassy Terrain leftovers, so not very long at all. See you later.
Terrestrializing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terrestrialization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terrestrialization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through terrestrializing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terrestrialization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terrestrializing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terrestrialization drops your original typing weakness for the type you terrestrialize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of terastallization to help push your way to the top?
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last-minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's that's one of the best ways in order to improve, you know, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, you know, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first two matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
So much for tricks. What about treats? Look at all of these prizes we've got at the prize wall this weekend here at the Lille Regional Championships. If you're wondering what the prize wall is, well, maybe you've seen all the action going on stream and you're thinking, yeah, it seems a bit intense for me. We've got so many other side events going on here. I'm joined by Leander at the prize wall. Thank you for joining us. So, how are you doing, Leander?
I'm doing very fine, thank you.
Good, fantastic to hear. So, this prize wall, tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes, so for the prize wall, it's basically for all players that are not in the main event, or for parents or visitors. You can play in like small side events, like fun casual events for like 4-player round robin. They can get prize tickets, which you can redeem for all these beautiful prizes. We have stuff for VG, stuff for TCG, for general collectors, binders, everything. You can also get tickets at a fan zone where you need to hunt throughout the venue for some Pokemon, where you can also get tickets. So it's lots of pretty cool stuff over here. And yes, it's essentially for everyone that's just visiting or isn't playing in the main event, this is your place to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. And just look at the things we've got. We've got some socks here as well, rock some Pokemon fashion. You're talking about the binders, really cool playmats here too. Plushies cannot be understated either. Mugs too. Thank you for helping me out with the demonstration here. Now, tell us a bit more about the events themselves.
So we have events for all different games, for Go, for VG, for TCG. For TCG, for example, the main event is Booster Battle, where you just get one booster and then play with those 10 cards, a regular TCG match. And it's really quick, really fun. You get to keep the booster, and you also get the tickets for it to redeem over here. For VG, you have like something like Box Draft, etc. And then you also have like the big schedule events, where, for example, the Cups, where you have all the players that are not in the main event anymore, usually joining. They're also going up to like 200-300 players and up per side event, and they get lots of tickets where you can redeem so many things over here. So definitely join them. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you mentioned very briefly there Box Draft. How does that work?
So actually, I don't know. Because I'm not a VG player, but we have lots of people in the venue that can always explain everything about every event. So whenever you have a question, just look for any of the people for VG, for example, in the VG area, at the info point, or at the price sticks area. They all have all the rules for everything. So if you ever have questions, we have so many fantastic staff over here. Just ask them, and they'll always be glad to help you.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, such friendly people here. I'm imagining the box draft is you're presented with a box of Pokemon, and you have to choose Pokemon from that box in order to decide how to battle. So you don't even have to come with a team. You can just turn up, bring your Switch, and then decide on the Pokemon that you're bringing to a battle. So sounds like a lot of fun here. Have you had many people redeeming their prize points already? I mean, it's still fairly early.
We had a few already, but not yet, mainly because we still have so many people in the main event, they don't have time for side events yet. But if it goes towards the evening, and especially Sunday, it gets really busy over here, and once the big cups end, it's just a full mass of people all wanting their boosters, their prizes. It's a lot of fun. It can get quite hectic for us, but that's what makes it so fun about it. And yeah, you're also always super happy to see people with the happy faces when they get the item they were grinding for all weekend. It's just really nice to see people smile, and that's basically the best place where you can see people smile at a prize wall.
Yeah, love to hear it, Leander. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the calm before the storm for you right now. I'm sure you'll have plenty of people tomorrow. So, Leander, thank you so much for talking to us and showcasing what else is on offer at the events like this beyond the main event. Final question for you. Well, two more questions for you. Favorite Pokemon?
Ampharos.
Ampharos, very nice. Generation 2 electric type Pokemon. Second question. Do you want to join Team Rocket?
Maybe, sometimes. Not always.
Okay.
But I'm considering it.
All right, well, we'll take your application very kindly. Thank you for that, Leander. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you for showcasing the prize wall. Make sure you're getting involved in the action any way you can. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. What do you think of these prize walls? What do you think the items are that you would be going for if you were here this weekend? But now, let's get back to the main event.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's fourth consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit. Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the 1-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the minds are outdrawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Lille Regional Championships. We're already getting into round 6 very shortly. I'm David Partington, and I am, for the first time today, have the pleasure of being joined by Luak Jaskromie. How are you doing?
I'm so excited. I've done my little rotation of commentators so far on this Saturday at the Lille Regional Championships and finally get the trifecta working with your good self. And what a tournament we are having as well. The matches have been incredible. Not only are we seeing why some of the Pokemon are the top usage Pokemon, they're really showing exactly why they are up there in the rankings, but we're also seeing some nice unique choices come through. The Hisuian Samurott has still been my highlight so far.
That's an amazing highlight, honestly. Like, literally, round 1, there it is. Like, incredible.
Hello.
Yeah, and it's a great Pokemon too, as well. Water Dark type, you don't see a lot of those going around. And with that sharpness and Aqua Cutter and Sacred Sword and all those moves, it gets to so much damage. I think no one really knows how much damage is it going to do until it's already KO'd your Pokemon.
Well, exactly. It's unpredictable when there's a Pokemon that's kind of off meta. Yes, you have the open team sheet, so you can kind of get a little look at like the moves it's running and try and, you know, figure out what it's doing on the team. But in terms of those damage calculations and practicing and knowing what kind of roles your Pokemon can maybe hang on with, when it's an unknown entity like Hisuian Samurott, then you kind of have to use game 1 to get that information.
Yeah, and interestingly, in the last match as well, we had Ibrahim versus Shimon, and it was a little bit different. It was like very much the standard balance sort of stuff that was going on instead. Kind of showing how, even though since Dortmund we had very similar teams then, we've got this kind of same teams now, and they're still just as good as they were before. So does it kind of show that this is the sort of teams that we're going to be seeing for the rest of the tournament, or are we waiting to see who can actually break this up completely?
Well, I think actually when I was looking at the last match, when we were looking at the notable matches, so all of them had very similar teams. There was a lot of Electabuzz and Sneasler, for example. So I think you're right there, David. We're seeing a lot of consistency start to emerge between a lot of these heavy hitters. And yes, there are a lot of Pokemon that are being the popular choices, but it's going to be interesting tomorrow in day 2 to see which ones have maybe snuck in. They're a little bit more unexpected.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Eduardo Cunha Samurott, for instance, just being one as well. And Clefable, too, seems to be picking up a little bit more after Davide Maraglia's just amazing win with it as well. It was incredible to see. Not a lot of Garchomp, actually. That is something that I think was on like almost every top cut team from Louisville. And now we haven't really seen much of it at all at the moment.
Maybe that shows a difference in the meta as well between kind of the NA metagame at their regionals and then the European scene as well. And that's something we've talked about a lot at different events in the past, how kind of different regions are maybe preparing for a particular tournament. I know a lot of people say that kind of Europe maybe brings the weather or brings something a little bit interesting, but tried and tested Pokemon like the Garchomp you see in front here has an incredible attack stat. There's a reason why it often gets picked up when it is available in the meta, and its speed stat's pretty decent too.
Yeah, it's incredible. It just gets so many jumps on so many Pokemon in terms of its speed and its damage output. That ground dragon typing is just so effective because dragon types don't want to go against steel types, and you've got the ground to kind of hit that for super effective. So there's not one type that kind of resists both of those, but there are like a few very niche Pokemon that do resist both, and one of them is Corviknight.
Yes.
It is one of my caster predictions, actually, as something that's going to be picking up a little bit more. So when I actually saw that Alberto Lara is actually here over from the States using it as well, I was very happy to see that because I was like, right, this is his core light definitely seems to be the play. He did so well with it back in Louisville, but maybe not quite well known enough that everyone is prepping for it. So that's why I think it's going to do excellently this time.
Honestly, I'm really impressed you pulled Bartolara out of your hat then, because I was thinking of him for Garchomp as well. He's very well known as a Garchomp user, really has a lot of faith in that Pokemon. And there used to be kind of a little bit of a meme back in the day where it was like when you were building a team, you needed a ground resist, right? You would look at your 6 and be like, where's the ground resist? And that was because of Garchomp. It was one of those Pokemon in 2017, did incredibly well with the Z crystals back in the day, but also the fact that you now have terrestrialization and can give it maybe a defensive option because it is 4 times weak to ice. There are a lot of fairy Pokemon, out there in previous metas, but also still today, Pokemon like the Alolan Ninetales are out there. We also occasionally see Pokemon like the Whimsicott running Moonblast. You need to make sure you have some coverage to that. So a defensive Terra type is a really nice answer to your problems.
Yeah, and actually, throwing back to Eduardo Cunha back in round 2 as well, using that loaded dice scale shot Dragonite with the Terra Fairy at the same time.
Love it.
Really cool innovation there. I think we saw picking up slightly in Louisville, but it's that multi-hit move I think is really important to get around some of the focus sashes that we see, nominally that Sneasler, because that loaded dice guarantees you get either 4 or 5 hits, and you only need the 4 to be able to KO Sneasler. So it's a guaranteed one-hit KO, assuming you hit through that 90% accuracy.
That's why I guess you got the loaded dice on there, maybe to help things out a little bit. But I think you're right, these kind of multi-hit moves are really nice for working around things like the Focus Sash, but also they deal a lot of damage. I mean, I wasn't on the video game side of things for Dortmund, but I heard so many times on the video game side of things the whole 1, 2, 3, 4 population bombs going down with Mousehold, and I feel like that's been a little bit of a trend, even though Mousehold going for the population bomb isn't something we've seen a lot so far in Lille. That kind of high risk, high reward strategy, getting lots of damage on the board, maybe even a potential KO, is what players are opting for here in Europe.
Yeah, makes so much sense there. Maybe we'll see a bit more Rocky helmets going around to kind of punish those.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But we're going to have a look at the standings actually, as we're already in round 6 at the moment, 1.5 through our day today, and see where people are in terms of this Saturday. And Giovanni Pichitelli right at the top there, 5-0.
Wow, okay, 5-0, fantastic record so far. A little bit of a deep dive as well on the team. Again, some really standard Pokemon. We're seeing the Sneasler, the Rillaboom, King Gambit as well, a standout so far in Lille. But I love seeing that Electabuzz on there. I think at the beginning of the broadcast, we were seeing a lot more trainers maybe opt for Magma, and that's been kind of a debate people have said, is Electabuzz or Magma you want on your team, right? But Electabuzz is definitely the choice for Giovanni, and it's giving him great success so far.
Yeah, what I really like about Electabuzz is it does a little better into those Rain Archaladon teams, because you're often using Follow Me to redirect away those Electro shots, which obviously Magmar can't take quite as well. And you sometimes go for the Terra Fairy on Electabuzz as well, so you can kind of suddenly redirect any Dragon Darts from Dragapult at the same time, and just makes it just very, very useful Pokemon. And being Electric type, just as its base form, it's only got 1 weakness too, so it's super, super useful.
Yes, does give a lot of flexibility with that particular Pokemon choice. Some other incredible 5-0s taking a deeper dive. Maddie Morgan, Aurelian, Lefeu is here. We've got Luca Makato as well. So many incredible names that we've been able to see previously. We'll then, of course, obviously have a lot of trainers who are maybe 4-1, so have taken that 1 loss, but look at all these 5-0s. I mean, amazing to see so early in the competition, these trainers really making a beeline for that champion title.
A lot of representation from all around Europe too, actually. I think there was no just even though we're here in France, there wasn't just French players, for instance, there. There are plenty of Italians, people from the UK, Germans, everyone has made the trip to come to Lille. And why not? It's a beautiful city as well.
Exactly, lots of players want to be here. And let's take a look as well at the notable matches, because we're going to see which players are going to maybe be battling it out. Let's see. Oh my goodness, we have got Marco Silva versus Wei Deng. I am so excited for this match. I'm doing a little dance of joy right now because we have got a Rain versus Sun matchup. This is a personal thing for me. I just love weather wars in Pokemon VG.
Yeah, they're really interesting, aren't they? Especially when you've got Sun versus Rain as well.
Yes.
It's all about whether you can get exactly what you want up. And even when Sun is up versus Rain, the water Pokemon seem to have that little bit more an advantage. So it's very much on the Sun player to make sure they are getting that up, because otherwise they're going to take so much from those water type attacks. But I think if anyone could do it, maybe Wei Deng there, because that is looking like a really, really interesting hard Trick Room team, but with just a mouse hold thrown on there as well.
Yeah, cheeky little mouse hold on for some style points there as well, and some redirection support. But if we take a look at some of the other notable matches as well, there are some weather wars there as well. We've got Francesco Pardini with the Alolan Ninetales, Aurelian Lefeu running that Tyranitar as well, so there could be a sandstorm brewing for Maddie Morgan in that match.
As well.
And the Corviknight, oh my goodness, that's a cool team as well. If you're maybe not tuning in for the broadcast, you're out in the audience and you want to maybe see what's going on, see if you can catch an eye of that one as well.
Fantastic. And Dondozo at the bottom right there. Johan Garcia wanting that too. And when you see the single Dondozo, I always think like it's probably a Fisher going on there.
Oh, yeah.
Which is something to say. And actually, in one of the breaks, I was having a chat with some of the other players, and they were saying how they've brought Solo Dozo with the
Dozo, love
with
that.
the Fisher option and everything as well. And they managed to get their first Fisher off into a Corviknight that had just gone for the roost.
Oh, okay, good. I thought that was going to be a tragic story then, but
no. Just as it lands from the roost, Fisher, bam.
That's perfect alignment, and that kind of is a little bit like what our trainers are going to have to do in this next match with this sun versus rain mode, where you have to make sure you get the right ball position to be able to get the weather on your side. Because if you switch in your sun as your opponent brings in the rain setter, for example, maybe you're both hard switching out at the same time, you have to be so cognizant of the speed tiers and who's going to switch out first, or is it the last 2 Pokemon remaining so they can't switch out and reset that weather again. All these little decisions you have to be hyper aware of if you are running a weather mode on your team.
100%. And we saw Parker Simmons in the top 4 of the Louisville last week do very well with Sun sort of trick room shenanigans too. Obviously with that Executor making the most of that Sun, whereas on Wei's team, there is no kind of chlorophyll sort of user to kind of abuse and make most of that Sun quite as much. So it might not be imperative for Wei to kind of revolve around the Sun kind of mode that they've got, especially when they just have an Ursaluna, which kind of does fine without it.
Yeah, it's a little bit more slow and steady wins the race strategy here for Wei. You know, continuing with a very hard Trick Room team here, you've got Trick Room options on Pokemon like Indeedee and the Gallade, and also the Hatterene as well, and then so many slow Pokemon that can benefit from it, like Ursaluna and Torkoal. Dive a little deeper into our players' Wei, still yet to add accolades onto his roster, but this could indeed be the event, and I always like seeing new players being able to make their mark onto the metagame. But speaking of someone who has definitely carved their name into the history books for VG, we've got Marco Silva, 2-time international champion LAIC and OCIC, as well as being a regional champion previously in 2019, so he knows what it takes to go all the way.
I think if you added all of Marco's accomplishments on there, it would just go up and up and up and up and up and up and up, and I don't think we'd be able to see him at all.
True. Yeah, his face would be completely obscured by all of the incredible accomplishments he's got. That does make him a formidable opponent, but it also means that he's someone that we've been able to see on the broadcast before. If Wei's maybe been kind of studying up and gets to know Marco's playstyle a bit, that could be good information for him going forward.
And here is Wei's team. Here we go. Take a little more of a deep dive here into how hard this hard Trick Room team is. There's the Torkoal with that Drought ability, powering up those eruptions and that Weather Ball of choice. So actually, if the rain kind of does come in from Marco's end, that Weather Ball becomes a water type and maybe pretty useful as well. And of course, you have the kind of standard Hatterene and Indeedee combination there to be able to get off that Trick Room quite nicely with that Follow Me support and that Ursaluna. If that's in Trick Room, that switches in. Facade is taking down so much of the format right now. So that's definitely something Marco is going to be considering when bringing their Pokemon into this team.
And there's a lot of flexibility as well. You can hit hard on the offense in terms of physical attack and special attack as well, with Ursaluna or Torkoal or even Hatterene in that Trick Room as well can deal a formidable amount of damage. One thing I like about this Ursaluna as well is it is running that substitute. So if you can get in a position where you can set that up, it might buy you an extra turn of maneuverability on the field. Looking at Wei's team, you know it is a Trick Room team, so diving deeper into Marco's, how is he going to stop Trick Room?
Well, I think he's got to make it rain, honestly, because we've got a Golden Go and we've got the rain of mode that Marco can bring absolutely here. Our Chaladon, though, with that stamina, if you can bring up those defense boosts, then you can suddenly take on that Ursaluna's attack so much better. And with the rain being up, it's not going to worry too much about the Torkoal. So on our Chaladon base game, I think is going to be very key here. Interestingly, though, there's no like obvious way to set up the stamina from Marco's point of view, like say a beat up, for instance, or like a multi-hit move that can go into it. But maybe we might see, I don't know, like a flip turn from Basculegion to kind of proc it a little bit, or maybe a, I don't know, maybe a Flare Blitz or something from our Chaladon to kind of start getting that set up, because that is going to be very imperative.
Might be more of a passive ability use then as well, just taking some damage, getting a stamina boost up for good measure. I mean, there's definitely a counter team here in the sense that Basculegion, being a Pokemon that really likes to be able to be in the rain to get the extra damage that it already gets from adaptability as well on those water type attacks that Pelipper can boost up thanks to his Drizzle ability, means that if the weather is able to go into Marco's favor, that is going to be so detrimental for Wei. The Torkoal, the Ursaluna, these Pokemon do not want to take water type attacks, and even for those that take neutral damage from it, it's going to be still dealing a significant chunk considering the damage potential that Basculegion is able to deal out.
Yeah, I'm glad you actually brought that up, Lou, because often we see Basculegion with that Swift Swim ability to be able to outspeed so many of its opponents, but suddenly with adaptability, that really changes things. Suddenly, instead of a 50% boost to your same type attack bonus, you've got the 2x boost to it.
Yes.
So suddenly, some counts are thrown out completely out the window, and you're doing so much more damage. And to make up for the speed, you have the Choice Scarf instead of the Choice Band, for instance.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice sort of switch up that Marco has here. The question is, does he bring a Choice Scarf Pokemon to a Trick Room matchup?
Oh, it could be risky, but let's see what the leads are going to be. Oh, it's a little classic throwback with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss up against these Trick Room duos. It's going to be the Indeedee and the Hatterene here. So Marco in a position where you can apply a lot of pressure with something like a Spore to shut down that Indeedee, but you cannot Spore into the Hatterene.
Indeed, and unfortunately the Indeedee's even got safety goggles here, so Spore isn't going to be able to go into that slot either. But what Amoonguss does offer, though, is those Pollen Puffs. So at the moment, if left way's not kind of offering a lot of offense, then Marco can kind of just sit there, dish out a little bit of damage, get some knockoffs around, knock off a Life Orb, knock off a safety goggles, and then you can Spore right after that, and then just heal Incineroar back up again because you're not weak to any of those Psychic-type attacks. So we might have to see, though, a Terror from this Amoonguss if it's going to try and keep itself safe from all the Psychic sort of damage that that Way is definitely outputting right now.
I honestly love that safety goggles tech on there, though, because it completely neutralizes this Amoonguss. These safety goggles are gone, though, actually. As soon as I say that, Amoonguss can then follow up with the Spore. So you can see exactly why Way had built it this way. Amoonguss is one of those Pokemon you often bring when you see a Trick Room matchup, and it can be so disruptive. But Marco making sure that you can play around that. The Expanding Force will come through. This is obviously only going to connect on the Amoonguss to get the one-hit KO, but it does still manage to have got that Spore off. That could be detrimental to enabling a Trick Room to be set up.
Yeah, 100% there. And it looks like maybe it was the Indeedee. Yeah, Indeedee most likely going for a Trick Room on that turn there. So a decent turn for Way, honestly, getting rid of that Amoonguss, because that's probably going to be your biggest threat once Trick Room is up. Yes. But Trick Room isn't up, Luke. That's the thing. And now Golden Ghost just come in here. It's offering those Make It Rains, and with that Life Orb, it's going to do so much damage. So without a Protect on this Hatterene, it's probably going to be forced to go for that Terror into the Fire type. But with the Indeedee now asleep, you can't consistently keep this Hatterene safe from a Follow Me. So does Marco perhaps kind of predict the Terror at this point? Maybe instead go for that Shadow Ball, for instance, into that slot. And with a double up with a Flare Blitz, that will probably be enough to get this Hatterene as well here. So it looks like Way is maybe locking in that Terror. So we'll have to see what Marco goes for here. But either way, Marco definitely is more in the driver's seat right now, having resisting all that Fire and Psychic type moves.
And I think we've seen as well in the past how much damage a Make It Rain from Golden Go can do even into a Fire type. So if the Fire Terrestrialization comes through, yes, it's not going to deal as much damage, isn't going to be able to get the knockout, but it's still going to put it in significant range to be followed up by something like the Incineroar to get that knockout, remove the Hatterene from play, remove the potential Trick Room. And you called it perfectly there, David. The Hatterene is getting beautiful and bejeweled on the field, bringing a little heat to this match here in Swiss Round 6, as the Golden Go actually locks in with the Shadow Ball, just thinking maybe this will get some good damage on the board, particularly if it didn't terrestrialize. You get the special defense drop for good measure, but you also then are not lowering your own special attack to Make It Rain. So a fantastic play by Marco with the follow-up.
There it is.
That's a knockout.
That is a massive knockout from Marco. Huge play. Not only is the Terror wasted, but the main way to get up Trick Room for Way is also completely gone and off the field right now. Indeed, yes, it has Trick Room, but it's still asleep, and then has to come in and actually click it, which will always go last, and therefore is in range of any attack from Marco's end right now. Good thing for Way, though, Ursaluna has the Flame Orb activated, so and it has a lot of Bolt behind it at the same time, so it's probably going to be able to take a double up from either of these attacks. Just the question is, where does Way target? Because they need to really start making the most of this Ursaluna right now.
And as well, if you're forced to bring in that Torkoal, the sun's going to be in the sky. The Incineroar's not going to, be upset about that at all. It's going to get a boost to its Flare Blitz, and that can deal a significant chunk of damage into something like the Ursaluna, even if normally it wouldn't be doing too much at all. Ursaluna, yes, has been burned. That's really good for its Guts ability. But now if you're Way, you're like, how do I get this Trick Room set up? Such slow Pokemon like the Torkoal and the Ursaluna need that capability. And this Amoonguss that came onto the field for half a second has been so damaging in what it was able to accomplish in that short space of time.
100%. Like, you need to kind of work out where you exactly need to target right now. So you can kind of safely target round protects, for instance. So Incineroar doesn't carry Protect here. It's quite a fairly safe headlong rush kind of into that slot there, get that KO, but then you get those defense drops too. So if you can afford to maybe get that KO with the Facade instead, then that'll kind of help the longevity of this Ursaluna a little bit more. Golden Go may end up going for that Protect, for instance, as well. So if you can start to try and catch some of those, then maybe Way can like crawl something out of this. They've got 3 Pokemon left, so it's not the end of the world right now. But Marco still has so much offense from behind, so so we'll have to see how he makes the most of it.
Yes, and at least the Psychic Terrain's on the field, so you don't have to worry too much about priorities coming through, like a fake out from Incineroar, for example. But Pelipper's going to come on and actually rain on Waves Parade here. Drizzle is activated, so we have got this boosted water-type damage potentially coming through from Pelipper in the next couple of turns. And being a flying type, if there has been a ground-type attack, such as a Headlong Rush coming through from Ursaluna, that is going to do absolutely no damage. I like Marco really switching things up here. You've brought in your Pelipper, you're also terrestrializing your Incineroar, so that it's going to be able to not take super effective damage from a Headlong Rush in return, while getting a knockout for good measure into Indeedee.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a really safe play from Marco there to just cover all bases here. Like, unless Wave felt like going for like a facade into the switching into the Golden Go, which would have been an amazing read, but it wasn't going to work out too well. So yeah, this way, Incineroar always survives the turn at this point too. So like a really good defensive switch. Incineroar sticks around for another turn. You can switch more things around. You can maybe go for a parting shot into this Ursaluna. And to top it all off, this Pelipper can now also switch out thanks to the 3 Pokemon remaining now on Marco's end instead of the last 2 he would have had otherwise.
And this is what we were talking about, right? The kind of ball position alignment of these weather setters. Now Torkoal is one of the last 2 remaining Pokemon where you cannot switch it out. Pelipper has that flexibility. And quite honestly, I don't see a reason for Marco not to do that. It just enables you to make sure that Torkoal's offensive pressure will be dampened, quite literally, when it's able to rejoin the field. Incineroar in a position again. It didn't get KO'd by the Headlong Rush, but it still did a huge chunk of damage. Ursaluna is definitely a threat you have to deal with. Pelipper could even stay on the field right now, maybe try and go for some damage, but I honestly, I'd switch it out if it was me.
Yeah, I think I would too, Lou. Yeah, I like it too. Let's see if Marco... Yeah, yes, we're as good as Marco. Excellent.
It's gone, yeah.
And then in comes the Golden Go, maybe as a little bit of a sacrifice at the moment, depending if the Headlong Rush has gone into that slot. But here's a Flare Blitz first into that Ursaluna. That's a lot of damage, Lou.
I love this as well, getting your Pelipper out of there, but capitalizing on the sun in the sky right now. Yes, you are going to fall victim to your own recoil, but I think Marco was super happy with that because guess what? Pelipper's going to come back and run the show, bringing that rain onto the field as Ursaluna goes for a facade into a Ghost-type Pokemon, so it will be doing no damage.
But there's the Eruption, though, to follow up, and that absolutely covers the Golden Go switching in as well. So it's actually only the Pelipper left at this point. So, and it can only target 1 slot at a time, but this Ursaluna's looking very low on health, and this Torkoal is about to have its day rather dampened as this Pelipper comes straight in, offering those super effective Weather Balls into either of these slots.
Now, a 2v1 often looks a little bit dicey, but Pelipper not only has brought the rain, so the Fire-type moves are going to be doing less damage. It obviously doesn't get hit by any Ground-type moves, but it also is carrying that Focus Sash that is still intact. So Wei has to double up into it to be able to get the knockout. In that time, because Pelipper is speedier than the Torkoal, for example, and I'm assuming it's going to be speedier than the Ursaluna, then it's going to be able to get 1 knockout followed by another one. It can take damage, but you know it can't be KO'd thanks to that Focus Sash, giving Marco a little bit of breathing room in this endgame position.
Yeah, 100%. Like, kind of targeting into that Ursaluna should be very safe, to be honest. But there's the Torkoal instead, and which does not actually carry Protect in this time. So actually, that makes a lot of sense to be able to go into that slot there. You know you're going to get KO, and the Focus Sash will help you survive this facade. And at this point, you can kind of Protect to maybe get the burn to tick down. At this point, no substitutes can be set up by the Ursaluna. So yeah, Marco definitely has this game 1 in the bag.
And I think that's a great point as well. There's Protect potentially on Ursaluna, and you would hate in this moment to try and go down into the Ursaluna and then Torkoal gets some free damage off and break that Focus Sash. So once again, very clear pathways that Marco carved out for himself here, bringing the Pelipper in, switching it out, targeting down Pokemon, targets down the 4th one, KO, and Marco Silva takes game 1.
Congrats to Marco. Like, it seems, yeah, as you said, it seems very close, or it seems like Marco had his back against the wall there, but honestly, it seemed like it was going pretty well there for him, to be honest, making sure he preserved that 3 Pokemon right at the end so you can get the Pelipper in and then back out again to be able to control the weather and win that weather war that we were kind of talking about earlier, Lou. So the question is, the switch-ups for Game 2.
You've got to find out a plan for Amoonguss. And I'm going to be honest, Wei looks like there was a perfectly good plan in place. You lead 2 Pokemon that cannot be spored at all thanks to Magic Bounce and the safety goggles, but just thanks to the synergy of that knockoff coming through from the Incineroar meant that the Indeedee got put to sleep, and it was null and void throughout that entire Game 1. I would almost love to see something like the Mouse Hold come to play instead of that Indeedee. Maybe you can go for something like a Population Bomb and just do so much damage, maybe even put a Pokemon in range of a KO. But other than that, looking at Wei's team, David, how do you actually stop this Amoonguss? Is it just a case of you've got to double up into it?
I mean, yeah, at the moment, like the knockoff plus Spore play is just like an awesome play, to be honest. But looking at Wei's team, you do have that Terra Grass Gallade. which is suddenly another option. Suddenly, if you lead that into the Incineroar Amoonguss lead, you can go for the Terra and you know you're going to be immune to Spore. The sharpness ability that you have is going to be dealing so much damage to that Incineroar, so it kind of might force it to go for that Terra to avoid being one-hit KO'd. And on top of it, Galade's clear amulet that it's holding won't be affected by the Intimidate that the Incineroar offers either, and you have a Psycho Cut as well to KO the Amoonguss too. So Gallade would be like an amazing switch up here, assuming Marco goes for the same lead here. We don't know if Marco maybe has another plan up his sleeve to maybe lead something else, another sort of plan to kind of get around Wei's sort of thinking there. And to be honest, like just leading Golden Go, for instance, will just threaten quite a lot as well.
Well, it's going to be the same leads out of the block for Marco, the tried and tested combination of Amoonguss and Incineroar, and again, a dynamic duo indeed of Indeedee and the Hatterene. Now, we know exactly what happened in game one, knock off Spore. Is Wei going to shake things up and completely change around this meta?
Well, you could just still do that play, but instead, if you're Wei, you can just go for the follow me and just go for Trick Room, and you've got Trick Room up at that point.
Yeah.
And then, like, you're still not then threatened by the Amoonguss in Trick Room because your Hatterene has Magic Bounce. And so there's not a lot to kind of threaten it. At least at that point, you've got Trick Room up. Even, yes, your Indeedee's asleep, but Trick Room is the main thing that you want to do if you're Wei with this team. So it's a safe play. It's probably worth doing. And honestly, like, at least you've got it up at that point.
And I think if you're Wei coming into this game too, you have to guarantee that that Trick Room goes up. It's the real key to being able to get the momentum and the ball rolling on your side of the field. And Wei is going to be starting things off. We're going to see a terrestrialization on Marco's side first of all. The Amoonguss not wanting to take super effective damage from any of these expanding forces that could potentially come its way, and terrestrializing into the water type here. Going to be able to take those attacks much better, as Indeedee is going to probably leave itself as kind of the savior here for Hatterene, drawing in all those attacks as Incineroar goes for the knockoff. Will not be surprised to see a Spore come through, but it will at least enable this Hatterene to get Trick Room off.
So yeah, there's the Spore into the Indeedee again. And even though Trick Room might go up here, Indeedee is kind of that sort of like useless sort of slot right now. Yeah, the Hatterene can obviously make the most of it right now. Expanding Force is going to do a lot of damage. You've also got those Dazzling Gleams that you can go for. And even Shadow Balls if the Incineroar wanted to do Terra Ghost for some reason right now. So Wei really wants to make the most of them and try and get that Ursaluna in. But the risk is if you switch that Ursaluna in, the Flame Wall hasn't activated yet, and Marco could catch it with a Spore, which would just be like sort of almost game ending at that point. Because then Ursaluna has to take a mandatory turn of sleep before even the Flame Wall gets to activate. So that's just why this is such a powerful lead versus these hard Trick Room teams from Marco. It's not safe where you want to switch it in. And yeah, we can see Torkoal in the back too. That doesn't want to go to sleep either, and nothing's threatening a one-hit KO on this Amoonguss thanks to that Terra Water.
Well, no hard switches at this point. Wei not wanting to risk any of his Pokemon going to sleep, as Hatterene can just opt straight for the Dazzling Gleam. A little bit of decent damage into both the opposing Pokemon, particularly as Amoonguss has turned into that Terra Water type, as Amoonguss goes for the Spore into that slot. So fantastic observation, maybe thinking Indeedee wants to get out of there, and Hatterene is going to have to take significant chunk and lose its life up for its troubles. I almost would have loved to have seen the Hatterene go for the Fire Terrestrialization in that moment.
Yeah, potentially. To kind of just take on that potential flare bits coming out at that point would have been really nice. But as you can see, now with Life Orb down, you've seen the damage Dazzling Gleam does. It's now going to do about 30% less than that now. So you can see how Marco's already kind of slowing down the pace of this game, making it his own, and stalling out this Trick Room just with Amoonguss and Incineroar.
Now a little sleepy turn here for the Indeedee as Hatterene goes for the Expanding Force, trying to utilize the extra damage you can deal from that Psychic Terrain being in play. Not enough to get the knockout on Amoonguss, but will enable it to activate its berry, so it no longer has that utility for the rest of the game. But being a Dark type, Incineroar doesn't have to worry about these Expanding Forces at all. Amoonguss doing what it does best though, David. Spore after Spore after Spore, because eventually something's going to change on this ball position for Wei, and that Spore will, if you are Marco, hopefully catch something.
And that parting shot is so good right now as well. That's what makes Incineroar so good. It's usually going last in whatever situation it's in. It's kind of in that middling speed tier where if Trick Room's up, it's probably going last. If Trick Room isn't up, it's probably going last. So it enables something to get in very safely, and the Golden Go is such a nice option. And unfortunately for Wei, there's no mystical fire on this Hatterene, which would have been really good right now. But even then, Amoonguss can kind of redirect it away. There's no goggles on that Hatterene right now either. So yeah, again, Marco's put himself in a phenomenal position right now. And yeah, something needs to come in to deal with this Golden Go before it starts setting up too many nasty plots. So I think Wei needs to kind of guess where this Spore is maybe going to be heading, either into Hatterene slot or into the DD. Let's see if he gets it right.
I would love to see a nasty plot boost go up here. The Hatterene does have access to Shadow Ball, but as you mentioned, the redirection support that Amoonguss can give will give Golden Go that breathing room. There is the Rage Powder, going to be drawing in any of those attacks, because even if Hatterene wanted to go for the spread attacks, Golden Go doesn't care about them at all. Expanding Force comes into play. It will get the knockout on the Amoonguss. We can see Golden Go able to hang on very happily with about a third of damage dealt from that move, and it now gives Marco the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back, continue turning through these Trick Room turns. Golden Go actually going straight on the offensive, knows he can get the knockout on Hatterene with that Make It Rain, and even if it had gone into something like the Fire Terrestrialization here, it was already at damaged HP. It could have been in range for the knockout regardless.
Yeah, 100%. Now Marco can kind of bring in that Incineroar, get that another Intimidate down on this Ursaluna for things to take a little bit more damage. And if he has Pelipper in the back, you can kind of do a little bit of a bait and say, right, here's my Incineroar. Headlong rush it, do it, yes, go. And then switch it into Pelipper and suddenly take that hit, and you've stalled out another kind of turn of Trick Room at that point. Worst case, Facade right into that slot anyway, and then you're knocked down to Focus Sash, and then you can still protect anyway.
These speed interactions are going to be interesting as well, right? Because it's in Trick Room, Torkoal's faster, so it's going to set up the sun, but then Pelipper's like, excuse me, I'm bringing a Storm Cloud to the field.
Exactly, yeah. So we've seen, like, the Torkoal has to kind of come in here really to make the most of the Trick Room. This is probably your only chance to do it. Indeed, he's asleep at this point too. So yeah, let's click the Terrafire Eruption button. Even in the rain, yeah, sure, it's going to be half damaged into whatever it's going to hit. But if that goes first, and then you've got a Facade into the Pelipper, for instance, that's going to be a KO. Golden Go's probably not going to be able to hang on from this attack either, unless it goes for the Terra Water instead. But it can't because Amoonguss has already gone for it. So in this position, Marco's already spent his Terra. So actually, he's given himself a little bit less options versus this duo. It just question is, can Wei make the most of these final turns?
That's the thing, Trick Room is ticking away. And as soon as that speed goes back to its normal state, the Pelipper and the Golden Go are going to be in such a prime position. I think the weather being on the field for Marco does enable him to stay in this game. Otherwise, the eruptions would be so overwhelming. But Torkoal's going to go for it anyway. It has got its Fire Crown of Glory on. It is holding a Charcoal to boost up those Fire-type moves even further. In the rain, though, can the little turtle do it?
So there's Protect to stall out this final turn of Trick Room. Question is, will this substitute come up for this Ursaluna potentially? There's the double Protect as well, so Torkoal's not going to be getting anything off, unfortunately. So there it is, Eruption into these two targets. No Wide Guard either on this Pelipper, which would have been even more helpful on this, but not needed currently, at least from this game one. Question is, has this Ursaluna clicked what it needs to? No, it hasn't. It is just the Facade into the Pelipper. So now Marco has all the speed control for days now. Ursaluna and this Torkoal are both in range of a Weather Ball, and this Golden Go is sitting very nicely as well.
You know what, considering that was the last turn of Trick Room, I think the double Protect play was actually kind of obvious from Marco there. That would have been a really nice opportunity to go for that substitute, but I'm honestly just devastated for little Torkoal that it didn't get its moment to try, even in the rain. Now, as you've said, the speeds have been reversed. Torkoal in a very dangerous spot to something like the Weather Ball. So I like the switch up by Wei being able to reset that weather, but that could be something that Marco could read into. Maybe go for the Weather Ball down into that Ursaluna and try and deal with it when you know Torkoal's switching out.
Okay, so it's the Protect, kind of getting a little bit of a reposition there for Wei. I like it, okay. Because, yeah, with the Make It Rain, there's going to be a special attack drop after that. And at that point, then Golden Go is even less threatening for the following turn. And now Torkoal can then come in a little bit, and then you win the Weather Roar, at least temporarily anyway. So I do like this play. It is the way out that Wei needs to kind of go for here. Imagine this is going to be a Weather Ball for Marco's Pelipper as well.
I think, though, as well, now that you know that the Torkoal is being forced to come back in, Marco can go for the same play that he did in Game 1. You can switch that Pelipper back out, bring in the Incineroar. Not only does that enable you to reset the weather later on, but you get a cheeky Intimidate down onto that Ursaluna again. Yeah,
exactly. So there's not a lot that you lose by just kind of clicking those moves right now. So, yeah, Marco has the Incineroar at the back. Incineroar does Incineroar things. Like, at this point, you can kind of protect one and then switch the other. And you probably want to, again, kind of do that with that Pelipper at this point, to be honest. Switch the Pelipper, protect the Golden Go. Incineroar comes in. If Incineroar goes down, you've got Pelipper and Golden Go still in the same position again to dish out that damage. And at that point, there's only single target attacks on this Ursaluna. The Pelipper still has its Focus Sash up. So if Marco plays this safe, he should just kind of get this win in the bag. And
Torkoal looks primed. It's got its Fire Terrestrialization, it's got its Charcoal. It can go for a powerful Eruption in the sun, except for the fact that it is slow. And Eruption does obviously more damage the more HP you've got. So if Pelipper and Golden Go can put a dent in it, then it's not going to be able to deal as much damage as it really wants to be able to do. You might be forced to go for something like the Weather Ball, then it would turn into a Fire-type move into that opposing Golden Go and just try and get a KO. But with all this switchability that Marco still has, he is very much in the driving seat of this set.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think we need to see a really well-timed substitute from this Ursaluna, but it's the Protect instead, which is going to fail, unfortunately. And so the Make It Rain just goes straight into that Ursaluna and takes the KO.
With a critical hit, no less, as well. This Golden Go is not messing around. It wants to be able to clean up this game and start looking towards Swiss at round 7. It is now the little Torkoal against these 3, and although Torkoal is in prime position to go for that eruption, and it gets it, it's able to have its full HP, the sun, the crown of fire damage. It is able to get a knockout on the Golden Go, but we know what's coming back in. This Torkoal had a beautiful moment, but Pelipper is about to come in and try and sweep up this set.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Pelican does kind of reign supreme over this Tortoise that could. Unfortunately, there is the rain, but Torkoal, it did its best though, didn't he?
It got a moment.
It really did get that moment. It got that really powerful eruption off. Good for Torkoal.
It did, but you can see Torkoal is actually like, you know what, I'm not going to weather out the storm. I'm just going to throw in the towel, let you take the victory, and Marco Silva will win this set.
Huge congratulations to Marco Silva, 6-0 here at Lille Regional Championships. And what, like, no surprise, honestly, he obviously knew his game plan versus that Hard Trick Room in Cinemungus. If anyone was doubting those Pokemon, I don't know why you would be, but watch this set. That is how good they are.
I mean, we've seen how weather has been so dominant in Regulation H anyway. Pelipper being one of the perfect partner Pokemon for Pokemon like Archaludon, for example. But I love the way that Marco is actually bringing it in this particular set, just to be like, Torkoal, I'm not going to let you have your moment. I'm going to be the dominant weather setter in this match. And Marco constantly enabled the positioning to make sure that Pelipper could always switch out to reset it. He guaranteed himself that flexibility in case he was facing down against the Torkoal.
Yeah, and actually, I think we hardly saw the Ursaluna get into a position where it was able to get off like any damage. And when it did, the Incineroar just kind of survived that headlong rush, for instance. Otherwise, it was going into a Protect, into an immunity. Like, Marco just switched around so expertly. I think I really would have liked to see Wei kind of go for those substitutes a little bit more and start to kind of predict a little bit more, play a little. I think it was a little bit too safe, I think. But if you're like 5-0 already in this tournament, you might be able to afford to, and that's probably what's got them so far already.
And I have to credit the way Wei was able to adjust actually between games 1 and 2, seeing the way Marco expertly played around those safety goggles and was able to take control of the match very early doors. Wei was like, game 2, I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm still leading with my trusted Trick Room setter in the form of that Hatterene, but this time going for that redirection. And unfortunately, indeed, he still went to sleep. I think I would have loved to have seen the Glade. Like you were kind of saying, yes, you enter into mind games, but sometimes you got to play mind games to win the match.
Yeah, exactly. So, but maybe Wei will take a few kind of learning points from this as well, having played up against Marco Silva as well, which is pretty incredible, honestly. Like, and to be able to be in that position where you are X and O and this far in the tournament and playing him, I think that's that's already something to be very proud of. And going like still 5-1 into Lille, like that's pretty incredible.
And I think Marco as well really demonstrating why he is a double-time international champion. Just being able to look at a team and going, okay, Trick Room, I've seen these Pokemon before. We've seen Ursaluna and Hatterene before in these situations. He knew exactly how to play that matchup. He'd analyzed that team sheet so quickly and effectively in those moments before the match that he gave that lead, knew exactly what he was doing, and counted those turns beautifully, going for the Protect at the right time, going for the switches at the right time, showing why he really has those calculations to make him a champion.
Yeah, that's why we talk about like lines into like another team, where you know, right, with this archetype, I know I need to kind of click knock off and spore, because even if my opponent does the X, Y, Z, then I'm still going to be on top from a certain scenario, which is why we saw Marco just do the same thing both games 1 and 2 with those kind of, he knew what to do to be able to get on top, and as we saw both games, whatever Wei did in that scenario, he was coming out on top, stalling out those Trick Room turns and keeping everything around for getting that win in the end.
Yeah, and it was a phenomenal match to be able to behold. I always like looking at teams that have a very cool strategy as well, particularly if there are newer viewers tuning in for the first time. You can see exactly what a Trick Room team is all about, and a little bit about the weather wars as well, and how these Pokemon can kind of work synergetically with some of the partner Pokemon of choice. Torkoal, this was finally their moment to get some damage on the board. We've got the Golden Go going down, and this is something Torkoal loves to be able to do, go for these eruptions, get a lot of damage on the board, but in game 1, it could not do that in Trick Room, so it was felled for its troubles.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this Pelipper was just absolutely destroying opponents, and that's the unfortunate bit about hard Trick Room teams sometimes. You want to use those really slow but really powerful options, and they just happen to both be weak to water. So unfortunately, when you have the water type on the opposing side of the field that actually changes the sun as well, it's literally the worst Pokemon you could probably go up against tougher way. So probably an unfortunate matchup, I would say, to be fair.
Yeah, not a happy day for Torkoal when the rain is coming down, and Hatterene as well not appreciating the Make It Rain either from this Golden Go, being able to deal some huge damage into it and fell it from the match. Wave staying so calm and composed throughout this entire set though, particularly even as the Ndidi goes down, and Ursaluna in a position where it wants to really get some damage off on the board. But I think you made a great point earlier as well, David, about how the Ursaluna just wasn't able to get going. It was able to get in safely enough to get its burn on, so its Guts boost was in play, but then it just couldn't get the damage and the knockouts that Ursaluna loves to be able to get.
Yeah, exactly. There's no kind of room to maneuver there. Like, honestly, to be honest, what might solve that matchup is this little cutesy little there, I think I'd say. It's quite slow, it's got Storm Drain, and I think it would have solved that matchup quite nicely. What do you think, Lou?
We're talking about little Gastrodon here, aren't we? My little boy Gastrodon. I mean, definitely it's a Pokemon that has so much potential in a meta, and we have seen it, you know, get top 8 recently in Louisville. We also saw it in Day 2 in Dortmund as well. So it is out there, it is a choice, but maybe people haven't picked up the secret spice that is Gastrodon quite yet. But you guys at home can do it. You know, go catch yourself a Gastrodon, put it on your team.
I just realised I've given you that opportunity to kind of talk about Gastrodon. I think you've probably had to way too many
I don't need any encouragement, but thank you.
That's okay. I might come to regret that. The boss might tell me off. I don't know.
But he's part of Team Rocket. Giovanni recruited him officially.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well, if the boss says so, fine. Oh, have you reconsidered, by the way? Do you want to...
I'm still on the fence. Ask me tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. Well, like I said, it's like there's free Zubats, there's the spinny mat things, we've got Radio Tower. So our hideout is somewhere, I can't remember where it is, honestly.
It's that secret of a hideout.
Where is it? Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's that secret. I love it. Okay. Well, obviously, yeah. Anyway, talking about that match though, like it was really good to see how you've got this kind of standard rain archetype that's been really popular at the moment. And I'm kind of thinking back to Riley Factura's team.
Yes.
Using the amount of rain that he had at his disposal there with the Archaladon and that really powerful Basque Legion kind of rings true back to then as to how effective it can be. Yes, you've got, like, you might imagine a rain team has loads of water types, but actually you've got an Archaladon that benefits from it, like a Golden Go that benefits from it, and a Moongus as well. So you can't just say, you must be weak to grass and electric types. It's just not the case. There's so many Pokemon that can benefit from the rain and complement it.
And I think as well, the fact that it's able to provide that defensive coverage to fire-type moves, it's able to give certain moves like Hurricane that are not always 100% effective, but very damage-dealing in their potential, it gives them that accuracy. So you can hit those Amoonguss that are really annoying with a very powerful Hurricane from your Pelipper, for example, but it also can provide that nice supportive key moments when you're able to give something like Swift Swim, or just generally allow Pelipper the moment to shine, boosting up those water-type attacks.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Marco a little bit, actually, about like how he kind of like came across this team and why he kind of decided to run it here in Lille specifically. Because obviously with the Weather War, you don't really mind going up against fire types so much so. But the rise of Ninetales Alolan form seems like it would be a little bit of a problem for this sort of team, because you don't want to take those special attacks with your Archaladon.
True.
The freeze dries hit really hard as well. The ice type attacks don't want to be taken by the Amoonguss, so I wonder how he's kind of faced up against that, but he's 6-0. Like, what can you say?
I mean, the one thing I like about that matchup, if we're kind of casting our caster predictions, I really liked Torkoal and Pelipper in my predictions, and no matter who won that particular game, I was going to come out on top. So I'm very, very happy to see that victory come through. Thank you, Pelipper.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're getting there. I always like seeing how the caster predictions evolve throughout the day, and whether they even sometimes match up with something like the top usage stats. And actually, you know, taking a look at Marco's team, there are some very key Pokemon in there, Pokemon like the Golden Go, the Archaladon, and the Pelipper, but there's also that Basque Legion, and I fully agree with it not coming to that match. It really wants to benefit from being out of Trick Room, and Marco had to play around that on Wei's side. But the Basque Legion, were you expecting to see it here in Lille?
Probably like maybe 1 or 2, potentially, but like it needs to come to that exact right matchup. And when there's some that could come up, and when there's Trick Room, it's definitely not the right one for this time.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see it coming to a lot of other matchups, because you just click that last respects button if you're downloading Pokemon, and you're suddenly taking so many KOs.
That's very true. And Marco Silva will know exactly how many KOs it is able to take. He always gives incredible insights to his team in his matches. So let's kick it over to the interview to find out what he has to say.
Thank you very much. And now I'm here with the winner of our last round, Marco. So first of all, of course, I gotta ask, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm really, really happy to have accomplished this 6-0 record.
Yeah, of course, that means we will be seeing you tomorrow, no matter how the last couple of rounds go. And of course, you are one of the most established players, one of the best players in Europe, if not the world at this point. So can you maybe tell me just a little bit, how are you feeling just playing in a regional championship? What does that mean to you?
It feels great. I feel like I probably don't take like this type of tournament too like seriously compared to like maybe like an Internets or like Worlds. Because for example, for Worlds, I think I play around like 400 or 500 games just to practice for that. I figured out that I was only like really good at playing like Career Shadow, at least at the level that I wanted. So I could just, I had to like really play a lot to outskill my opponents because it's one of the most counter teams. While for this one, I was trying like some type of different teams. Like I was trying some really interesting build with like Ninetales, Annihilate, Goldengo. I didn't really like it at the end. Also, my team like a couple of days ago got leaked. So I was like, I didn't really, like I was already not really convinced about the team. And then like after it got leaked, I was like, I'm probably just not gonna play this. So I didn't really play a lot of games with this team, but it's just really standard. It's just Incineroar, Among Us, Goldengo. So yeah, I was really like I'm still able to play without really practicing a lot.
Is that the Icicle Spear or not?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I've seen that as well. So you're not playing that. Instead, you're building a rain team, but it's a little bit interesting because Basque Legion usually on those rain teams has Swift Swim, but now we're seeing it, you using it with adaptability and Choice Scarf. It's a choice we haven't really seen in this matchup, but is that something that you want to talk about a little bit?
Yeah, so basically when I was trying to figure out what to play at the regional, this was basically like 2 days ago. I was like, I definitely want to play Incineroar, Among Us, and Goldengo. Then I was trying to figure out like all the builds that are with these three Pokemon. There was, for example, the Porygon 2, Garchomp, Sneasel version. There was this team. There was like the Ursaluna, Porygon 2, one that I've been playing like some months ago. And I just figured out that this was like the best one that was matching into rain. And I feel like that rain matchup was really important. So it's not completely like a rain team. It's more like I built around like Incineroar, Goldengo, Among Us, and then this was like kind of my answer to like the rest of the teams basically.
Yeah, and that's also what we saw in this matchup. Now going up against a hard Trick Room team. Especially I thought the very first turn was very interesting because you were going up against this Indeedee and Hatterene, and you launched the knockoff to get rid of the safety goggles and the Spore. Was this something that you were planning in the team preview already?
Yeah, so of course like Indeedee, Hatterene, or like even Indeedee or Gallade has been around for a lot of time. And I've also been playing Incineroar Among Us for a lot of time, so I knew exactly that into the match I'm supposed to just go for, if they have safety goggles, I'm supposed to go for just knockoff and Spore, and then play from there. Either if I Terra or don't Terra, I'm kind of in a good spot, because the worst case scenario was actually what happened in game 1. He went for Expanding Force and the Trick Room with Indeedee. So Indeedee already burned one turn of sleep. And the next turn I either go for Mega Train and Parring Shot with Incineroar to get rid of, like, to make Hatterene switch out, or I just call he either switches out Indeedee or they just doesn't get one to wake up. I KO Hatterene and then the game is basically over, because once I take out 2 Pokemon, then Pelipper just wins.
Yeah, very insightful. We got to see that game plan, of course, kind of play out in both games, both game 1 and game 2. You were bringing the same Pokemon. You were ready to face this Indeedee and Hatterene combination, and yeah, that moves you on to 6-0, of course. I had also one more question. Of course, you're here with your jersey. You're representing a team. Is it a team? Is it a server? Can you explain a little bit about what is behind the server?
It's more like a group of friends. We've been testing like a lot since like 2017. Then like it kind of got more serious like lately, because like a lot of us have been getting like great results. For example, of course, like the current world champion, my friend Luca Cervelli. It's of course like we've been friends since he has started playing and since I've been started playing. So yeah, it's great because we have been playing for so long, and like in the last couple of years we've been winning basically everything. So it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think this might be the first time that you're up for an official interview since Luca won Worlds. I'm also interested in what your perspective is about that. Of course, I know what it feels like seeing a good friend win Worlds, so is there something you want to say about that?
Yeah, I feel like for like a lot of years, people weren't really, like, Luca has been good like since I started playing. But like for a lot of times, people were kind of, I don't know, like when you're talking like about, I don't know, who's the best player in Italy, a lot of time people were just saying like me, and they didn't really like consider him. And I feel like, I don't know, like it wasn't true. He just didn't play a lot of tournaments. But like since I've been testing with him for like basically 7 years, I knew there was like if he wasn't like at my level, it was just like higher. So like every time people were saying, "Oh yeah, you're the best in your league," I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like if Luka would play more, it would probably be like stronger." And in fact, like he started playing more in the last couple of years, and he won Worlds. So there's nothing to say about it.
Yeah, that's really incredible, of course, when you're working together with your friends and have this also at tournaments, like having the friends that you can talk to, try different strategies and so on. And I think it's just really beautiful what you've built up together in Italy in the last couple of years. So then I would assume maybe some of the shout-outs that you might have are also going to some friends in that group?
Yeah, definitely. I want to shout out El Server. So like my friend group, which I test together. I want to shout out, of course, my mom and my brother. They always been supporting me. I want to shout out also Sapphire, a friend of mine that helped me with with the team building stuff like in-game. Because of course, like as I said, I built a team like 2 days ago. I figured out what I wanted to play 2 days ago. So it was kind of hard to like get all the moves together, Terra type and all that. So I want to shout it out.
Yeah, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I think our time is over. Always great hearing from you. You're now at 6-0 here in Lille, of course. 2 more rounds today. Best of luck for that. And then, of course, best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you a lot, man.
Yeah, and for us, that means we'll have a little bit of time to get some refreshments, and then we will be back with the next round of Swiss.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm gonna have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens. Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EYC London.
darling Grunt. How's the recruitment going?
Not going too well, sir.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What am I going to do with you, huh?
I wish there was some way to make it up to you.
Well, there is one thing. Feeling a little bit tiny right now. So if you could you just balance out the old
like
that'd be great. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. You could just stay like that the whole time, can't you? Very nice. Hello, trainers. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you, David, for how your knees doing there?
Great.
Really good.
Thanks,
really good. No, go on. You can stand back up. Go on. You can do it. There we go. All right. Now, I've shed the Giovanni. Don't know what came over us there once again, David. But welcome back to the Lille Regional Championships, where the day has really been heating up. And in fact, we can take a look at some of our statistics coming out from this very first day of competition here this weekend at Lilleween. Ooh. Yeah, absolutely terrifying. But are we going to be terrified by the statistics coming out from our players here in day one? We've seen some amazing matches, haven't we?
We certainly have, Charlie, honestly. Like, a lot of balance, to be honest, and just showing how good it is right now. And that seems to be the European meta at the moment. And looking at the top 12 here, it doesn't look a lot different from, like, Louisville, honestly. But obviously, Sneasler seems even more prevalent this time round.
Yeah, Sneasler out there in #1 position, and it's easy to see why. Diaclaw, of course, you've got that secondary effect of causing some kind of status condition. But also, just fighting and poison is so good right now. With Rillaboom in the 3rd spot, Diaclaw threatening super effective damage into that, into something like a Clefable, which can be the follow me user of choice. So Poison, as I was saying with Marcus, we don't always talk about it as an offensive type, but it certainly is from this Sneasler here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, there's not a lot of other poison-type Pokemon around that have that poison offense to it. Obviously, there's a Mungus, but you're not using that for damage. So for the fairy types in the metagame right now, or anything that wants to go for Terra Fairy, you want something into it at the moment. Or all stuff that kind of just goes for Terra Grass. So having that Diaclaw option, that, like next to an Amoonguss, for instance, that would then punish any Terra Grasses, for instance.
Yeah.
Or rather, the Diaclaw punishes the Terra Grasses that will go into the spores. Oh my goodness, Pokemon's so complex.
Yeah, all kind of mind games going on. And we've got 3 dragons there as well. Archaladon, Garchomp, and the Dragapult. Dragons really rising up, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some ice rising up soon as well. Those Alolan Ninetales, seen a few of those out there. Nice, because Pokemon that can set up the snow as well as deal massive damage with Blizzard. 100% accurate in the snow as well. Golden, we can't understate the importance of that Pokemon as well. Such good matchup into Sneasler. Doesn't take any damage, of course, or secondary effects from a poison-type move, and completely immune to the close combats that Sneasler can opt for there. Only one weather setter here, though, in terms of one that you can switch in and change the weather, and that is Pelipper.
Yeah, Pelipper's really nice at the moment, that flying type, and as we saw in the last round as well, into hard Trick Room too, even without the wide guard option as well. It was still amazing to shut off Torkoal's weather and to be able to switch on a headlong rush from Ursaluna, or even if the facade has gone into it, you can survive the Focus Sash and then back with KOs, and if everything's just going completely wrong, you can click that Hurricane button, you'll just probably get a confusion.
Yeah.
It hits itself in confusion.
Yeah, maybe. I said 3 dragons, and that's the ones I had my eyes on there. But of course, we've got the Dragonite as well there. So 4 dragons making up our top 12. That's a third of the top 12 right now. And it's easy to see with those powerhouse Pokemon, Dragonite from Generation 1, Garchomp Generation 4, Dragapult from Generation 8. They've got the stats to live up to that name powerhouse Pokemon. Archaladon isn't an official powerhouse Pokemon, but certainly with that Steel Dragon typing, it can take some hits and deal out some big damage too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you've said something there about those powerful stats generally, Charlie. And with Terra as a general kind of mechanic, suddenly your typing is not necessarily going to hold you back.
Yeah.
What remains the same, whether you Terra or not, are your stats.
Yeah.
So those Pokemon that have a really high base stat total, like those kind of pseudo-legendaries, kind of like the Garchomp and the Archaladon, they are just always going to be good, and you can suddenly change their type, and then they can kind of be anything you want. So it makes sense to be picking these Pokemon that have just such high stats, because then you're just making the most of that slot on your team.
Yeah, the power level is lower in Regulation Set 8, but of course, there's always, in every regulation we have, there are going to be Pokemon that have more potential in terms of their attack or their speed or defense, whatever stat you may choose, than others. And certainly those powerhouse Pokemon fulfill that job there. Amoonguss is doing pretty well in the usage stats there as well. well. It's always a Pokemon that is threatening in Pokemon VG, but, you know, Golden Go, immune to those status conditions, and Amoonguss, in terms of, you know, size spam or anything like that, would take a huge amount of damage from those Psychic type moves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so, like, Hard Trick Room has a place, and I know I keep saying it, but it makes a lot of sense to say it. Parker Simmons in top 4 of Louisville. Yeah. With that Hard Trick Room team going all that way, and with that Executor too, really shows it's still got a place at the moment in the meta right now. Yeah. I think we've got, I don't know if we've got Alex Soto here, the Spanish player who tends to run
I think
Hard
I
Trick
saw them
Room
earlier,
well.
yeah.
So I'm guessing he's also brought Hard Trick Room to this matchup, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this tournament.
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen. We're nearly getting into our Swiss round 7. This is the penultimate round of the day here on day 1 of the Lille Regional Championships. It's only 8 Swiss rounds in our new tournament structure in this 2025 season. Then there'll be a few more Swiss rounds tomorrow before our asymmetrical top cut is determined. So any player with the same number of match points as the player in 8th position, they'll all be battling it out, and from that point on, it's a knockout single elimination.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it really interesting because resistance doesn't come into it quite as much anymore at this point too. So it's just literally those number of match points that you've got determines how far you are going to get, which I think is a really nice way to kind of have the tournament structure right now and make sure that everyone has that chance to be able to go, right, I want to be in top cup contention. I have that record. Let's see if I can get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we also definitely want to see, look how neat this little Persian is sitting here. We need name suggestions for our Persian. Use #PlayPokemon, post online. We want to know what you would name the Persian. I saw a suggestion earlier that was Mr. Bigglesworth. Quite like that. Mr. Bigglesworth, the Persian, very cute. But from Persian now to our standings. How are the trainers doing in the venue? I cannot wait to take a little look into the records that we have going on. So we do have a good number of 6 and 0s here. Frederick Hodge-Nielsen featured them on stream earlier. Really fantastic matchup, played so decisively. Make sure you go and check out that match. After the stream has ended, go and check the video on demand. Juan Manuel Driozola, Giovanni Pichitelli as well, Matty Morgan, going all the way to the finals of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Again, on an absolute tear right now. Amoonguss, Golden Go, Porygon 2, Incineroar, Sneasler, Garchomp. Now, pretty similar to the team that Matty was running in Dortmund.
Yeah, it definitely is. That kind of Golden Go support sort of team. And actually a very similar team to what actually won Louisville, indeed, by Andrew Jeng as well. That Golden Go sort of setup as well. You've got the Sneasler just to die-claw everything, and then you've got a Golden Go. It's only a 2-mon core, honestly. That's all you need. Die-claw.
Die-claw, yeah, if it gets that secondary effect, can be absolutely huge. Garchomp is a Pokemon that's really, really prevalent right now. Dragon and Ground, just like Dragon and Flying, is going to take double super effective damage from those Ice-type moves. It's nice to have the Porygon 2 there as well. Such a reliable Trick Room setter because it's so bulky with the Eviolite held item, an item that boosts the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve. So fantastic to see the Marco Silva there as well, the player who we just featured on stream just now. But those are just the 6 and 0s. We've got plenty of 5 and 1s as well.
Yeah, plenty of 5 and 1s. They'll also be all in contention for top cut at the same time as well. I know Aurelion Lefeur was running a Corviknight and a Sand team, which I was really excited to see. That was kind of in our notable matches on a previous round, so we'll have to see if that kind of picks up a little bit more. Something I've been working on personally as well. Like, I just love kind of leading Garchomp with a Sand Veil up, and then just seeing what whiffs into it. It's just amazing. I feel a little bit bad for my opponents sometimes. So
oh yeah, highly frustrating for your opponent. But hey, that's the game we play here. You know, you get those dodges. Sand Veil, of course, boosts the evasion of a Pokemon in the Sandstorm. Had Eduardo Cunha there as well at 5 and 1. Also featured a match from Eduardo earlier on in the stream today between Eduardo and Michelle Kelch, I believe it was. So, you know, someone who's done so well at the World Championships, 2 years running in Michelle, and then Eduardo Cunha, of course, the World Champion from 2022. Seriously, some of the matches we featured today, just absolutely fire. Certainly heating things up in this autumnal Lille.
It certainly has, you're right. And I think people have been going with what is kind of tried and tested at the same time too, because it's only been like a week since Louisville at the moment. So you could argue after like a regional, things get kind of shaken up a little bit. Like, oh, that seems good right now. Let's try and build for that, etc. But with 1 week kind of in between, you kind of want to go with something safe for this regional. And I think that's maybe why I've been seeing a lot of that balance stuff, that you just kind of know you'll probably have some sort of answer into kind of whatever you sort of face. As long as you've got a Firewall or Grass Core, you've got a Dragapult or a Dragon of some sort, you've got a Fake Out, you've got some redirection, you've got a little bit of everything there, and that's why we're seeing these teams kind of doing so well right up the top here.
Yeah, Fake Out, Dragons, Firewater Grass. Well, what about the matches that are going on in the venue right now? What about our notable matches that are happening? What are we going to be featuring for you all? Okay, love to see this. Some really interesting teams coming out here, and we're going to be featuring Zoe Liu with the Mousehold, my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon, Annihilate, Basculegion, Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, and the Archaldon. I love screens in this metagame right now. Going up against Sam Tabner.
Yeah, Sam Tabner is a UK player, actually, who's been doing rather well recently, kind of flying under the radar a little bit and doing it like just a really decent player, honestly. And I could see him kind of going places, particularly with, especially with a balanced team like this. He seems to be doing excellently with it. But yeah, Zoe's team seems a little bit familiar compared to some of the other teams that we've seen earlier today, but not those exact 6, I do believe. That Grimmsnarl, for instance, looks really interesting.
Yeah, this is something I've really had my eye on in Regulation Set H. There are Pokemon that want to set up in this metagame, and the screens are just going to give the Pokemon that much more longevity to be able to do so. And my eyes on that Annihilate, going for the bulk ups, taking as many hits as possible to boost up your Rage Fist, then deal massive damage like that. And then in the back, got a Basculegion lurking, ready to come out, potentially with its speed boosted by the rain set up by Pelipper. And it's a Pokemon that you've really got to fear with that Last Respect move.
Yeah, before we dive into that, I do want to just shout out Joseph Ugate's team there, run by Luca Marcato at the moment there, like that got second at Louisville last week. Very, very cool team with the Eject Pack Torkoal, which kind of like it lets itself just switch out. Sometimes on like turn 0, it gets intimidated, sun's already up, and you can suddenly switch in Typhlosion. You've got Jumpluff there too, and you can kind of go Sleep Powder Eruption, and just kind of go to town completely. I love the team, great team.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're wondering, what's in a jetpack? Once the Pokemon gets a stat drop, it is automatically switched off the field. So if you lead an Incineroar or another intimidating Pokemon, then that Pokemon's switching to the back before you can even do anything. But sometimes that's what you want. Why run it on a Torkoal? If it uses its Overheat move, gets a recall to its special attack stat, so you can switch it in with that stat nice and boosted. Once it's obviously already set the sun on the field, thanks to its ability Drought.
Exactly. Well said, Charlie. Honestly, like, it's a really cool item, but we only really see Torkoal use it, and that's kind of about it. But we're going to be focusing something a little bit more to do with the weather we've got right now outside, and it is that rain team that Zoe is running here at the moment here in Lille. And interesting to see her back as well. An OCIC champion, like, may I add, actually. So someone who's come all the way over here as well to do excellently well, I'm sure, and already doing amazingly at the moment.
Yeah, and someone who was casting the Stockholm Regional Championships last season too. So fantastic to see one of our fellow casters having such a good record. And time to analyze the plushie metagame, David. As you so rightly called out, was my speciality. There's that Amaura on the desk, looking very pretty with its bow. That is a Pokemon that we know that Zoe loves. And what's not to love? Rock and Ice type is lacking somewhat defensively, but still Ice is it's a favored type of mine, and I just love fossil Pokemon. Great to see.
It seems unopposed as well, actually.
Yeah,
in
true.
This matchup as well.
Yeah.
It seems pretty strong right now. So do you think we'll see more Amaura into future events for the plushies on the desk?
More Amaura. I like that. Yeah. More Amaura. But time to get into some more achievements from these players. And you called it out there, David. OCIC champion. Hello, Zoe. We see you. World's top 32 in 2017 as well. 2017, a great season for Zoe. Sam, Dortmund Regional top 32. Really fantastic achievement against the higher level players that were coming to that competition. So both these players, Zoe wanting to reassert their dominance in the metagame in 2025 season, and Sam wanting that first big win.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, still so much potential for both of these players, honestly. And especially as the regulations kind of go on, it kind of has a nice sort of reset for everybody. You're not in the same sort of regulation or rule set every single time, so everyone has to start somewhere once again. So it kind of has a nice reset, and that's why we see these amazing new players suddenly taking the titles even of all of our regionals so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicholas Morales winning the very first regional they ever attended in Baltimore a few weeks ago. But let's take a look at Zoe's team with that delightful Mousehold there, safety goggles, paired up with the Annihilate, Basculegion, Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, Archaldon. Now, Grimmsnarl does indeed have the ability to set screens. It can go for Spirit Break, a signature move that reduces the special attack of an opponent once it connects, but Misty Terrain as well. We'd often see Thunder Wave in that slot, but Misty Terrain is such a good tech to get around those Sneaslers and the secondary effect of the status conditions that Dire Claw can cause. Misty Terrain just makes no status conditions possible to happen on the field at all. So really nice tech there. And there it is, the Basket Legion with the Choice Scarf and Last Respects.
Yeah, another Choice Scarf adaptability. What Wildcard Silver was also running on their team as well. And I just want to touch on that Misty Terrain as well. Obviously, great for status too, but will also be very good to reset the terrain of this Rillaboom.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a very key Pokemon that Sam is going to want to bring into a rain matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Rillaboom resetting the terrain with its Grassy Surge ability, and there's our Dragonite with a multi-scale. Currently the favored ability on that Pokemon. Scale Shot as well is going to be reducing the defense of the Dragonite when it uses it, but boosting up the speed. Primarina, Terra Poison to get around super effective Grass-type moves from something like a Rillaboom. Magmar, the Follow Me user of choice. You might also run Electabuzz in that slot, but this time Magmar with the Eviolite to boost up its defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve. And King Gambit, no access to a Steel-type move, but as we've seen plenty on stream so far, you don't necessarily need it. You boost up with those Swords Dances, and you're dealing really good damage into anything, whether it's not very effective or not.
And we've seen a little bit of earlier today, in fact, a match kind of between King Gambit setup and Annihilate setup. We have that same sort of matchup here too, and the King Gambit ended up winning out thanks to the coaching boost that the Sneasler could kind of offer, plus the Swords Dances of the King Gambit as well, once they've gone for that into that Terra Dark, which is the same sort of combination that we've got here as well, and it was the same Terra type on the Annihilate as well in that Terra Fire. So we might see that kind of come to the fore here a little bit as well, but of course, Annihilate is not the only setup Pokemon that Zoe has at her disposal. That Archaladon is also something that could be very, very strong at the moment. And especially into a King Gambit, if you've got all those defense boosts up, which that Mousehold can give with Beat Up, suddenly those body presses are doing so much damage, and King Gambit is still weak to those, even when it terrors.
Yeah, Stamina is an ability that boosts the defense of Archaladon for every hit that it receives, whether it's physical or special. Then Body Press deals damage based on the defense of the Pokemon rather than the offensive stats. I've touched on Last Respects a little bit as well. That is a move that deals more damage for the number of fainted Pokemon in your party. So we'd often see it run in the back, and then coming out when you have your opponent has taken 2 or even 3 of your Pokemon. Then it can go for that Last Respects, really big damage, and boosted by being a natural ghost type as well, that Basket Legion. But it seems like it's nearly time, trainers, for us to get into Swiss Round 7 here at the Lille Regional Championships, our penultimate round of the day. How is Sam's balanced team going to match up into Zoe's imaginative composition? Let's find out right now.
Let's get right into it, trainers. So, it's that Sneasler and the Rillaboom once again, and it's the Mousehold Annihilate, the classic combination that we've seen throughout Regulation Set Age.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with Mousehold, you have access to the Beat Up. That's going to be boosting up the Rage Fist move of the Annihilate. That's a move that's boosted the more hits that Pokemon takes. So these are on the other side of the field, hoping perhaps for a cheeky status condition on either of the Pokemon over on Zoe's side of the field. You cannot fake out the Annihilate, either being a Ghost type.
Exactly. So Sam has a lot to offer here. You've got the obvious plays, maybe like fake out close combat straight into that Mousehold and delete it. But that Mousehold does have the Terra Ghost, which could be a really nice option here to redirect anything away and then suddenly resist both of the moves that Sneasler can offer. And with the bulk, it will probably survive whatever that Rillaboom also goes for, unless it's a powerful Wood Hammer. So we are about to see that Terra, and it is that Ghost into that Mousehold.
Maven Mousehold knows how to celebrate Halloween. It's certainly very cute, but now it's come over all scary. And it lets out its little victory squeak on the field as well. Coaching going out from the Sneasler into the Rillaboom, so boosting up the attack and defense of the ally Pokemon. This Rillaboom hitting harder than it was before. The Annihilate on Zoe's side does, though, have that Terra Fire, so it will be resisting the Grass-type moves coming out from the Rillaboom. And now the Beat Up scores a critical hit into the Annihilate as well, but such minimal damage. Is the Rage Fist just enough to completely clear this Rillaboom from the field? It's not quite.
No, it's not. Thanks to that defense boost from the coaching. And there's the Wood Hammer at +1. It's easily enough to KO this Annihilate. A massive KO. All of the eggs in the Annihilate basket for Zoe, but it's just down and out after turn 1.
Yeah, it certainly is. That is a huge, crucial piece of Zoe's puzzle gone. But now Pelipper can come in, set up the rain here.
So the rain is up this time. So at least you then do have the focus ash of the Peller to be able to survive one hit. So you know you're going to be able to get something off here, unless Sam goes for, say, Dire Claw plus Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom, which is looking really strong right now. I think the Grimmsnarl Misty Terrain would have been really nice to kind of have in here at the moment to keep it a little safe. But at least Mousehold is still there with that Follow Me to keep it very safe. So Caesar's not going to be doing very much to that if you can kind of afford to get it off. And then the Rillaboom can't protect because it's got the Assault Vest, so a Hurricane to that slot's pretty safe right now, and you definitely want to get rid of it as soon as you can with all those boosts.
As it is just a bait, and so Pelipper, having dangled that bait in front of Sam's team, it's now time to switch in for this shiny Archaldon coming in from the back. Let's hope it can bridge the gap in terms of the advantage here for Zoe right now in the game. Beat up now going into the Archaldon. Really nice synergy on this team. Not only are you boosting up the Rage Fist, you can boost up the stamina just like we're seeing on the Archaldon. So the body press is hitting for a huge amount of damage, and Sneasler, not a very defensive Pokemon, even though Body Press would be resisted into that slot, would still be doing really good damage.
Yeah, we talked about how Zoe's got a couple of options for setup, but she's just brought both. Okay, right, Vilep's down. I'm just going to bring in my Archaldon now.
Yeah,
and then we're going to beat that up instead. And versus two physical attackers, it's now looking actually incredible now into the rest of Sam's, well, at least what these two Pokemon out on Sam's team. And if we look at the rest of his team, honestly, there's not a lot that can hit it for good damage right now. If that Primarina is in the back for Sam, that's going to definitely be what he needs to haze away those boosts.
Oh yeah, haze would be really good to see here for Sam. Mousehold perhaps going for the bait, going for a protect there instead of a follow me, so anything directed into the Mousehold to get rid of it won't be doing that. Rillaboom, really low HP, but it is able to hit the gym once more thanks to the coaching from the Sneasler. Snarl not enough to pick up the knockout on these Pokemon, but crucially, it's breaking the focus sash of that Sneasler. So now it could just go down in the remainder of its HP rather than spending a turn to bring it down to its focus sash. And you can see high horsepower, super effective into the Archaldon, but because of all those defense boosts from stamina, it takes it really, really well. And so Sam is just going to have to hope that maybe that Primarina or another special attacker, potentially the Magmar, but really just the Primarina here, is lurking in the back to deal with the Archaldon.
We're talking about breaking Focus Ashes, but that Focus Ash is actually just still there. And with one more Grassy Terrain turn, that seems it's going to be back up to full HP, and it'll still be quite effective.
Just broken there on the Sneasler, but yeah, no, absolutely. Just one more tick of Grassy Terrain, and the Focus Sash would be restored, so meaning that it would then survive another hit with just the 1 HP.
It's precisely, Charlie. So we're going to look into this next turn where our Archaldon needs to start dishing out that damage at this point, and Snarl doesn't seem to be cutting it right now, but some Electro Shots will definitely help set this thing up.
Yeah, Electro Shot boosting the special attack of Archaldon and firing off in one turn in the rain as well. Grassy Glide boosted by 2 coachings. It is enough to bring the Pelipper down to its focus sash, so we're deciding that it's just time to get the rain set up right now. Close combat into the Archaldon. Still, you can see how well it takes it, and dropping the defense of the Sneasler as well, so Body Press will be doing even more damage into that slot, and Archaldon's defense just keeps going up and up and up. It is certainly a bulwark on the field.
Whoa.
There is going to be the Sneasler down right now. We've got no gouging fire, no burning bulwark, but this is something that the Archaldon is aiming to be.
So there's a little bit more extra healing for this Archaldon. We can see that's outspitting this Rillaboom as well, which is really key. But there's still more Grassy Terrain turns at the moment, but they are running out soon. So this Rillaboom won't be able to offer those Grassy Glides once that runs out, and then this Pelipper will likely be able to outspeed and KO it. But Magmar comes in, you could say, just in time as well, to be able to use that Follow Me and redirect away any of those attacks that could target into it. If you want to now make the most of these boosts, Rillaboom is looking really strong right now, and that high horsepower might be the last thing that you really need to be able to deal with this Archaldon, because yes, if you've got Primarina in the back, that'd be great, but it's still going to be slower than this Archaldon and be able to take super effective damage from an Electro Shot.
I can see Magmar very sheepishly going for this Follow Me here, not really wanting to take a Body Press that's been boosted up so much, but that's what it's here to do, to redirect. But actually, it's going to be the Electro Shot, so Zoe deciding that it's time for the Archaldon to boost up its special attack as well, if it wants to deal with the Pokemon lurking in the back for Sam. If there's a Pokemon that can turn a match around, Archaldon is certainly one of them. The Electro Shot still doing really good damage into that Magmar, and with the high horsepower, Archaldon is being whittled away. It cannot protect, but it will get a little bit of recovery from this Grassy Terrain now.
There it is. And also, interestingly, Magmar is faster than this Archaladon here as well. So offering an overheat there could be quite key to be able to dish out the rest of that damage.
Yeah.
But with the Assault Vest and the Rain, it's probably still not enough. But it's maybe a Grassy Glide and an overheat at this point quite enough. Because if you can avoid Archaladon doing another load of damage, because an Electro Shot is most likely enough now to KO this Magmar, now that it's a +1 special attack, or rather +2 after it's used the next one.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
like, Sam really needs to kind of play quite carefully here as to how they're going to deal with this Archaladon, assuming that move comes out here.
Well, Pelipper is going right to the back now, swooping out off the field in favor of the Mousehold, joining, running in and squeaking on the field. It's got that Terra Ghost already active. Magmar will just be keeping himself safe rather than going for another follow me. Electroshot is able to boost up this Archaladon. Was it directed, though, into the Rillaboom? Did Zoe make the call? And will it be able to take care of that Pokemon? Yes, she did! Fantastic to see the Electroshot heading into that slot. Is it going to be enough? Yes, at +2 special attack. That Rillaboom is down. So now just the Magmar and the final Pokemon for Sam. We're going to have the reveal of that in just a moment.
Yeah, we are. And with the Follow Me next to it as well, there's going to be that Follow Me and into a potential Haze. Yeah. So, like, a Haze could be absolutely massive here right now to be able to get rid of all those boosts. Or do you want to just kind of go on the offensive and just try and nip that Archaladon in the bud and just kind of take it out as soon as you can? Because you're obviously attacking on the special attacking side here, and Archaladon can't even protect at this point. Whereas if you Haze first, you then still need to follow up with another attack as well. And Magmar may not have enough damage in the tank to be able to deal with it if Pelipper ends up being switched in for Zoe. So Sam has a lot of options here at the moment, particularly as Mousehold can go for a Follow Me. But I think it's most likely a Haze, I would say, to kind of get rid of things, reset the board, covers for a Follow Me, and then hopefully Primarina can bulk this out a little bit more. We may even see that Terror as well to be able to take the Electro Shots a little bit better, which would be into the Poison type.
Poison type, really nice defensively for the Primarina. Pelipper switching in. Zoe timed it perfectly. The rain expired just as Pelipper is able to bring it back in with that drizzle ability, making it rain on the field. Not a golden go inside, but Pelipper can make it actually rain. Primarina is going for the protect here, not the Haze, not getting rid of that boost. That could be crucial based on where Zoe's targeted, but how much is this overheat going to do? Yes, the Archaladon hang on with 15 HP. The health bars are dwindling over on Zoe's side of the field, but 1 HP is infinitely more than 0 as Archaladon is now able to get up to +3 in its special attack and take out this Magmar if Zoe called it, and she did, calling that the Primarina was going for the protect here. So now it's 3 Pokemon versus Sam's full HP Primarina.
Yeah, I really like that play from Zoe, honestly, because, like, you're staring down these 2 Pokemon, you're really worried about your Primarina, so you're probably going to be expecting some sort of defensive play. That might be a Protect, a Terror, or a Follow Me. And so, either way, Magmar's going to be a really safe target for that, assuming a Follow Me comes out, and Zoe gets it.
Hurricane and the confusion into the Primarina as well, just to confirm things. But there we go, the Electro Shot, the Archaladon faster than the Primarina. The confusion isn't going to matter. It's going to be able to take out that Primarina with a super effective hit. And just when it looked like Zoe's back was against the wall, Archaladon was certainly the bridge over troubled water that she needed in order to turn the game around. Oh, I've used that one a few times before, David, but thank you for giving me the luxury of that laughter.
So I think I've had the fortunate time of only being at the receiving end of that once so far. So yeah, well, honestly though, well played to Zoe there. Really, really well done. After Annihilate just goes down turn 1 after doing nothing, like that's really, well, say nothing. Rage Fist did a lot of damage, to be fair.
Yeah.
But like Archaladon then just comes in and just absolutely deals with it. So it's quite interesting. How do you deal with both Annihilate and Archaladon at the same time, right? Because like coaching onto your Rillaboom is only good so far, but if Beat Up gives you so many defensive boosts on the Archaladon, it had so much opportunity to set up with those Electro Shots in front of it, even with super effective high horsepower. So Sam needs to kind of rethink a little bit and maybe use that Primarina a little bit more, a little bit earlier to get off those hazes.
Yeah, so well played by Zoe. And yeah, Primarina just slightly too little too late. And the fact that the Archaladon was faster than it was absolutely crucial there. Zoe able to deliver the finishing blow before Sam was able to get off one of those crucial hazes, or indeed just a special attack with something like a Moonblast from the Primarina, because again, the Archaladon is wearing the Assault Vest to boost up its special defense, but still, The defense boost that it gets from stamina, not going to do anything in the face of special attacks. It'll be interesting to see the Grimmsnarl coming out as well, so to give the setup Pokemon on Zoe's side more longevity, but it seemed like in that matchup really brought the right fort to the match. And again, how masterfully Zoe switched out the Pelipper just when the rain was about to expire, then switch it back in to set it back up for the Electroshot, because of course Electroshot goes off in 2 turns if the rain isn't on the field rather than just the 1.
Yeah, so true. And we saw it switch in right at the time that Sam goes for that overheat, cuts that damage in half, our Chaladon survives, and just continues doing what our Chaladon does the best.
Yeah, exactly. Now, approaching this game too, you've talked about, David, this Primarina getting it in earlier so the haze can go off. Sneasler as well, what did you think about the lead of Sneasler and Rillaboom coming out from Sam?
It's not bad. Coaching obviously offers quite a lot. It gets around any follow me from Mousehold, so I think it's a good option. But I think maybe I'd like to see the King Gambit as an option instead. We've seen it actually match up quite well versus Annihilate setups in previous turns before. And if you can get it set up quite soon with those Sword Stances, which is a very quick way to get up attack boosts, if an Archaladon comes in, you can suddenly hit it real hard.
Oh, there it is. That's going to be the King Gambit. Well called, my friend. And alongside the Magmar, Mousehold and Annihilate, the cutesy tiny mice alongside the very, very angry ape.
Yeah, so probably even more angry maybe if another beat-up occurs from Zoe's end too. But the Magmar is a really nice option here at the moment. Keeps the King Gambit safe from any sort of drain punches that might want to come out. But interestingly, again, another Magmar without that Will-O-Wisp option.
Yeah.
A Taunt may still be very useful into either of these slots at some point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Taunt would be shutting down any follow-me's from this Magmar, or indeed vice versa into the Mousehold. But Mousehold is the first faster Pokemon, so able to get that Taunt off first. So no follow-me can be opted for by the Magmar now, as Bulk Up is able to boost up this Annihilate. Let's hope that Annihilate can get more done in this game than it could in the previous for Zoe, as King Gambit is able to respond with that Swords Dance, even though it would be dealing, well, neutral damage into the Annihilate, being a part Ghost and part fighting type. As we've seen before, even if it's resisted, even if it's neutral, King Gambit can threaten a huge amount of damage on the field.
Yeah, it's looking good for Zoe right now at the moment, to be honest. Like, that Magmar's completely shut down there. A Protect from Magmar would be really nice there instead to kind of get around that Taunt. But instead, it's now sitting there kind of not doing a whole lot, really. And Annihilate has decent special defense, especially trained well on this bulk up sort of set here.
Yeah.
So it's offering so much damage to that King Gambit, especially if it goes for the Terra Dark. It's still getting hit by the super effective Drain Punch at this point. And with a defense boost, it's still going to be able to take a Counter Cleave. So it's on Sam's end as to whether he wants to protect or maybe sort of switch things around to keep this King Gambit a little bit safer.
King Gambit getting a whole lot cheekier now with that Terra Dark Crown. Mousehold able to go for the follow me here. Probably doesn't want to be there on the receiving end of a massive counter cleave, but that's what it has to be doing if that's what King Gambit's opted for. With the Drain Punch now connecting down into the Pokemon. Bring it down to about a fifth of its HP, and Mousehold brought down to about half, and of course the recoil of Overheat. You've spent up all that fire, and that means it's going to drop the special attack stat of Magmar by 2 stages. Now here comes that big boosted counter cleave. Easily enough to take care of this Mousehold, but you could argue, we'll see how the rest of the game plays out, but you could argue it's done its job.
Yeah, exactly. You could argue that, indeed, because this Annihilate is in a position where, especially with a defense boost, it's going to be taking these attacks so much better, and it has the speed advantage at this point. Sam doesn't have Tailwind or anything offering any sort of control from that perspective. But that's where King Gambit's Sucker Punch comes in. It's still a pretty nice option. Zoe can get up as much Tailwinds or speed boosts as she likes. This King Gambit, it will still offer a lot of damage. But whilst the Annihilate is this healthy, it's still looking really, really strong. The Magmar's still taunted too. It can't do a whole lot. And honestly, a bulk up from Zoe this turn is probably a very safe option, as King Gambit is really pressured to protect right now. Let's see if Sam falls for it or not.
Well, Rillaboom's going to be switching in favor of the Magmar, going from the kitchen to the meadow, from fire into grass on the field. And with the rain, that's fire water grass if ever I saw it. And there's King Gambit going for the protect here. Did Zoe indeed click the bulk up button? Nope, just the damage. Drain Punch into the Rillaboom, bring it down to about half its HP. Just the 1 boost now. But not only is it bulked up with its attack and defense, it's now speedy thanks to Pelipper's Tailwind.
Okay, yeah, Tailwind straight up, looking really nice right now, and King Gambit not looking so good either. Rillaboom's a good Pokemon to bring in, though, at this point. Like, you've got Fake Out for the Pelipper, you've got really a lot of damage to kind of offer with that Wood Hammer, but with the bulk ups on this Annihilate, Sam's looking to get to that point where maybe some critical hits might be needed soon.
Oh, yeah, maybe, and this is a really nice switch.
Okay.
Our Chaladon here does go for the Sucker Punch, calling the attacking on the Annihilate. That's a huge amount of damage. A Drain Punch, of course, would be able to heal it back up, and with the Berry too. The Annihilate, you know, once you've hit the gym, you got to have a snack, and that's exactly what the Citrus Berry is doing. Drain Punch now, able to go for some nice recovery onto that boosted King Gambit, and of course, that's the Terror option spent over on Sam's side of the field as well. Nice switching in this Archaldon here, just in case Sam were to go for a fake out into that slot. You get a free stamina boost to your Archaldon, so you can get started boosting up nice and early. But as it is, just Rillaboom going for the Woodhammer now into the Annihilate. It's a lot of damage, but it's not enough for the knockout here. Of course, Rillaboom in this game versus the previous doesn't have any coaching boosts.
Yeah, exactly. So not doing anywhere near as much as before. But one, first of all, that's still a lot. But two, really interesting to see the clutchness of that Citrus Berry on the Annihilate.
Yeah.
It's an extra 25% health that saved it this turn completely.
Yeah.
Which is really, really key here. A lot of people will go for safety goggles on the Annihilate instead, for instance. That's on the mouse hold this time. But Citrus Berry keeps it alive, even though you've got Drain Punch to heal things as well. Leftovers wouldn't have helped there either. It is the Citrus Berry instead that really helps out. And it really enables Annihilate to get up a little bit more bulk ups really early on and then start getting like the damage a little bit later as opposed to those leftovers. So really nice option for Zoe.
Yeah, really cool. But now this Pre-Marina is in. It's threatening the Haze on the field to get rid of the boosts to the Annihilate in the bulk up. You do have the Archaldon that's threatening super effective damage into Pre-Marina. Bit of a bait coming out from Sam's side of the field versus the previous game. Going to be Magmar switching in instead, deciding it's better to save Pre-Marina in the back for later on. Annihilate is going to be watching from behind its Protect shield for this turn, keeping itself safe as Grassy Glide was indeed angling for the Annihilate, hoping to pick it off. A priority move as long as the Grassy Train is active. Archaldon doesn't really mind that the Pre-Marina switched out. It just gets a boost to its special attack thanks to this Electro Shot. Was it fired into the Pre-Marina slot? Now switched into the Magmar. Yes, it certainly was. And the Magmar, with its Eviolite, takes it well, but that's still a lot of damage. Wouldn't be able to take another one of those after the second boost.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're in another scenario now where Magmar can follow me away like all it likes. It can't take like either an Electro Shot or a Rage Fist at this point, and Annihilate might actually be at the point where it's out of range of a Grassy Glide at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really close, honestly, but Zoe still has the Terra Fire option as an option to be able to get away from those Grassy Glides, and versus these two Pokemon, it's a very obvious play. Let's see if Sam falls for this.
Okay, so no follow me from the Magmar, just to protect. Annihilate banks on a 1 HP for Zoe, absolutely massive. Sam's got to be feeling so disappointed about that. And the Rage Fist now, enough just to pick up the knockout onto that Rillaboom. Could have gone for a Drain Punch, could have gone for even more recovery there, but as it was, just the Rage Fist enough for the job. Now Archaldon is still going to get a boost to its special attack in the face of the Magmar's Protect. The Electro Shot isn't going to do anything, but at least you get that boost. And now this Archaldon is twice as well set up versus the Pre-Marina that's waiting in the back for Sam than it was before.
Yeah, you can see why this Archaldon is such a staple on her team, to be honest. Like, with all of that damage that's kicking off her out, but also the setup as well. Bulk Up and Electro Shot will just still set up even if your opponent protects.
Yeah.
Such a good move. Doesn't even miss either. Now Pre-Marina comes in, definitely back against the wall right now. It's a bulky Pokemon, but I don't know if it's going to be able to take a double up from both of these targets, honestly. But we have seen the Magmar is fairly fast if it goes for another attack, but no, follow me instead to keep this Pre-Marina a little bit safer. Let's see what this Pre-Marina can do.
Yeah, Magmar just taking one for the team here. A big Rage Fist from this absolutely terrifying and infuriated Annihilate. Just the Rage Fist itself enough to pick up the Magmar here. We saw in the previous game that the Archaldon is faster than the Pre-Marina. Big Electro Shot now at +3 after this boost here, firing off into the Pre-Marina. It's a Pokemon that is so good in this meta game, but right now it hates facing down this boosted up Archaldon. Big Electro Shot right there into the Water type. That's going to be enough for the one-hit knockout, and it's going to be enough for Zoe Liu to stamp her ticket as the winner in this Swiss Round 7 in Lille.
Massive congratulations to Zoe Liu. Very convincingly won, honestly. Like, just showing how Annihilate and Archaldon, even on the same team, can be still so effective. Because you've got a lot of Pokemon that you need to think about when you build a team and come into these matchups, right? You go, right, okay, this is maybe for my Annihilate matchup, this is maybe for our Archaldon matchup, but I don't think there's a lot of teams going around where you've got literally both of them on the team itself. So when you're dealing with double setup, and even versus a hazed team, like, you've still got so many options with all the taunts that were coming out from Zoe's side to just control those options that can deal with those other Pokemon.
Yeah, it's very appealing. We didn't even see the screens come into the fray. That would have given those Pokemon even more ability to get set up and give them that longevity. But Zoe playing around so well, and especially in that game 1 when it looked like Zoe was, you know, really back against the wall, just even on a sliver of HP, was just able to turn the match around, and the Archaldon in the right position. Just goes to show, don't get tilted, play to your outs, and it could still go to your favor.
Yeah, it certainly could. Like, you can't ask for much better than that, really, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, really good showing of Mouse hold as well, honestly. With that supportive role to be able to redirect everything away and just give Annihilate and that Archaldon the room it needs to just dish out the damage it needed to. I think Sam was really close, honestly, though. I feel like if there was a little bit more support around the setup, maybe using that Rillaboom for its fake-out opportunities, getting those Source Dancers up a little bit earlier. You saw there was a key turn there as well, where King Gambit kind of protects, but Zoe kind of expects that and targets around it. If we saw a counter cleave there instead, or maybe a Sucker Punch, then we might have been looking at a game 3 potentially. But obviously, Zoe played around it expertly.
It's getting into your opponent's head as well, predicting when the Sucker Punch might be coming out, predicting when it might be a Protect instead of a Follow Me, and then, you know, to target into the other slot. Zoe, just huge congratulations there. And interesting to see that, you know, this balanced team that we've been hyping up so much today is not infallible. You can certainly still take it down with the correct calls and the right matchup. It would be really interesting to see if Zoe, how far Zoe's able to go in this competition. Are we going to redefine the meta right here in Lille? I mean, we certainly are. It's our next major on our stop on the road to Worlds in Anaheim. And, you know, Archaldon and Annihilate on the same team. You heard it here first.
Well, indeed, and and why not, right? Like, let's look at the top 12 or something, and let's look at all the top Pokemon right now. Let's pick the strong ones, and Annihilate and Archaldon are both strong. Just put them on your team. Jobs are good, and to be honest. and interesting to see, actually, I think Zoe has, like, the last opportunity that she kind of competed, I think, was back in EUIC earlier this year. So she's been taking a little bit of a break, actually. And now, but she seems like to have really made the most of that time and is absolutely back with a vengeance.
Yeah, benefiting from the rest here. This was game 1 when the Woodhammer was able to pick up the knockout on the Annihilate. And, of course, Sneasler, even though it resisted body press, that Archaldon was so boosted up at that point that it was just going to deal a huge amount of damage to anything that wasn't a ghost type. Of course, in game 2, the Annihilate was hanging on just 1 HP after all the boosts and the damage going into that slot. Absolutely massive for Zoe there, but clearly trained her Pokemon incredibly well to be able to sponge up these attacks and knowing her damage calculations.
Yeah, really, really, like, expertly well, to be honest, because we saw, like, the Electroshock kind of doing a third, and then it would go again, and it would do 2/3. Like, it's so powerful, is that you just can't, like, play passively. You can't, like, spend turns repositioning, because the Pokemon in front of you are just going to get more and more powerful at this point. But honestly, congrats to Sam to be able to, like, still make it to 5-2, honestly. He's already beaten his Dortmund record, I think, of, or almost, to be honest, at the moment, I think. So he's doing well, honestly. And hopefully he'll be able to get into top cut as well. Still with an X2 record, it's possible.
Yeah, I'll be keeping a very close eye on Sam there as we just dot the I's and cross the T's on Zoe's masterful performance. Now, where can you go to practice some of this competitive Pokemon? If you want to attend an event like this, maybe just want to dip your toe in the water for fully committing, well, it's all about the local event scene. You're going to want to be trying out the teams that you've been cooking up in your head. Are they going to work? Just by going along, you'll come away with so many more ideas. And, you know, we are all indebted to the local scene. Of course, amongst them, Zoe Liu, who we just saw claim that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Please consider going to those locals, because, like, it's where you really meet a lot of people, like, as you said, I think, earlier, Charlie, where very like-minded, right? Like, wanting to try out little different things, practicing that kind of Swiss format a little bit, getting to top cut, earning maybe a little prize or something like that, and then going, right, okay, I now know this works in, like, a tournament sort of format. I've sort of gotten the feel of what it's like. Let's head to that next regional or something, and then we'll give it a bit more of a try. Just a few more rounds, and then you've at least had that practice to kind of go for first. Not only that, you might even found team-building partners, for instance. I know there's plenty at my locals at scene as well who always kind of build together and things and come up with some really interesting stuff. And I come away going, wow, I didn't really think of that, honestly. That's a really good idea. Like, you see in Decidueye, I saw my recent local as well, and we've seen today too. I think there's a lot of potential in that Pokemon. Triple Arrows is a really cool move. And it's one of the only fighting types to get Haze.
Yeah, it's really, really nice option on that Pokemon to get rid of boosts. Who won a local recently? This guy. That's right. Congratulations to you, David. But why don't we take a look at the sort of action that awaits you in your nearby local.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Make sure you're checking out where you can attend those locals. You can look up online, and we're just going to be able to help you very shortly find where your nearest local will be. The local I played in most recently was actually in Belgium, which is in a different country, but it was fantastic to get involved there, see the players and the Pokemon they were bringing. This was back in Regulation Set F. Just bringing a Frostmoth there, and it's fantastic to see it shine, and it's at those locals that you can really try out those ideas that you've had, see if they're going to work in practice. Just use your favorite Pokemon. Who knows, you could be onto a winner, or you just go along and have fun. You know, it's down to us what we want out of these tournaments.
I had a banana milkshake at my last local event.
Oh, yeah?
It was really nice. Yeah.
Well,
a cafe going at the same time.
What better advert do you need?
I was very hydrated. I had my fruit intake for the day, and honestly, it kept me going. And maybe that was probably the reason I won, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, good hydration, getting that lunch in, getting that good kind of food going inside you.
Yeah.
Understated. Honestly, that's the 7th member of every team. Good nutrition, Charlie.
Oh, no, I love that. I thought you were going to say a banana milkshake, but yeah, no, good nutrition certainly is. Make sure you have a scan of that QR code so you can find your nearest local, get involved in your local scene, because you won't regret it. You're going to meet so many good friends, people you will then remain friends with from then on, and it's just such an exciting scene to get involved in.
Yeah, 100%. And when you then kind of attend those regional kind of level events, or even the internationals at that point, you've got a few people who you kind of know at that point, and you're kind of like rooting for each other. And honestly, like, when you kind of compete at these events, it's obviously easy to focus on all of the wins and things like that as well. But like, it's obviously all about like the fun you kind of have along the way, honestly, and like seeing some of the fun that people have on stream as well. And chatting with Ibrahim, who won one of our previous rounds earlier today, he was just saying he's just here for the fun, honestly.
Yeah.
Like coming into fun matchups, finding interesting Pokemon and people to meet at the same time. Like, it's a really good time.
Yeah. Here for the fun and still doing so well. And I think that's the winning combination. You just go in with, I mean, it's easier said than done, but go in with no expectation, just come to have a good time. And you then take that pressure off yourself. And it's such a mental game and competitive Pokemon that sometimes that's exactly what you're going to want to do. Speaking of taking the pressure off, well, we're taking the pressure off our previous match with Sam Tabner, not able to claim the victory there, but the person who was Zoe Liu. So let us hear from Zoe herself. Let's discover what was going through her head during that matchup. Take it away.
And here we are once again in our beautiful little lounge, and I'm joined here by Zoe Liu, winner of that last game. First of all, of course, the question, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I actually didn't have any expectations coming into this tournament, so in fact I was planning on sleeping in tomorrow morning, so I guess no sleeping in for me.
Yeah, well, unfortunately not. Yeah, you will have to play some more Pokemon. Of course, there's still one more round left today, but with that record of now 6 wins, you're already confirmed to play on tomorrow. So how do you feel about that? I mean, when was the last time you would play like in a tournament like that?
I think not for a very long time, maybe 5+ years ago that I've actually made it into another day too. So it's a pretty good confidence booster to know that I can still play well if I put my mind to it.
Absolutely. And of course, you're doing it with a team that we have seen before. It's a strategy that is, pretty well established, I would say, at this point. And I would want to argue that there's like 2 main duos on the team that pack all the damage. So first of all, of course, we have that Pelipper and Archelodon that ended up kind of winning you at least the first game, I would say. But then there's also this Maushold and Annihilate combination. Maybe that's something you want to talk us through a little bit. What's the plan behind those 2?
Yeah, I think the team is not one that I created myself. It was actually originally piloted by Justin Knox at Louisville Regionals, and he posted his spreads and his teams after the regionals, and I really liked that team. When I was practicing for this regional, I kept losing to Mouseape, and it was really annoying. So I thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to use Mouseape. That's what I'm going to do, because I keep losing to it. And then I just saw the team basically last week after Louisville Regionals, and I thought, oh, that's a pretty cool team. I think my main... I've tested the Sinistra variant before, and I didn't like it very much because it was very, very passive. And with very slow defensive teams, you open yourself up to a lot of RNG, a lot of critical hits and flinches. And with the Basque Legion, I think that solved a lot of the passiveness. Like, it's still, the team is still more defensive than offensive, but Basque Legion at least gives an immediate kick. That,
Yeah, basically means you have 3 different Pokemon that can bring the damage, rather than these other variants that have 3 or sometimes 4 support Pokemon, right? So, of course, then the main strategy with the Mousehold and the Annihilate, and this is also something that you were able to get off successfully, is use that beat up to really beat up the Annihilate, increase the power, make it really angry, and then have it use that really powerful Rage Fist attack.
Yeah, I actually haven't used the beat-up strategy very much today. I think a lot of opponents are prepared for Mouseape. So most of the time, Mousehold's there actually just to taunt to prevent the setups, and then allow my Annihilate to go for the bulk up. So I think I must have clicked beat up into Annihilate about 2 or 3 times today, and you saw in that game 1, it didn't actually work out so well. Annihilate just got knocked out immediately after doing, you know, a little bit of damage to the Rillaboom. So it's, I think it's very situational when to use beat up.
Yeah, and then of course in that first game also you had to, then after losing the Annihilate, you really had to position the Archaludon, get all those boosts in the defense, then also get the special attack boosts, and then that is really what carried you to victory. And then in that second game, of course, I think we also saw that 1 HP.
Oh yes, I was deliberating whether or not to go for the Terra Fire on the Annihilate to ensure the survival, but I thought, I've got the Pokemon advantage, and I think even if I lose the Annihilate, I think Archaludon can clutch out the win, because at that point, the Terra had been used up by Sam, so the Primarina was very weak to it, and the Magma was also going to go down in 1 hit to the Electro Shot. So I felt that it wasn't needed, and I could just roll the dice and see if it'll live that hit.
Yeah, and of course, it worked out perfectly well for you. And once again, congratulations on making it to tomorrow. But of course, some more rounds to be played. So looking ahead now, 1 more Swiss round today. I believe 3 more tomorrow. Now, what are you thinking about that, or what might be your goal going into those games?
I think there's a few matchups. Like my 1 loss today, I think it was just a rough matchup. In fact, it was just Sneasel. Like the team does struggle, or for me at least, the way I play it. I find Sneasel quite difficult, and that, of course, is the most common Pokemon in this format, so, you know, something I need to really prep against. But I think for me tonight, just going to get some rest and sleep, because now I can't sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, with all those Dire Claw hits, I mean, you might as well fall asleep, right?
Yes.
It's what happens.
That's the Misty Terrain Grimmsnarl, which I've never clicked at all today, so...
Okay, well, not yet. You never know.
Yes.
All right, so then I will offer you a little treat, because you
yay! Thank you.
I'm not
This
sure
is
if I'm
amazing.
supposed to, but
Well, I don't think anyone would notice if I
okay, well,
took
just the one. Okay, that's fine. All right, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone supporting you?
Oh yeah, well, thank you to all of my friends who are at this regional here, all the Team UK crew, and also thank you to Sam. He's actually a really good friend of mine, and in actual fact, I think when I first moved to the UK and I entered one of my tournaments, I think we basically met each other for the first time at Bochum Regionals in 2023. So we've been really good friends, and it kind of, when we saw that we're facing each other, it wasn't the greatest feeling, but you know, being on stream is still pretty cool. And also, huge shout outs to Justin Knox for posting his team online and letting me steal it and use it.
Well, it's not stealing if it's out there, right?
Yes.
So, no, that's awesome to hear. Also, you being friends and then battling it on our stage here. That's great to hear. And well, he has 1 more chance to also make it to tomorrow. But then we will definitely be seeing you back in play tomorrow. Best of luck for that.
Thank you.
And yeah, maybe you can sleep in then on, I don't know, Monday or next weekend.
Yes, next week, the rest week.
With that, let's take a short break, and then we're back with the final round of Swiss.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Marine.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the is right on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherabelli.
Cherabelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cheribelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon video game world champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community, helping each other and building up experience at local events. Just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cheribelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cheribelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Pokemon trainers, there are so many Pokemon that are back with the Indigo Disc DLC that we can put into our battles again. So let's take a deep dive into the Pokemon that we can now use once more. Lee, kick us off.
I'll skip over Incineroar because we all know about Incineroar already. But I would like to mention Porygon 2. It's had such an impact in previous formats. It's able to set up Trick Room. It's got recovery with Recover. And it has really good move options as well. And it's really one of the only Pokemon that has the ability to utilize Terra Blast in and out of Terrestrialization as well very effectively. I just feel like it's a very solid Pokemon with the Eviolite item as well, bolstering those defenses. We do see Fergaraf is a really prime candidate as a Trick Room user at the moment. You've got things like Indeedee and Cresselia as well as good options. But Porygon 2, definitely one of those new Pokemon that I think trainers should start to consider, especially with Fairy Terra type as well on there.
For me, one of the Pokemon, certainly one of the older Pokemon that used to see lots of play in VGC was Zapdos. And now with the DLCs coming out, it has access to Tailwind again, which it used to be one of the premier Tailwind users, but also has the ability to, put some damage on the field. It's got Thunderbolt, it's got access to Hurricane boosted by Rain, it's got access to Heat Wave as well, but also recovery in Roost. And so it can form a really nice Tailwind setter that you can get Tailwind up, you can support your team, you can do a little bit of damage, make sure it sticks around on the field for getting that all-important second Tailwind up a little bit later on.
Don't forget about the static ability as well on Zapdos, because that is something opponents have to really consider if you want to hit into the Zapdos or you want to risk the chance of getting paralyzed.
Especially with that Surging Strike Urshifu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I want to give it a shout out to Whimsicott as well, Pokemon that's been so prevalent in previous formats. The move pool is absolutely incredible. I mean, Tailwind as well, as you were talking about, but you can also change the terrain in an instant with Misty Terrain. Of course, you can go for beat-up strategies on a Pokemon with Justified or a weakness policy or something like that. A Pokemon that has so much supportive utility. So I can't wait to see what trainers do with that as well.
There's also fake tiers as well that it has access to, which can be really played upon alongside things like Fluttermane as well to really do huge damage.
Encore as well.
Yeah, really, really good Pokemon, but hasn't quite seen its moment yet. Another one I'd like to mention is Araquanid. And I've been talking to you guys a lot about Araquanid over the weekend, but it pairs up so nicely with the Porygon 2. It's such a strong Trick Room Pokemon. It's got access to big, strong, powerful water-type attacks with that water bubble ability as well, preventing it from getting burned. And it has access to bug-type attacks. In particular, I really like the lunge option on there because it can lower the attack on opposing Pokemon. And then you've got the alternative where it has the recovery with that Leech Life as well, has access to Wide Guard. It's got a lot of tools in its arsenal, and I think it could be something that could pair quite nicely into this format.
Well, we've talked a lot about offensive Pokemon, we've talked about support Pokemon, but for me, there's also a Pokemon that wants to stick on the field for as long as possible, and that's Registeel. With the strategy of Iron Defense and Body Press coming into the fore in previous seasons, and Registeel having such strong natural defensive capability, it's one of those Pokemon that you see in battles come onto the field turn 1, it's still there on turn 13 when the battle is over. And normally, if it's stuck on the field for 13 turns, it's usually the one that's going to be winning the battle. So difficult to remove, and you can't drop its stats because of its clear body ability.
Yeah, I think as well, alongside that, when we saw it have that kind of rise in previous formats in previous years, with that Amnesia as well, to not only boost its defense stat, but boosting that special defense stat as well, just making it impossible for trainers to remove. And yeah, like you say, getting to turn 13, it's probably the one that's winning that match.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, there are so many other Pokemon as well. Metagross, you've got Latias, you've got Kingdra. Come on, Kingdra. I want to see you have that fantastic finish behind me here on the couch. So trainers, get involved. There are so many Pokemon for us all to explore. So I hope you have fun building, and very shortly, we'll be getting back to the action.
And bonjour, one last time, I guess. We're back behind the desk, and I'm joined by Lou, Akshosh, Chromy. How are you doing?
Honestly, I have had such a treat the whole of this Saturday here at the Lille Regional Championships. The matches have been phenomenal. The community has come out in full force here to support the competitors on our broadcast. It truly has been a magical day, and it's not over yet.
Absolutely. Still one more round of Swiss today, and then, of course, we will then, at the end of the day, also see who has made it to tomorrow, when the competition then goes on into a couple more Swiss rounds, and then eventually the single elimination bracket. But we're not there yet, of course. One more round to be played today.
That's my favorite part of the competition, when you start whittling away all the competitors and you start getting into your top cut. I mean, right now out there on the floor, our juniors and seniors are currently in that phase of the competition. Juniors playing through their top cut, and I believe seniors are already in their grand finals. So soon we will have already crowned one champion here in Lille.
Wow, of course. Also in those divisions that, we don't get to feature so much here on the stream. The level of competition is pretty high. I got to talk to one of the German juniors who was playing his top 4 match, and he was really excited about it and told me a little bit about it. And it's always great to see the kids so enthusiastic, of course, about some of the battles.
And they always have really wild metagames as well. You know, often there are kind of trends that you might see coming through from Masters Division, but there's sometimes the juniors and seniors are like, I like this Pokemon, I'm going to pick this Pokemon. I saw a Weavile out there in top 4. You know, like that's not something I was expecting to see with Sneasler running around, but Weavile, the kind of OG, making a return.
Well, I mean, it is faster. You have the faster fake out.
True.
You have triple axle. If you're a little bit lucky and get all those hits, then maybe that might be enough for a knockout. So, I'm not sure if we will see a Weavile though in our last round here.
Maybe not. Who knows, though? There have been so many surprises. We did see that Samurott very early on in the day as well. Wasn't expecting to see it, and it was victorious nonetheless as well. But I think coming into this final round as well, there's going to be so many players out there, possibly in situations where they're at X&1 or X&2, and just want to make sure they have the best record going forward into a new day of competition and to stay in the competition.
Yeah, and of course, even if you are undefeated at this point, it's not the right time to slack or relax, because every win counts. Every win that you accumulate today will, of course, carry over to tomorrow. So, yeah, every round is the same, no matter if you play it today or tomorrow. So you really, if you still are at this 7-0 incredible record, and a few of our players, they are still undefeated so far, then you need to keep up the energy high, and you need to, yeah, do it one more time, win your last round, and then you can go home. You can sleep, you can be happy with your performance today, and then wake up tomorrow and do the same thing again, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a different mentality for our players in the 2025 season. They've got to adjust to, because previously you'd kind of have that day one of Swiss, and then you've got your day two of Swiss, and things could be a little bit different looking at the end of that day one. But as you said, Marcus, you really can't take your foot off the gas at this point. You want to make sure you're going forward to tomorrow with the best possible record to enable that top cut prestigious spot.
Absolutely. And we're also reaching a point in the tournament, of course, where, yeah, again and again, have quite a few players who are out already. Unfortunately, that's just how it goes. Not everyone can be a regional champion.
There's only one.
It's the nature of these tournaments. But we, of course, have also quite a few players that we haven't seen yet on stream that have had amazing performances so far in the tournament. Not in the spotlight, but down there on the floor. So yeah, I'm excited to cover a game with some players that maybe we haven't featured yet on the stream so far.
Me too, because on the broadcast we only get to show you a little snapshot, one little kind of narrow vision into what this tournament is looking like. We can't show you all the games as much as we would love to. There's just unfortunately not enough hours in the day. And there's only so many words I can say before I will lose my voice completely. But the games that we've been able to show you so far, I think, have been indicative to kind of the way the tournament is going at the moment. We're seeing a lot of the same Pokemon rising to emergence, a lot of consistency, and actually a relatively untapped meta starting to actually be formed into something with a little bit more of a core Pokemon structure.
Yeah, there's definitely a few teams that we've seen a couple of times now, just in that last round. I think it wasn't the first, and it's not going to be the last time that we'll see the Mousehold and the Annihilate, or the Pelipper and the Archelodon. So there are a few different concepts that players have been playing around with, and now they are, as you were saying, they were solidifying in a way, and players are finding out what is really the best way to play a certain strategy.
It's these iconic duos, right? A lot of them are now becoming new, like Archelodon and Pelipper, for example. Fantastic synergy between those two Pokemon. But we've also seen some tried and tested old favorites as well. Amoonguss and Incineroar, for example, to cause a little bit of disruption early on in the game. And we also got to see Hatterene and Didi for that classic Psy-Spam Trick Room strategy. So there's a lot of the kind of tried and tested duos coming forward, but then some new history makers as well.
Absolutely. And then, of course, in that match with the Didi and Hatterene, it didn't go so well for them this time, because we had on the other side the Amoonguss and Incineroar.
And just Marco Silva.
Another one of our really, duos at this point. Some of the best Pokemon, I guess, of all time of VGC. So, yeah, and Marco Silva, you were just talking about him. If I saw correctly, he's still undefeated, so he's not or he's someone who's, he said the same thing on the couch as well. He came here just to have a little bit of fun, but of course, a player of his caliber, having fun, of course, means also winning for him, and that is something that he has done a couple of times. So I think he's still undefeated so far.
Well, we can check the standings and have a look, possibly, to see if Marco Silva is indeed still undefeated here in Lille. I mean, that would be such a tremendous feat if he is able to keep that record going and going and going into the next day. And there you have it, Marcus, 7-0. That is an incredible feat for this trainer. Giuseppe Musico as well, 7-0. Oh, this is amazing. We've got some veterans out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marco is bringing that team. You have it once again here. We've seen it on stream before, but of course, I think in the last round he was playing against Francesco Pardini, who is now at a 6-1 record. And I was able to actually watch a little bit of that first game they played. Yeah, we had some scale shot going on, stamina boosts. It was wild, but in the end, Marco comes out victorious and is now leading this tournament. And of course, he's experienced. He knows what it's like to be in the spot, and he will definitely go for that 8th win in the last round today.
Yes, exactly. And taking a look at the remainder of these 7-0s, there are 5 names up there, and 4 of them are from Italian players as well. We've spoken a lot about kind of different groups within the European region, but Italian VG really making a name for themselves here.
Yeah, we might as well be in Bologna or I don't know where, but yeah, definitely the Italian player base is very, very strong. And actually, some of the teammates or the friends that Marco was mentioning in my interview, they're practicing together, using different teams, but now they're all I saw it at the top tables. They were all wearing the same shirt. So yeah, definitely one of the strongest groups right now we have. But then there's another emerging group from Germany.
That is true.
Led by, of course, Michael Kelsch, another player that we have seen on stream before. And yeah, he's coming strong also in this tournament. With his trusted team that he was also using in Dortmund together with Ibrahim, for example, who we have also
We saw it, earlier on the broadcast.
And after losing to Edu, it looks like Michael was, still continued to play strong and is now sitting at a 6-1 record.
But he had an incredible beginning to this tournament. I think the first 2 rounds were incredibly difficult for him. And he's got that trusty Dragapult by his side as well, a Pokemon that got him to 2nd place at the World Championships. And he still believes in, still has a spot for it on his team. And even though maybe the day was a little bit difficult, it looks like he's been able to shake that off, use that wisdom and experience to keep powering through the competition, and currently is at a 6-1 record.
Absolutely, and sometimes I'm looking at players like Michael, and I'm thinking like, oh wow, like he's 6-1, like how could he even lose a game? Well, today
we saw how.
So definitely watch back that game after we're done with the stream today, because that's definitely one you didn't want to miss.
Yes, it's that World Champ difference, right? Where you've got Eduardo Cunha down against someone who came runner-up at the World Championships, and the previous World Champion was able to be victorious. But Michael, again, a player who's incredible to watch, does do an amazing kind of showcase of expertise if ever you catch any of his broadcast matches.
Absolutely. So those are 2 players that we have already featured.
Yes.
So we will probably not see them in the final round. But yeah, once again, I think it is time that we will give the choice to our community.
To the viewers.
So, of course, if you don't know what the community choice is about, go over into that Twitch chat and make sure to cast a vote for... And what am I seeing? Is this an Everlook? 3 ice types? What? When was the last time we saw Jamie Boyd matchup and Jamie's team is not the crazy one?
That's the thing. I'm looking at this team and the first thing I see is the Weavile, and I'm like, we were just talking about Weavile in juniors. Like, how spooky is that? And then I look at Luigi's team and it's like, have they got the names wrong? Is this a Jamie Boyd team on the other side? But there is so many cool Pokemon on Luigi's side as well that are still meta. You know, you've got the Ninetales and the Archaludon, but the rest looks so cool.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, shoutouts to the team who picked these matches for our community choice. And yeah, go cast your vote in the Twitch chat. Everyone who's watching, you will have 1 vote, and vote for the matchup you want to see. Is it going to be Gian Maria against Juan? Is it going to be Luca against Giuseppe, Aurelien against Alberto, or Jamie against Luigi?
I also have to highlight that Aurelien versus Alberto matchup. Alberto traveling across the pond, using a team that he is so well versed with, so confident. When I think of Corviknight and I think of Garchomp, I think of Alberto Lara. So he's got such expertise with this team. And then Aurelien Sula, a French player, and they have done incredibly well. So many 2nd place finishes, most recently at NAAC last season, and now bringing in a very interesting looking team.
Absolutely. I think it's a team that we've seen from the Japanese metagame, so some influence there. And interesting to note, so Gian Maria, Juan, Luca, and Giuseppe, they are all at 7-0, so they've won all their matches today with these teams. Aurelien and Alberto, they're at 6-1.
Okay.
And Jamie and Luigi at 5-2 are fighting for their tournament life.
So it gets a little bit more dicier as you go down the community choice options here. And you guys at home get the power to decide which match we will cast over. Is it a case of you want to watch a veteran? Is it a case of a particular Pokemon you want to watch? We want to know. Let us know.
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm excited.
Once again, it's so difficult because there are so many great games of Pokemon to be played. And yeah, I can't wait to see what our community has decided. But as always, it's going to be a good choice. So cast your vote and then we will, be with you with that game.
Yeah.
And, Can we talk about Luigi's team once again?
Yes, let's dive a little bit deeper because there's Lefamigo. Now, this is one of my personal favorite Pokemon. It's my father's favorite Pokemon as well, so I know he would be voting for that if he's watching Twitch right now.
So you can tell your father that on this team, and this is maybe the first time in Pokemon history that someone's saying this, but Flamigo is like the most standard Pokemon in that team.
Please clip that for us, Twitch chat. It's official. It is the most standard Pokemon on a team. I love to hear that.
I mean, you could argue, of course, the Alolan Ninetales, but I mean, Flamigo has had quite a bit of success in this format already, of course. Usually appearing on some of those Porygon 2 compositions. It was described as like that last glue Pokemon that can fix all the bad matchups for that team composition, but that's not what we're seeing here at all. There was a Tentacruel, there was an Everlook.
Madness.
Wow. I mean, I'm not voting, but, well.
Well, the votes are in, I believe. And I think Flamigo has recently actually won a special event as well in Lima, I want to say. I might have got the location wrong, but I think that was the correct one. But apparently the votes are in. So any moment now, we will be able to find out which match you have decided that Marcus and I will have the pleasure of casting to round out day one. Which one's it going to be? It is the Flamigo!
Yes, it is the Flamigo, and the Crocodile, and the Tentacruel, and the Everlock.
And it goes on and on and on.
And the Azumarill. So yeah, tell your friends, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, of course, because that is one game you definitely do not want to miss. I think Jamie, I checked the standings earlier in the day, and I think he wasn't starting off too well. I think he was suffering 2 losses quite early on in the tournament.
Oh no, okay.
But then was able to fight back, claw his way in, and now at 5-2, he has the chance, if he beats this monstrosity of a team coming out from Luigi, he would advance into the second day of competition.
I absolutely love to see this, and someone who also, you know, jumps a little bit between Pokemon Go. Azumarill, such a key Pokemon over there. Yep. It's actually, you know, making a name for itself over here in VG for Jamie, so we'll be able to see if it has that consistency.
Is Everlock a Pokemon that is used in Pokemon Go?
No, it's honestly a Pokemon I forgot existed for a hot minute there. It's not one I've seen in a while, but I think actually the fact that you've got something like the Alolan Ninetales on there, bringing the snow to the field, that ice type is going to benefit from that.
Absolutely, yes. The 3 ice types on Luigi. That's probably a first for me that I'm seeing 3 ice types. Or sorry,
the 2.
Just the 2. Sorry,
there could be a 3. Maybe there's a Terra. Who knows?
Maybe there's a Terra Ice. No, sorry, just the 2. Yeah, that is something that we're not really seeing. Like using the boost of the hail, of course, increasing defense of ice type Pokemon. But Everlock, I mean, that is one of the Pokemon with the highest defense stat in the entire game. And then boosting that even further.
Get more.
Yeah, why not some more, right?
I mean, we've seen Alolan Ninetales win a few things in the past. I believe we've seen it won a European International Championships as well with Simone Sanvito.
Togedemaru.
Yeah, with the little Togedemaru and the Tapu Fini, I think that was on that team as well, unless I'm making that part up. But there was definitely Alolan Ninetales. And we've seen Alolan Ninetales also win regionals here in Europe as well, sometimes paired up with other Ice-type Pokemon like the Articuno. Because although you get that defense boost for the Ice types, there are certain abilities like Snow Cloak or Slush Rush that can benefit from the snow on the field as well.
Yeah, and I'm getting a little bit of a spoiler here, and I think I saw a loaded dice on the Everlock.
Oh, that could be very, very interesting. I actually can't wait to dive deeper into these team sheets once we get access to them, because there's a few Pokemon on here that I think if I was the player, obviously they don't know the Pokemon until they're literally in that team preview, taking a look at their list. I would be reading through it being like, are there typos on here? Are we sure? Like, is this really the Pokemon choices that are there? And for a Pokemon trainer like Jamie, who is so unique in his Pokemon choices, I think it's going to be amusing for him to be the one on the other foot for once.
Yeah, and talking about unique Pokemon and Pokemon that we haven't seen, there's actually a very, very special promotion going on right now where you can get access to a Pokemon that we have not seen in this particular form. You can have the chance via Pokemon Home to get yourself a shiny Meloetta, and I think that is just amazing. That's not a Pokemon that I have in my collection.
Me neither. I need to get one.
I will definitely need to go and get one. So yeah, check out at Pokemon on X to get all the instructions of how to get it. But it just looks beautiful, right?
It's a very majestic Pokemon, and I love that kind of mint green vibe that it's got going on with its shiny typing as well. Something that no trainers have really got, so it would be good to pick them up and put them into your Pokemon box, or even pop it on a team for in-game.
Absolutely. And of course, if you are collecting your shiny Meloetta, or you have anything else to say about the broadcast, about the tournament, then make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and maybe we might feature your tweets on the stream as well.
We always love to see how you're enjoying the broadcast as well. Maybe you're watching with friends and you could send us a picture of that. You guys are watching together, or any Pokemon art as well. We always love to see your designs of maybe a Pokemon that's your favorite that you've loved seeing on the broadcast, and send them into us. That hashtag #PlayPokemon. We would love to be able to see how you're engaging with the stream at home.
Absolutely. But with that out of the way, I can't wait to jump into the final round of Swiss. Jamie against Luigi. And yeah, well, I actually got to talk to Jamie just a little bit about his team, the team that he's bringing, because, yeah, just seeing that he was going with that Azumarill is a Pokemon that I kind of forgot was legal in this format. I mean, we have Primarina, right?
Exactly.
There's another water and fairy type, and usually, or sometimes there's even like Tapu Fini, which might fill that role even better. But no, with the belly drum, Azumarill can be so powerful, of course, with that huge power ability and Aqua Jet. It's just a very, very strong combination. And then if you pair that up with like a fake out, some support coming in from that V-Vile, and then also that hospitality ability from Sinistra as well as Rage Powder. Of course, with belly drum, you cut your HP in half.
Yes.
And then with the Citrus Berry and with Hospitality, you can go right back to full health. And then it's like, oh, there's no drawback to just maximizing your attack to +6 stages.
That's the key thing, I think, when we dive deeper into Jamie's team that you'll get to see is the synergy amongst these Pokemon. Like you've said, that detrimental drawback effect of belly drum being so iconic, though, getting all that attack boost up. You can then support yourself with Hospitality, for example, and then you've got Pokemon like Annihilate. Pokemon like Annihilate love to be beaten up, let's say. They like to be able to get those extra bits of energy to boost up their Rage Fist, and there's a couple of options Jamie has to potentially use beat up in this particular match as well. Once again showing that his synergy and the Pokemon compositions are perfect. The issue you've got if you're playing a team like Jamie Boy and his opponent is doing the same is going to be the alignment. If you're having something a little bit crazy, a little bit out there or off meta, it's normally there for a very specific reason or a very specific way to pilot it. And if you're unable to get that kind of ball going, then unfortunately the Pokemon aren't going to do the justice they deserve.
Yeah, or maybe in your team building you were targeting very specific Pokemon. For example, Sneasler, of course, being the most used Pokemon.
Meta Pokemon.
Exactly, like meta Pokemon. Like you want a way to get rid of the Sneasler right away, but then, well, neither of these players have Sneasler, so they're sitting there with their, what I assume are like good answers to Sneasler, but there is no Sneasler to be seen. So how do these answers that they've come up with, how do they fare against each other? So yeah, that's going to be really exciting.
It's the flexibility of the team, right? Like you said, you might already have kind of a game plan against certain popular trends within the meta, and I'm sure that's been successful for our trainers so far to beat an X2 record with such success. But then when it comes down to Pokemon like Avalugg, Tentacruel, even Crocodile, like we haven't seen Crocodile in a while, a Pokemon that has been good in video game previously, again being able to use Intimidate or even Moxie to have good ability flexibility. But the fact that these are all on one team, we have not seen them really in Regulation H. We could be in for a surprise. Most notably, our trainers on the stage right now will be the ones getting that surprise.
Yeah, Crocodile, of course, a Pokemon that has won the World Championships before, all the way back in 2017.
Oh, I remember.
So, yeah, it is a Pokemon that it is strong, or it can be strong if the stars align for it, but I'm sorry, I cannot say the same thing for Tentacruel or Avalugg. I think neither of them have ever done anything remarkable in VGC whatsoever, so we might be here on the verge of Pokemon history if Luigi manages to take them to day 2.
Get a front row seat, Pokemon trainers. You don't want to miss this. Get your refreshments, get ready, because this is going to be an epic match. Not only do you have two incredible players, you can see Jamie's incredible accolades here. He's a 3-time regional champion, and to kind of add to that, he won a regional with a Cottony, not a Whimsicott, a Cottony, again showing that he is well versed with using unique Pokemon and putting them in the spotlight, as well as having all these amazing top cut finishes.
Yeah, twice in the world's top 16, and of course he's also familiar with being here on the big stage. And then on the other side, Luigi, we can see, well, we cannot see his accomplishments yet. He's still working on those. But I think, yeah, this is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. If you can beat Jamie Boy, that's already a great achievement, right? But if you can do it with an Avalugg, a Tentacruel, a Crocodile, and a Flamigo, then, yeah, again, that might just go down in the books of VGC history.
Exactly, but Luigi here able to start carving out a name for himself, adding accolades to that roster, and I think it's always exciting to see a player on the verge of making that history for themselves and their own personal Pokemon journey. I mean, Jamie, again, a player who has almost done it all in terms of these top cut finishes, but it's been a while since he won his last regional. He wants to do it again in 2025. He's sometimes done a little bit of commentary behind the desk, obviously. We've worked with him a lot previous season, and he wants to show that he can still do both. Make sure that he's going out there on the competitive floor, remembering what it is to be a player, and get those results to boot.
Yeah, and I was talking to Jamie, as I mentioned, and he was saying that, yeah, this tournament for him actually decides quite a bit of how the remainder of the season will go for him.
Okay.
He's thinking about making the trip to Brazil for LAIC, but it would only really make sense if he was able to win a good amount of championship points from this tournament. So, yeah, this this tournament so early on in the season might have a big impact, of course, on the entirety of the season of Jamie Boyd, as of course he might also join us back again behind the desk for some of the tournaments. But this is the team that he thinks can give him those championship points. And we have the Sinister with Call Mine and Shadow Ball and the Meadow Plate. I mean, this is still a Jamie Boyd team after all.
Yes, there's a few very interesting choices on here. Obviously, we've got our standard Pokemon like the Pelipper and the Archaludon. Not running anything, I think, too spicy in their particular move pools and item choices. But as we work our way up the team list, again, Weavile, an interesting Pokemon choice by itself, but that pickpocket ability, not something I've really seen in competitive play.
Yeah, definitely really interesting. Maybe if there is a Choice Band Dragapult and hits you with a powerful move like a U-turn, then you could just grab that Choice Band right off of it. We are seeing like a few deliberate choices, like the Terra Electric on the Archaludon, Life Orb on the Pelipper. But then this is where the fun just goes on. We have an Avalok. Okay, so it has Icicle Spear and loaded dice. In the past, I have heard someone compare Avalok to a table, so maybe
it is an ice table.
Yeah, maybe Luigi just wants to play roll some dice.
Yes, just for Avalok to be able to get that accuracy with the Icicle Spear, because we know how detrimental it can be with those non-accurate moves.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get those maximum amount of hits with that move. And then, the Tentacruel, it seems to be an offensive variant as well, running the Terra Blast, Terra Ground. The Flamigo, once again, the most standard Pokemon, kind of. Just with a Focus Sash set, but with a Tailwind. Scale Shot on the Crocodile, but this time, no loaded dice, because, well, obviously that's already on the Avalok.
Well,
I mean, like that happens in team building all the time to me. Like, oh, where do I put the loaded dice? Yeah. But then
not the Focus Sash, the loaded dice.
Exactly. But then that Clear Amulet, and then of course both of those have a nice synergy with that Archaludon, with the stamina ability, because you have multiple ways of boosting those defense stats, because of course every hit is going to increase the defense by 1 stage, and then with every hit that you do and the boosted defense, the next hit is going to do less damage. So actually it's not that bad to hit yourself 5 times, and well, I don't know how much damage an Avalok could even do with Icicle Spear, but that's maybe something that Luigi will try to position, because if you can get your Archaludon to a very, very high boosted amount of defense, I'm wondering where is the damage coming from over on Jamie's side. I mean, Pelipper doesn't really hit Archaludon super well. And then for some of the other Pokemon, it's not so easy to hit Archaludon either. So maybe that is one way for Luigi to try and set up this Archaludon, get a couple of boosts in the defense, and then use that Pokemon to his advantage.
But it's the Archaludon on Jamie's side as well that can have a lot of potential here, being able to get that special attack boost from the Electro Shot provided by the Pelipper's Rain as well to enable that to keep going up can be really, really powerful. I say Jamie's team also has to watch out a little bit for the Flamigo, because it is running that Scrappy ability, which means it can hit Ghost types. Jamie already has 2 of those, but he also has 2 Ghost Terra types as well on the Weavile and the Azumarill, so he doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable for the Flamigo to take him down.
Yeah, Flamigo with a close combat looks like it's hitting everything almost really nicely, of course, against the 2 water types. Not because of their water typing, because of their secondary typing.
Yes.
Brave Bird would do a little bit more damage, but let's see what we're jumping into here.
Wow.
And I can already tell it's going to be amazing.
It certainly is, and the snow is in the sky as well. Alola Ninetales bringing that onto the field. You have Archaludon a piece and the Weavile from Jamie's side, so there's a bit of fake-up pressure here. Yeah,
there's, of course, always the option for Jamie to go ahead with that beat-up to boost up his own Archaludon's defensive stats, but that Ninetales over on Luigi's side, that is a Choice Specs Ninetales, and that could hit hard even with that Assault Vest on Jamie's end. So, do you really want to just go for that? Boost up the defense, but not the special defense. But no, Ninetales might be afraid of a potential fake out and flash cannon play, so instead we'll be switching out, and I think this might be a great turn here from Jamie.
Yes, and here comes the beat up coming through. This is going to activate that stamina ability, giving Archaludon a defense boost and a little cheeky critical hit. It doesn't matter because these are doing negligible damage. But Archaludon now in a position where it can set up for the remainder of the match, particularly as we have now got these Pokemon starting to come through and Luigi shaking up the ball position. Jamie wants to be prepared.
Yeah, and of course that Tentacruel tried to absorb a potential flash cannon or like not take too much damage, but instead it's a big body press.
Doesn't get the knockout though, but puts it in such a precarious spot. It gets 1 stamina boost for its troubles and is able to activate its berry, but it is now in a very dangerous situation where another one of those body presses will be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, so it is going to be that flash cannon targeted into the V-Vile, will go down to 1 HP, lose its focus sash, but we were talking about, or I was talking about, maybe Luigi trying to set up the Archelodon, get a couple of defensive boosts, but instead it is Jamie who is attacking his own Pokemon, but of course for good reason. And now at +4 defense, those body presses doing so much damage.
And the thing is, the Tentacruel is a special attacker. You're not going to have to worry about that from a defensive side, but those body presses are so formidable. Any Pokemon on Luigi's side is going to have to worry about that, and particularly knowing that you've got that Alolan Ninetales in the back that doesn't want to take these fighting type moves either, that can be a little bit detrimental.
Yeah, maybe now is the time for Luigi to go ahead and terrestrialize that Tentacruel, just to go for a very powerful Terra Ground, Terra Blast. I think that could be one of the moves that he has on his team to really deal with that Archelodon, even with the boosted defense, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Tentacruel, yeah, putting on a little helmet and is ready to go in for a lot of damage.
And is it going to put on a show? That's what I want to know. The knockoff comes down, nearly gets the 1-hit KO. Tentacruel loses its covert cloak here, but it is able to retaliate with a ground-type Terra Blast. It's going to find its mark down onto that opposing Archelodon, and it's going to do a significant chunk. Not enough to get the knockout, though. It would need another one to be able to put it within range and give it another cheeky defense boost. That's going to boost up the body press even more, but it didn't need it to get the knockout.
Yeah, it really shows how strong Archelodon is in the current format, especially when equipped with that Assault Vest. For a second there, I was like, okay, is that Tentacruel really going to just knock out the Archelodon? But no, I mean, it is Tentacruel after all. We cannot expect the unthinkable of it. But now, once again, that Ninetales joins the field, and I think that, yeah, Jamie could go and try to remove the choice specs, maybe with a knockoff from the V-Wild to decrease the damage output. But even with that, I would think that Ninetales and Tentacruel would be able to knock out the Archelodon. So even though it is looking quite good for Jamie at the moment, I would think, there's still ways for Luigi if he can find this knockout on the Archelodon this turn. If somehow Archelodon makes it through the turn and gets off another body press, I think the game might just be over. So yeah, main priority for Luigi has to be to take out that Archelodon.
And I think there's no way to be able to KO the Ninetales in this point. Sure, you could get some damage on it with the knockoff, but you're not going to be able to get the KO. And that Alolan Ninetales can go for something like a Blizzard, particularly followed up by the speedier Tentacruel here. Archelodon doesn't really stand a chance. I like the switch in here as well. You know, Pokemon that can take maybe that Blizzard a little bit better, but still, it's going to have to take a lot for its troubles. The Blizzard comes through, gets the knockout on Archelodon with a critical hit, and Pelipper, yes, it hangs on, but that does so much more damage than I was anticipating. The choice specs are paying off, Marcus.
Absolutely, and yeah, Jamie was gambling there just a little bit. I think he got the move right that he was anticipating, but of course, outside of the hail, or of the snow, Blizzard is not 100% accurate. Instead, it's only 70%. So that was only a 49% chance here for Luigi to hit both targets. And yeah, that was crucial, because if that missed, and if Archelodon, as I was saying, had gotten off another move, then yeah, that could have been detrimental. But now, Luigi, well, the rain is up. So Ninetales might want to switch out, because you really don't want to just keep launching Blizzards.
That's
but at the same time, you could, right? So maybe it's time to take another gamble here for Luigi, and it looks like we're going to roll the dice.
Yeah, Weavile being able to use its Ice Spinner attack very, very fast and offensive to KO that Tentacruel. So Luigi will be losing his terrestrialized Pokemon here.
And this is what is coming down to. Will Blizzard connect with how many targets?
Let's see if the momentum can stay on Luigi's side. There is going to be an avoid on the Weavile, but it will connect on the Pelipper and get the knockout. But Weavile, the speediest Pokemon on the field right now, is here to stay until the next turn.
Wow, that could have been a double knockout there. But yeah, again, that shaky accuracy from Blizzard comes to show now, and Flamigo is the last Pokemon over on Luigi's side, and it's Annihilate for Jamie. So yeah, this is still anyone's game. I mean, once again, that Blizzard, well, it's still gonna be a roll to see which target it will connect to. Jamie still has that Terra Fire option on the Annihilate to resist those Blizzards, but then still needs to get through that Flamigo.
Yes, you don't really need your Ghost typing here, in the sense that Flamigo already has Scrappy. It's going to already be able to connect with something like a close combat. But if you turn into the Fire typing, then those Blizzards are going to be doing much less damage, as well as helping you boost up something like the Rage Fist. So you might be able to retaliate and get a KO on the board. Weavile obviously going to be very fast and offensive. That's something Flamigo has to watch out about. It doesn't want to have to take an Ice Spinner at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. So Flamigo might have some incentive to protect this turn, but with that terrestrialization on Jamie's side, it also means that every Blizzard that will be used, it won't do that much damage, because now Annihilate resists the attack. But it will boost the power of Rage Fist. So yeah, that is definitely something that Luigi will also have to worry about. But yeah, I think this Protect is exactly what he needed this turn.
Yep, you called this perfectly. Luigi playing defensively with this Flamigo because Ice Spinner was going to be the prime target coming down into that flying type Pokemon. This does enable the Ninetales to go for the Blizzard, but it misses. Once again, the Weavile. It's such a nimble Pokemon. It's fast naturally, but clearly it's light on its feet as well. As Annihilate tries to go for the Drain Punch, it looks like the double up was going down into that Flamigo.
Yeah, that was definitely the target that Luigi wanted to hit, because now Weavile is still faster. Flamigo just protected, so it's going to be another Ice Spinner into that Pokemon. Bring it down to the Focus Sash, and then the question would be, I guess you got to go for something like close combat into that Annihilate.
Oh.
Hope that you win the speed tie, potentially.
We'll have to see. Ninetales does go for Blizzard, finds its mark this time on the Weavile, but the Annihilate is yet to move. It's going to be able to go for something.
This is still so close.
It can go down for the Rage Fist, KO the opposing Flamigo, but instead it's going to be that Drain Punch, just getting a teeny, if any, HP recovery. It gets 1 point.
It might be exactly 1, but yeah, this might have been a speed tie here between that Annihilate and that Flamigo, and now that Ninetales still locked into Blizzard, and now Annihilate has all the time in the world. Just go for a couple of protects. Make it so that Ninetales, will not have that many options to go for the Blizzard. And I guess, well, you would need a freeze probably, but even then, like, how much damage does Blizzard actually do? Rain being over now doesn't really change anything, and Annihilate, probably, I guess you want to go for Drain Punch, I guess? Rage Fist, I'm not sure if it will be enough to get the knockout.
Yeah.
It might be. Maybe Jamie knows the calculations, but let's see, maybe a freeze. Nope.
No, and Annihilate is angry. It's going to be able to go for this Rage Fest, channel all its energy, and get a one-hit KO on Ninetales to close out game 1 for Jamie Boyd.
Wow, yeah. Definitely a little bit very close one. I'm not sure if Jamie, if this is what Jamie would have wanted it to go, but yeah, now being up 1-0, of course, that can also give you a lot of confidence going into game 2 and potentially game 3.
I think it would give you a sigh of relief as well, knowing that you overcame such a complex team on Luigi's side. But that said, a lot of the Pokemon that were brought in the form of the Ninetales and the Archaludon, those are Pokemon that you might expect to see. Pokemon like the Tentacruel, however, maybe not so much. But I don't think it actually posed such an offensive threat to Jamie's team, and he was able to navigate around it quite well.
Yeah, and I think one aspect that we haven't really touched upon is the fact that, like, if you're in Luigi's shoes, you have the opportunity of a player's career, probably.
That's true.
You can beat Jamie Boyd on stream with an Avalok. Well, it didn't make it to that first game, but there's still...
It was supporting in the wings.
There's still a chance that we will see it, right? But then on the other side, for Jamie, I mean, all the mental pressure is going to be on him, right? Like, he's the favorite, just based on their
his accolades previously,
exactly. But then also... I mean, if you lose to a team like this, it's already like you're not going to feel really good. But losing against a team like this on stream, like that could be heartbreaking, right? For a player of his caliber. So yeah, because like, once again, you don't want to be known as the person who has lost on stream against Avalok and Tentacruel. Of course, it's all in good spirits, but yeah, I think Jamie definitely feeling a little bit relief, as you said here, winning the first game, but. The series is not over, and I'm curious to seeing what Luigi has in store for us for the second game.
Well, on the flip side of that argument as well, though, if you win and you're Luigi, you can be like, you're the Avalok guy, right? Like, that's what you're known for. I mean, I remember it was Aaron Brock, actually, in the San Diego Regionals, was able to get top 4 with a Dreadnought, and he suddenly became the Dreadnought guy. So you can easily get these kind of reputations from such unique Pokemon choices if you're victorious with them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the only one who's using that Pokemon, then yeah, it might just be what you might have to use for the rest of your life. That's how it works. So yeah, I would be really happy if we got to see the Avalok. But of course, Luigi has to do what gives him the best chances of winning, because at the end of the day, of course, this is also a competition. So we might not get to see the Avalok after all.
Yes, exactly. And if you're Jamie, you're going to want to make sure that you keep that momentum going. We are going to see Avalok, however. It's out there with Flamigos front and center on the stage, as Weavile and Archaludon are out there as well for Jamie. Wow, Marcus, what do you think?
Wow, Avalok making an appearance here on stream. And wow, and then the Weavile and Archaludon as well, because it worked so well for Jamie in game 1. So now, you could think about it. Okay, do you want to just go for another beat up into the Archaludon to kind of protected a little bit from close combat from the Flamigo, because that would be a very powerful move coming into the Archaludon. You could also, in Jamie's shoes, you could also think about maybe going for a Terra Electric and going for that beat-up play, just because it matches up a little bit better into the Pokemon that Luigi currently has on the board. Yeah, at the same time, maybe, yeah, Jamie, it looks like he thinks that Archaludon is not the right Pokemon to have on the field right now.
You also mentioned the incredible defense stat that the Avalugg has, so it could always go for something like a body press into that opposing Weavile and start putting a lot of pressure on the board. Speaking of pressure, Flamigo is down to its Focus Sash already thanks to this critical hit. Oh, I think it would have done it anyway, but still, for style points nonetheless. And now we're going to be able to see if Luigi can retaliate. It's going to be a Tailwind setting up the speed control, not something we've seen so far in the set, on his side of the field, as the Avalugg can benefit from that and go for the body press, take Weavile right down to his Focus Sash.
Okay, so Luigi didn't fall for the bait, didn't go and attack that Archaludon, and oh, the loaded dice. Well, that's, once again, that's an interaction we haven't seen in a while or ever. So now we have that loaded dice on the Weavile. It's not going to do anything on the Weavile, obviously, but yeah, Avalugg would have liked to have that dice. So now it's going to be randomized if he went for Icicle Spear with that Avalugg. Yeah, that's quite funny. But what I was going to say is that, yeah, Luigi didn't go after that Archaludon, so there was a window of opportunity for Jamie to get all the defense boosts up there. But now we have the Tailwind, but Avalugg is not that fast, is it?
No, but it's something I think we'll just appreciate that Tailwind being there on the field. Flamigo gets out of there having set up the speed control. I think that's not an interaction I've ever seen before with that loaded dice. We'll have to come back to that a bit later on, and I've never really seen a Tentacruel being switched in as well in such a competitive match, but it can obviously be a Pokemon that isn't going to worry taking anything from Azumarill thanks to its poison and water typing. Doesn't have to worry about Play Rough or Aqua Jet, however. Now, if you're Jamie, are you going to try and get this Azumarill set up? No. Straight on the offensive with the Aqua Jet coming through. That would have been able to get the KO on that 1 HP Flamigo on the opposing side. But look at this. Pelipper coming in, using its type advantage to not worry about that body press.
Yeah, but Pelipper is a Pokemon that has such a high natural defense stat that I'm still impressed by all the damage from that body press. So, yeah, Tentacruel wasn't really able. I mean, Aqua Jet is such a weak move, right? But then, okay, in rain but still, yeah, Tentacruel looks like it's quite frail, but yeah, now we have the Tentacruel and the Avalugg next to each other, and that is such a scary board to look at from Jamie's perspective.
Yeah, I think any other Pokemon that switched in from the back, something like maybe the Ninetales or even the Crocodile, would have taken a lot more damage from that. The Ninetales actually going to join the party here, bring the snow and overwrite that rain, so the water type moves will no longer be boosted, and it will also change a potential Weather Ball that could come through from that Pelipper.
Yeah, that could be the case. First of all, we're seeing that Azumarill trying to get rid of the weakness to poison-type attacks, doesn't want to get hit with a super effective Sludge Bomb. Pelipper is just taking a turn for itself, protecting, but yeah, let's see if that Tentacruel went for the Sludge Bomb. It did, but it to the Pelipper and not the Azumarill.
Yeah, possibly looking at that Pelipper and trying to stop it go for a Tailwind on Jamie's side of the field, but it doesn't stop the belly drumming Azumarill. It's going to maximize its attack stat now. Take a little bit of HP damage, as you mentioned earlier, but it has that berry in its back pocket to be able to regain some of that.
Yeah, so that's really difficult now for Luigi to deal with. I mean, we have confirmation that on Jamie's side there is no Sinistcha, so there is no healing available for that Azumarill. I think that's the good news. The bad news is there's an Azumarill and it has maximized its attack stat. So I think something that Jamie could think about doing is switch out the Pelipper so you can get the rain up later on and protect the Azumarill, because then next turn you could switch into the Pelipper once again, override the snow with the rain, get rid of the defense boost and boost your own Aqua Jet and just knock out the Ninetales potentially in one hit. And I think if that is something that Jamie does, it's very hard to come up with a way for Luigi to fight against that. But no, instead, we're seeing a protect on the Azumarill, and I think just a Tailwind coming out of Jamie.
Yeah, I really like that thought process with the weather, but Jamie deciding this is not the turn to switch out that Pelipper. Maybe wants to try, regardless of what he wanted to try, it's not going to happen because Blizzard comes through and gets the knockout. Maybe going for something like the Tailwind to try and match those speed tiers that Luigi had set up earlier. The Azumarill does manage to get itself protected, but the weather's now going to be here to stay. The defense boost is going to be here to stay on that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, maybe Jamie didn't want to give that Tentacruel a boost for its muddy waters. It is still a really tough position to maneuver for Luigi, though, I would say, because, yeah, now Weavile with that loaded dice, it just looks so funny. If you see that on like a local tournament, someone would be like, oh, you wanted Icicle Spear on your Weavile, right? But
mistake.
You wrote Ice Spinner. I don't know. But yeah, that's just quite funny. But yeah, once again, now Weavile joining the field can go for a fake out. and a very powerful move, but the Ninetales, I think, in the snow, it might be able to take one of those Aqua Jets. So it's a really risky position here, because if Luigi gets this correctly, where that fake out is launched, and has the option, it's the Terra Ghost.
Oh, so fake out won't matter if it's going down into that opposing Ninetales.
Yeah, but you're losing the defense boost.
Oh, true. Okay. So this is a little bit of a gamble here on Luigi's side. Everything is turning down onto this Alolan Ninetales as the Tentacruel is going to go for a protect. Weavile goes for the knockoff, lands into that defensive play. But what is the Azumarill going to be able to do? It's going to be the Ninetales going first, connects its Blizzard, of course. Azumarill able to hang on, but is it going to be able to target correctly? Is it going to be able to get the KO, Marcus?
Yeah, it will use that play rough, and it does connect with the Ninetales. No Aqua Jet, though. And yeah, I guess even with that boost from the Ice type, I think that still would have been enough. I mean, that Azumarill is at +6 attack stat, so it is low on HP, but you still have one more option to go for that powerful Aqua Jet. And then the Archaludon probably has to pick up the pieces, but now Avalok is joining the battle once more. And if there is a Pokemon that might be able to take a +6 boosted hit, it might be that Avalok.
It not only has a fantastic defense stat as is, but the snow is in the sky, so that natural defense boost is also coming through. Archaludon, however, does have some utility to deal with it. Obviously, we've got the body press as well, but you don't want to do any kind of self-stamina boosting here when you've got a fully boosted Azumarill on the field. So Archaludon might have to do it the long way.
Yeah, once again, we have this Avalok plus Tentacruel combination on the field for Luigi, which I cannot stress enough how magnificent that is to see. Yeah, so on Jamie's side, Assault Vest Archaludon cannot protect. Azumarill, of course, could, and that is what Jamie will decide to do. So how much damage can Avalok and Tentacruel do this turn?
Well, let's find out. We're not going to see on Tentacruel, however, it was going down into that protect, and I think that's wise. You want to target down this Azumarill before it can get the knockouts in retaliation. Archaludon fires off this flash cannon. Oh my goodness, Avalok using its Sturdy ability to be able to hang on, but that did so much damage, obviously hitting on the special side as well.
And nice play by Jamie, calling that, yeah, that protect. It might just be too obvious, but no, he's going for it. Protecting there correctly, and now it looks like Luigi, it will be really tough to overcome both that boosted Azumarill as well as that Archaludon. So I think Jamie might have done it, or might have found a way. Of course, that Aqua Jet still needs to get the knockout on that Tentacruel first, but based on the damage it did previously, I'm pretty confident that it does, and there it is. Nice job getting rid of that Tentacruel, and then Archaludon should outspeed that Avalok and should also be able to get the knockout there.
Yeah, the second flash cannon coming through from this Titan bridge, and it's going to be able to get the knockout. There is, of course, the Flamigo in the back, but there's not too much that it's able to do. I almost want to say losing the loaded dice was detrimental, but we actually didn't really get to see Avalok doing too much, except bringing a lot of joy to the broadcast for a lot of Avalok friends out there. Flamigo going to come in as the last remaining Pokemon for Luigi, but it's only got 1 HP, and it may have a dream, but it is going to be a nightmare for it here on this Halloween-themed regional.
Yeah, there is that Aqua Jet, the last KO, and Jamie Boyd will win this set and advance to tomorrow at 6-2.
Jamie Boyd once again proving why he is the master of those niche Pokemon picks. I'm sure he looked at the opposing team, was inspired, even appreciated the creativity that went into it. But you can see his little cottony Lucky Charm that he carries with him in all of these events, and he is the master of the niche Pokemon for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to hear from him what he was thinking about the set, what he was thinking about his opponent's team. Well, if he thinks that Avalok, because also Jamie, of course, is known to be a player who is always kind of arguing like, oh, everyone is saying this Pokemon is bad. No, actually it's good.
There's a secret.
I want to know what he thinks about Tentacruel and Avalok, if that is on the Jamie Boyd radar at all. But I mean, still Luigi finishing here at a very respectable 5 wins and 3 losses. So yeah, he definitely, I mean, he must have had a lot of fun beating people with Avalok today.
I would have loved to have been able to kind of go back in time and watch some of his earlier matches as well that he was playing through Swiss, and see how maybe these Pokemon moved around and where they were able to excel. Because even though we will be able to have an interview with him, it'd be great to find out, you know, what the tech was. Why Avalok out of all Pokemon? Why Tentacruel out of all Pokemon?
Yeah, we need to chase him down.
Yes, and we need the answers. We all need to know.
But yeah, then once again, congratulations to Jamie Boyd, who kept his head cool, even being in this high-pressure situation. It's yeah, you have to win or you're out kind of scenario, right? And you're going up against a team that you have definitely never seen, and you've not seen something that is remotely similar. You haven't seen a team that even shares maybe 2 or 3 of the same Pokemon. It's all new to Jamie in that set, and yeah, he still managed to find ways, setting up that Archelodon in the first game and then that Azumarill in the second game, kind of 2 different strategies that he was using with his team, and both of them worked out well, and yeah, nailed him that victory.
Exactly, and 2 different styles as well. You know, that tried and tested combination of the Pelipper and the Archelodon as well. We've seen time and time again using Pelipper to override the weather, maybe allow Archelodon to go for those electro shots and get a lot of damage out on the board, as well as, you know, boosting up the stamina, for example. We've seen that being used by other trainers as well, but then he brings in that little bit of magic with something like the Azumarill, for example, but also the Weavile. I mean, we didn't plan this. This was a community choice. I was just talking to Marcus about seeing one in juniors, and then we got to see one in Masters as well, and it was nice to see why as well. It actually did very well in this match.
Yeah, then looking at some of the highlight moments, I mean, this could have been like the highlights of, I don't know, like the whole tournament. Yeah. At least to me, like we are seeing this Ninetales with Blizzard, which was doing a lot of damage. There's a Tentacruel on the field, there's a Weavile on the field. Yeah, this might look like my playthrough of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl back in the day. But no, it is actually here. It is actually the Lille Regional Championships, and it is Swiss round number 8. Finally, that Azumarill also with that super powerful Aqua Jet. I was surprised at how much damage it was doing to that Tentacruel, but it must have been, and again, I didn't expect that I would ever say these words, it must have been an offensive Tentacruel over on Luigi's side there. Yeah, in the end, Jamie Boyd comes out victorious. Yeah, well played on his end for sure.
Yeah, who'd have thought it? Avalugg and Tentacruel here on the Lille Regional broadcast. I mean, incredible to be able to see these Pokemon plays. And I want to talk a little bit about the Alolan Ninetales as well, because that was one of the Pokemon that was on my cast of predictions. Yep. It's been great to see it throughout this weekend so far already, but this was a very unique one with the choice specs. I'm so used to seeing Alolan Ninetales being put in a position where it can set up that Aurora Veil, and this wasn't even an option for Luigi.
Yeah, definitely not. He favored the damage output from that Pokemon, and we've seen it also, and it's something that I've discussed on stream before, that when we look at some of the Pokemon that are most commonly used right now in this format, there are just so many Pokemon weak to Blizzard, to Freeze Dry, to Moonblast, and having a Pokemon that is fast, that has a okay special attack. I mean, it's not the highest, but it's okay.
It's okay.
But when paired up, of course, with that choice specs, then it's respectable damage coming out from that Pokemon.
Yes, and I think as well we could see the Blizzards, the potential that they had, even though the accuracy got a little bit iffy towards the end there when the rain was on the field. Being able to hit both Pokemon is already very nice. The potential for a freeze, even nicer. But I think actually that damage was starting to stack up, and if there was some way to have more defensive capabilities on Luigi's side, maybe a couple more Blizzards could have really changed the pace of that game.
Yeah, I think in that very first game, if Blizzard had hit all the targets, if it had
on that Weavile,
yeah, then I think there was a chance for Luigi to take that first game with the Flamigo against the Annihilate. You could have go for close combat, and then maybe the history would have been different. But yeah, we still have to wait until another day, maybe until Gdansk or some of our other tournaments, until we see an Avalugg in day 2.
I think it was 2 Blizzards that Weavile was able to dodge out of the way of. And again, we've spoken so much this weekend about Sneasler, but looking at the Weavile, I think is really interesting, and particularly in a meta where Sneasler really is #1 at this point. We've seen it a lot. We will see it a lot, I'm sure, tomorrow as well. It's nice to see kind of, I suppose, the original Pokemon in those kind of forms coming to the forefront and showing why they also have capability in this metagame.
Yeah, Weavile is a little bit of the faster brother of Sneasler in a way, right? And you have the chance to go for a fake out before Sneasler goes for the fake out, so that is really helpful.
That is.
Then you also have Ice Spinner, which is a cool and unique move and gives you a little bit of terrain control, so that can also help against certain archetypes. And as we were talking about, Sneasler really often comes with that Rillaboom, so having a Pokemon that does really nicely into both of those, maybe that's some sort of synergy that led Jamie to go through the Pokedex, and then he was like, oh, Weavile, that's exactly what I need for my team.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, because you can hit the Rillaboom for super effective damage and get rid of its terrain, which is pretty awesome, and I'm sure it's one of the reasons why Jamie had it on his team. But I think it's time to hear from the man himself. So let's go over to the interview and hear from Jamie Boyd.
So, Jamie, my first question for you, how does it feel to be out-boited?
I'm never in this position. Yeah. It's weird. I'm normally the one with the more unique Pokemon, out-uniquing my... That's now a word. Out-uniquing my opponent. But yeah, that was That was something.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, your team was unique enough with the Weavile and the Azumarill on there. Then you go up against an Avalugg, a Tentacruel, a Crocodile. How'd you feel when you see your opponent's team?
That's actually the things I'm bad against.
Okay.
Because I tend to prep for what's common and try to go for the anti-meta kind of pick. But when I don't face the meta, that's when I run into the issues. And that's as far away from the meta as you can probably get.
It was such a cool team. If you missed it and you're just tuning in, make sure you go back and check out that game, because some of the Pokemon we saw come out there, absolutely phenomenal. And I think your opponent played so well, but approaching that game one, talk us through it. Obviously, we saw the pickpocket on the Weavile as well, but what's going through your head in that game one?
Yeah, so I thought that the Archaludon would still be pretty decent. Usually I can snipe an Archaludon with a beat up into a body press, and that's KO'd Archaludons so far in this tournament, but that one seemed to be a little bit bulkier, which ended up breaking my Weavile's Focus Sash, which wasn't the most ideal. I think the Ninetales was the biggest issue, and I did get lucky with those double Blizzard dodges, but I switched in my Pelipper purely to try and get some dodges, because I'm owed a little bit of luck if you've seen my run today. But yeah, it does even out. So
yeah, it certainly does. And when I saw you earlier today, you were at 0-2. You lost your first 2 games, and now you've had the comeback, and you're at 6-2 heading into day 2. So I mean, talk to us about sort of adapting your mental state heading into the later stages of today.
Yeah, so 0-2 is obviously not where you want to be. And then my focus actually shifted on to, well, I'm now supporting my senior and junior people that I've been coaching. And this tournament, I can just relax now. They're the more important ones. And then as soon as I relax, then suddenly I'm actually playing well again. Because like in my first 2 rounds, I was kind of outplaying myself. I was like over predicting and going like 10 levels above. It's like, oh yes, this is definitely happening. Oh, it didn't, sorry. But yeah, I think that mentality shift did actually free me up a lot. Is like yeah, the tournament is now about my coachees, and then ooh, now I'm in day 2. Yeah. How did that happen?
There you go. Such a mental game, trainers. You've got to make sure that you are fighting fit mentally when you're playing this game, doing what you can to look after your physical and mental health. But then heading into game 2, you see the Avalugg hit the field on turn 1. So talk to us about that.
I stole its loaded dice.
Yeah.
It was funny. It doesn't matter at all unless because he never ended up going for the Icicle Spear. So so stealing the loaded dice didn't really matter. But yeah, the pickpocket is quite funny. I think the biggest one is a U-turn from a banded Dragapult. Well, suddenly I'm now a banded Weavile. So that's the most impactful, I think, that pickpocket has been. I've stolen a couple of things, like I've stolen a safety goals from an Incineroar that's flare blitzed me before, and then suddenly I ignore the Amoonguss to be able to beat myself up around the Amoonguss, which has been quite funny. So yeah, I definitely prefer the pickpocket over the pressure.
Yeah. And there are so many things in that match that I've just never seen on a VG stream before, like that pickpocket and like the Pokemon that we saw coming out. It was fascinating to see. Well, you've made day 2. Congratulations to you, Jamie, and especially after the start today. So what are you hoping for now?
Yeah, well, I've got some points now, so yeah, I'll take it. Like, I'll obviously aim for some prizes, because the way I've gone into this tournament is if I do well, I will be able to justify going to LAIC. If I don't do well, then I'm probably not in a position to justify the amount of money it would cost to go to LAIC. So it's basically like, if I get prizes, that will fund my LAIC trip, and then suddenly I'll be at an international. Whereas if not, then I'll probably be just taking a break a little bit.
Okay, well, fair enough, yeah. It's good that you've got multiple options available to you, making the right call at the time. Now, Jamie, time to put on my Giovanni voice. Do you want to join Team Rocket?
Pretty sure I'm already on Team Galactic with my Weavile, right?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, those Team Galactic guys. They're good guys. Okay, we'll take that. We will leave you to Team Galactic. But if you have any name suggestions for this Persian as well? Any name suggestions?
Boit. Boit is a great name.
I did have someone suggest Jamie earlier, actually, for the Persian, but yeah. Boit. Okay, well, noted. I'll be revealing the winner of that name competition later on when we wrap up the stream. Jamie, any shout-outs you want to give?
The main shout-outs I want to give are always to the rest of us casters, because you guys do such a great job. And I think it's just really brought up the EU streams that there have been. I'm really privileged to be a part of it, and when I'm competing, that's also a great part. But yeah, like always the shout out to the rest of the EU casters.
Well, shout out right back to you as well, Jamie. Fantastic to see you on stream, be it behind the desk or in front of it. Thank you so much for talking to me here, Jamie. Now, with such an incredible team that we saw coming out from both sides of the field, it's shortly time to be wrapping up our day 1 here. So let's have a little bit of a digest of everything we've seen. Don't go anywhere.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfie, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought of. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 World Champion.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the
here we are at the end of day one here at our Lille Regional here in Lille. And we can't be more festive after that amazing amount of incredible play that we saw across the entirety of today. We've seen so much Sneasler action, getting those poisons, those sleeps and everything, some freezes. And I'm all status down, honestly, but like, I'm so ready for tomorrow. Don't know about you guys. Charlie, any highlights from this weekend?
I mean, there's so much to call out. I mean, that previous game, being able to talk to Jamie afterwards with the Zoomeril and the Weavile that they were able to bring, but then, of course, the opponent with the Avalugg and the Critter on the Tentacruel, I wasn't casting over that one, so maybe I'll leave that to one of you guys. I'm going to say Sneasler taking a Snoozler on the field in the game that you and I were casting, Marcus. The Dire Claw causing a sleep onto Sneasler, giving it a taste of its own medicine. But, I mean, it's really hard to pick a highlight.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? Like, there's a lot going on right now, and you kind of got in the back of your mind that you're hoping certain Pokemon kind of make it to the next stage. You're wondering who's getting that far as well. So when you kind of pick a favorite moment, it's like something's going to be trumped probably tomorrow at the same time as well. Marcus, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think my favorite moment or my favorite set of the day is actually going to be I think it was round 3, Eduardo Cunha against Michael Kelsch. Two of the VGC, like the all-time greats, facing off in a tournament like that. And yeah, I just like love high-level VGC. So seeing some of the best players in the world play against each other in a tournament like this, like that's a match I will go back to watch to try and take notes. What are they doing? Yeah, I think both of them had a great tournament so far. And you were asking for a favorite moment of the weekend. Well, it's just one day, right? Like we have another day of competition tomorrow. So so far, I would say it's that match.
So far, that one as well. Lou, have you got any favorite kind of star-out moments at the moment?
I mean, Avalugg. Do I need to say any more?
Yeah.
That was definitely very, very exciting. But I think one of my other favorite plays of the day was really that match with Marco and Wei, where there was this, safety goggles and DD, and I was kind of a bit like, well, how are you what's Amoonguss gonna do here? And then the way Marco was able to completely shut that down with the beautiful play of the knockoff followed up by the Spore, I just felt like watching him as a player it's always a pleasure, it's always a masterclass, but that really did just show how you can look at a very core team archetype and take it down. So that was a really cool match, but
Avalugg. David, how about you? I know you can be left on your lonesome sometimes as the host, but we want to know, what's your highlight?
You're nice to the grunt. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, what are you talking about? We don't want to hear from you. No, tell us.
No, it's a great...
That's an order. Tell us.
Okay. Yes, that's actually true. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I felt a bit weird you being so nice to me there. Yeah, favorite moment. So, it might be a simple one, but when we had Ibrahim versus Simon earlier today, we had just this beautiful play using this Dragapult team, the one that Michael Kelsch did really well with in Dortmund, kind of getting top 16, I think, or maybe top 8, and just using that Dragapult to kind of great effect. Even staring down Sucker Punch King Gambit, could have taken that one-hit KO, even with Terror. He just clicks that Phantom Force. He's like, no, you're not going for it. And then clicks that Phantom Force, brings in that Rillaboom, is able to then fake it out this next turn so you can get off that Phantom Force, one-hit KO the Volcarona. It was just such a masterclass of Pokemon right there. It's and that going for that gut feeling, I think, is a lot of what a lot of players want to be able to eventually achieve. And when you can feel it, when you've practiced enough with their team, you can see the satisfaction in it.
Yeah. While I'm in Giovanni mode, my grunt, we got a name. We got a name for the Persian. You ready? The winner is, online, Cheesecake EXE with sourdough. Meet sourdough or Persian. I love it. I love it. It's good for the color scheme. Sourdough. Welcome to the team.
I like that.
Okay, sourdough. Yeah, excellent. Like bread, it's good for you, and it's tasty. And
yeah, quit while you're ahead, Grunt.
Yeah, right. Let's maybe quit while we're ahead and go right ahead to tomorrow, where we will kind of obviously work out what time we're going to be there. It's going to be 9 a.m. honestly, Central Eastern Time over here in Europe, and I think it'll be probably about midnight. I think yes, there we go, in Pacific Time over in the US. So if you've eaten too much bread, you've got too much calories in your system, you can't go to sleep over there, then come and join us instead here for the awesome stream we have over here in tomorrow's time, where we've got so many Day 2 players, 92 players indeed, actually. So we've still got a lot of players still to kind of go over the almost 700 that we have here in Day 1. So there's quite a lot of players that have been whittled down here, but it's still anyone's game as to who's going to be taking it, Marcus.
Yeah, and of course, if you're just woken up, if you are in another part of the world and you just woke up and you saw that last round of the game and you're wondering what's going on over here in Europe, then, well, you just got to go back and watch the VODs and watch all the rest of the action because, well, the other games might not have featured an Avalugg or a Tentacruel, but I would argue that they were pretty good as well. So definitely go check those out.
Exactly. And if you're wondering, if you're at home and you wish you could have been here at Lille, then wonder no longer, because you can see where else you could also attend in the EU calendar for the rest of the season. We've got plenty of regionals upcoming as well. Charlie, take us through it.
Yeah, well, it's so refreshing to see this fully coloured in graphic now. I'm still used to in Bologna seeing most of these events being greyed out, but it's a brand new season. It's 2025. We are heading for the World Championships in Anaheim in summer 2025. But look at all of these EU regional stops we've got along the way, with Gdansk coming up next, then the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Stuttgart to close out this 2024 year, and then so much to look forward to next year as well, like our Europe International Championships in London once more, Lou.
Honestly, EUIC is one of my favourite events in the calendar. I know most people would say the World Championships, but EUIC is the heart of the European season. It's where all of these veterans and even newbies for the first time get to come and test their skills against an international crowd. It's an incredible experience, one you don't want to miss, as well as all these amazing events.
100%. There's so much opportunity to show your creativity here. You could even come up with something crazier than Tentacruel and Avalugg as well. That'll be great to see. And interestingly, actually looking at the day one statistics versus the Louisville last week as well, there was a notable kind of increase here at Lille in Archaladon and, of course, Sneasler. The two Pokemon that cause absolute chaos across the board. We seem to love it here, so unfortunately there may be more of that tomorrow.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see more dice being rolled, more Dire Claw hits. So, yeah, like, count me in.
More loaded dice. And I've got to say, that might be some of the quickest games we've seen on stream in any regional. So many of them, just 2 games. The trainers, you know, both of them really playing so well, but then ultimately just going to 2-0. And it's so exciting to see that, you know, even with these balanced teams, you can still take those decisive victories.
Yeah, very easily as well. And the 2 Pokemon that had a significant drop-off from that as well was Garchomp and Primarina. So NA seem to like those quite a lot, or maybe we've kind of adjusted from there as well. But interesting, Garchomp seems pretty good into both Archaladon and Sneasler, which are now on the up here. So I think maybe we might see a little bit of a pivot for day 2. That'll be my prediction. Garchomp's going to go up again. Don't know about you guys, Marcus. Marcus, what do you think?
I mean, it's part of my caster predictions, and we still need to continue the trend of Garchomp making it to the finals. So let's see if finally now in the 5th major event in this regulation, it cannot do it. But I think it just really goes to show that, and I think we can all agree that this format in particular just feels so fun right now. You can try out some of your favorites that haven't really seen the limelight so far in competitive play. And also the games are just, a lot of fun, and I just like to enjoy some more good Pokemon tomorrow in this Regulation H rule set.
Yeah, let's do it, exactly. And then after tomorrow, if you're kind of hungry for some more Pokemon action of any sort, we can have a look at what's coming up on the Twitch schedule as well on the Pokemon channel to see what's kind of going up on here. Anything that grabs your eye there, Lou?
Yes, I mean, the Pokeween thrills and chills. We have definitely been seeing the chaos unfold on this Halloween-themed regional here in Lille. And on Tuesday, you're going to be able to see some more awesome Halloween-themed action with the little cute but deceptive Pikachu there with its pumpkin as well. Lots of amazing kind of themed action for you to be able to catch up on, as well as being able to go down memory lane. I was just talking about EUIC being one of my favorite events where you can get the recap of 2023. What's not to love about that, Charlie?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I'm going to have to sleep with the nightlight on after the Pokeween on the Tuesday, but EUIC on the Wednesday, always so good to catch up on the events going on over there, especially with Pokemon Unite there. Not one that we're able to feature so much on these regional broadcast weekends. Then we have our Sinnoh League victors, Diamond and Pearl Pokemon episodes, trip down Nostalgia Lane, and then Kyurem and the Sword of Justice on Saturday this coming week. So there's always love to see those Pokemon movies, and very excited for next weekend.
A lot of source for inspiration, I'd say, as well. Like, especially for other formats, you kind of like, it shows you a Pokemon, you go, actually, I haven't really thought about that at the moment. Let's see if that will work on our next team. So I always like to kind of watch that, think outside the box as well. And I might turn up to my next local, which I'll enjoy, obviously. But even if I lose, which is most likely the case when I try anything new. So I'm going to continue to try and borrow teams from everybody else until I can get a little bit better. But at the moment, it's still very much enjoyable. So where can you get in contact with us and see how things are getting on? Well, you can always follow us on the X and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on YouTube and on Twitch to see what we've been up to, so we can see what you've been up to as well. You can show us what plushies that you've got, who you've been watching with, or just when you're watching, or what drawings you've done. We love to see art as well. Any pets as well.
Cats, cats, lots of cats, please. Show us all the cats.
Sourdough agrees.
Self?
Nope, not at the moment, but maybe someday. But I'm more a cat than a dog person.
Cats. Cats is the answer.
Lou's reached that point of the day where she can only say cats.
Yeah, we need to cut that. So yeah, so many opportunities for us to join in on. And if you do end up getting in contact with us with that hashtag #PlayPokemon, we may be able to feature some of your tweets tomorrow during the stream as well. We love to see them. Well, that's all for us here at day 1 here at Lille at the moment. We've got so much more action tomorrow as well, so do tune in if you've got any sort of interest in VGC. But after today, we're going to have many hype matches, I'm sure, and a lot of top players are going to be up there. And you're not going to want to miss some of the teams that are going to be getting up there too. And maybe we'll have another new regional champion. Who knows?
Yeah, it could absolutely happen. They've all been new so far this season. Nicholas Morales winning their first ever event in Baltimore. And Davide Moralia, after years of hard work, claiming championship in Dortmund. And Andrew Zheng last weekend in Louisville as well. They're all new, Lou.
That's the thing. A lot of these trainers are coming out for their very first event. They're soaking up the atmosphere, learning from the experience, and then being able to go all the way. And I love seeing that history being made by our trainers. It's inspirational for trainers like myself or trainers out there on the floor or even viewers at home for the first time. So whether it's a veteran or a new trainer, I just know tomorrow is going to be chaotic, like in a good way, right? We saw so many crazy matches. There's so many intense moments. It's just going to be the same Halloween madness tomorrow, and I'm so excited, David.
Tricks and treats.
Tricks and treats, and I'm sure you're both going to join Team Rocket very soon, right?
Yeah?
Well, Gastrodon has
We'll
already.
talk about that one. I'm still a Team Gengar for now.
Come on. Maybe tomorrow. We'll get you next time, right? Bonne nuit. Au revoir. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.